Muy buenos días a
Good
todos
morning.
nuestros participantes.
Good morning to all of our attendees today. We are ready to begin a really intense session. It's even more intense than yesterday's session regarding reliance issues. And based on what we talked about yesterday, it seems that it's the best option to continue assisting patients worldwide so that they can get timely access to medical devices. For this, I'm going to invite Diane Wurzburger, the VP Regulatory Quality and Global Policy for GE Healthcare. She's also a member of the IMDRF industry group, and she's collaborating in all the work that we do together with the AdvaMed and the coalition. She's going to help us moderate. So Diane Wurzburger, please, if you can step on the stage.
Hola, buenos dias. This morning, we are going to start with good reliance practices at work. Not reliance as a theory, but how regulators in industry are actually implementing reliance into action for medical devices and for IVDs. Our goal over the next 90 minutes or so is to move from principle to actual practice and give some examples. We are joined today virtually by two esteemed guests. We have Tracy Duffy, First Assistant Secretary for Medical Devices and Product Quality at the Australian Therapeutic Goods Administration, the TGA, and Wei Jun Wong, Assistant Group Director of the Medical Devices Cluster from the Singapore Health Sciences Authority, the HCA. Both are online. I think we'll hear from them momentarily. And on the industry side, we're also joined by Tammy Steuerweld. You know, Tammy has been here with us yesterday as well from Roche Diagnostics, who leads the regulatory policy, foundational principles, and supernatural organizations for Roche Diagnostics. So I will start this morning with the foundational principles that reliance rests on and move into the overview of the IMDRF playbook. And then our members will share their experiences as we go forward. So have the wrong slides up first. We have to go to, sorry. Yeah, there's another slide. Can I change it here? I can do it. I'm sorry. Show me how to do this. This is TGA.
Perdón, vamos a agradecer. Me parece que ya cerraron algún equipo que estaba abierto.
Okay, I think there was a microphone open, so I would just like to remind everybody to silence your devices so that we don't have any issues with the audio. Thank you very much.
Continue. Continue to talk as they go through? Okay. Yeah, okay, sure. Tracy, would you, they have the slide deck up first, yours, so if you don't mind, can you hear us and can you share?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Excellent. Okay, I have some technical difficulties, so I'm on my phone. I'm very sorry about it. I can go first. Thank you. First of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to participate and join you today and share some insights from Australia's experience to contribute to this really important training session that you're having in the morning. It's midnight here. I'm in Japan, and I'm currently participating in one of the Reliance success stories, the MDSAP program. The annual forum is being held in Japan, and I'm here and participating in your forum. And we did hear from Coffee Priest today about MDSAP because Coffee Priest from Mexico is an affiliate member of the MDSAP program. So with that, please go to the next slide. Okay, I think we've got a wrong version that's been sent. That's okay. TGA, that's okay. Go. Next slide. I'll just wait for the next slide. Yeah. This is an overview of the TGA. The TGA is the regulator of medical devices in Australia. And the TGA is in Canberra, the capital of Australia. And that small dot there is Canberra, and that's a photograph of our building. Next slide, please. The legal framework that the TGA operates under is spelt out in legislation, and reliance is a key feature in our law here that governs everything to do with medical devices in the full life cycle. You can see there on the screen. Next slide, please. In Australia, all medical devices must be included in the Australian Register of Therapeutic Goods. This is a national public register that's on our website. Before the product can be supplied in Australia, either imported or exported from Australia, it has to be included in this register. Next slide, please. To market medical devices in Australia, it's a two-step process. You can see the two steps here. The first step is conformity assessment, where a product assessment or review is done, and a QMS assessment or review is done. And manufacturers can apply to bring their product to Australia, and they can apply for TGA conformity assessment, or they can use comparable overseas regulator approvals. And you can see that in the middle section there, so that they can have the flexibility of assessments from other regulators, both product and QMS regulators, or they can get their certification from the TGA. The second step is, as I mentioned before, inclusion in the Australian Register of Therapeutic Goods, the ARTG. The TGA is the only organisation who can authorise the inclusion of the medical device in the ARTG. So that second step is only performed by TGA. Next slide, please. When it comes to reliance, the Australian government agreed to a reliance framework many years ago. And so since 2018, you can see over time how we've expanded our reliance framework and included other regulators over the years. If a company chooses to use overseas certification, the TGA can choose to review that certification, particularly when there's higher risks involved in those devices, or where there may be some differences in the classification or the type of medical device that it is. For example, if a device has a biological component, the biological framework in Australia is different to many parts of the world. So we would choose to review that application that had that biological included. We call this review process an application audit process. And this is where we review the applications that have comparable overseas regulator certification. Next slide, please. You can see here that reliance is very popular in Australia. The majority of devices supplied in Australia do so using other organisations, other competent authorities' evidence and certification. And again, here is a list of those that we accept. Excuse me. Next slide, please. This slide shows you the specific information which is published on our website, because if you are going to have a reliance model, it's really important to be transparent about what information a manufacturer needs to provide and where the additional evidence or criteria needs to be found so that manufacturers are able to apply properly and streamline the process to approval. We have a detailed spreadsheet on our website that has this information, but much more information about what we accept and what manufacturers have to provide to us for certification purposes. This is an example of a Class 3 medical device, which sets out on the website the different flexible arrangements that companies can use to do that step 1 process, that conformity assessment process, that QMS process. And after that process, the TGA still remains independent to include the device on the register. Next slide, please. This provides some information about the numbers of applications in our register that's supported by overseas certification. And you can see here that in terms of numbers, the European certification is by far the most used for devices in Australia. Around 80% of devices that are supplied in Australia use CE or European certification. And Australia's regulatory system is, where possible, aligned with the European system for this reason, because there is that high level of European products coming to Australia. You can see here that the second most popular type of Reliance certification is the MDSAP certificates. Next slide, please. The next slide shows a similar graph for IVD medical devices. And you can see here that the MDSAP is mostly used for IVDs. And this is because in Australia, we have a different classification for IVDs. And so therefore the evidence requirements are somewhat different and we can't accept similar comparable overseas regulator approvals for certain classification types. That has changed recently, but these shows the previous certificates that have been issued. Next slide, please. I mentioned earlier that we do this review of when a manufacturer uses comparable overseas regulator pathway, and we have that 2-step process. This slide provides a bit more information about the process by which the TGA selects those applications for review. Some applications are selected on a mandatory basis, and they might include if an application has certification under the old European medical device directives, or where there may be some different classification levels or different types of products that we regulate differently here in Australia. For example, software that is used direct to the consumer, it has a higher classification than other parts of the world. And also I mentioned the biological framework. Others are not mandatory, so we have the flexibility to use a risk-based approach for those non-mandatory reviews. And we select around 30% of all applications to review before they go on the register in Australia and supplied. We use a risk-based approach, and I'll show in the next slides what those risk criteria are. So if you could move to the next slide, please. This outlines our review framework, and it's published on our website with much more information. It sets out in more detail what we select and the reason why we select an application for review. This ensures transparency, but also highlights where our focus is as a regulator. And we have the opportunity to change those criteria if we see any emerging risks. So just because a product might be on our focus list for a couple of years, it may go off the focus list if there's no issues with those types of products. At the moment, we currently have 4 criteria which may result in an application being chosen for a review. We also implement a case management process to help manufacturers through this review process and guide them through step by step and explain what's required, including evidence. Oh, excuse me. The result of this new approach has resulted in shortened timeframes for clinical assessments, more targeted risk-based clinical assessments, enhanced regulatory engagement, and making sure that applications and devices get onto the Australian market quicker. The reasons why we select applications to review is usually because there's insufficient information, or particularly if we've got to focus on software and AI devices. Next slide, please. The MDSAP, the Medical Device Single Audit Program, is also one of the main features of Reliance that we also accept here in Australia, and we've been a partner in MDSAP since the beginning. Manufacturers can use the MDSAP to have one QMS audit that's used by many regulators, and there are many benefits, as you can see on the screen, of using the MDSAP. Clinicians and patients can get faster access to technology because the regulator, the TGA, is able to fast track those applications. There's also reduced regulatory effort and lack of reduced duplication and cost to companies. Companies don't have to pay for multiple QMS reviews. We make sure that internationally the regulator resources are channeled to the right things. And for domestic Australian manufacturers, they have greater access to global markets if they have an MDSAP certificate. In Australia, we use MDSAP flexibly. We use it for pre-market authorization. We use it for post-market surveillance and ongoing use throughout the life cycle of the device. And as mentioned, MDSAP is critical to our Reliance framework here in Australia. Next slide, please. This just gives you an idea of how MDSAP can be used for the QMS evidence alongside the product evidence. And you can see here also that 13% of applications to the TGA use MDSAP certification, and that's about 740 applications per year. Next slide, please. For TGA, trust and confidence are critical, and this is outlined quite significantly in the IMDRF Reliance playbook, that importance of trust and confidence. Importantly, while the trust and confidence is there, the decision for Reliance is made by the government here in Australia and documented in our law. The TGA advises the government based on the criteria that you can see on the screen, and making sure that when the government makes the decision, it's outlined in a legal instrument. So it is law in Australia. But irrespective of a company choosing to use comparable overseas regulator certification, the TGA still maintains sovereign decision-making to approve and include devices on the register here in Australia. Importantly, when we look at a comparable overseas regulator, we're looking at whether or not the framework is similar, whether or not the regulator has IMDRF membership, because IMDRF membership means that there would be an adoption of IMDRF guidance and there would be alignment and harmonisation. We look at life cycle approaches that the regulator has and whether or not they have post-market vigilance, and ensure that there's communication and cooperation with that regulator, and making sure the regulator has the staff skill and expertise to oversee the medical device, and so that we have the trust and the confidence in that regulator. Next slide, please. So some considerations for Reliance. The number one is you need government support. That's really important. There has to be positive ongoing relationships with those regulators, and domestic stakeholders, they could see Reliance as a threat to sovereignty, so that can be a problem. You need broad support from domestic industry and healthcare to make sure that bespoke requirements aren't put in place. And you have to also think about whether there's differing interpretations of the legislation, the guidance across different countries. So you have to make sure you do some mapping to make sure you're talking about the same thing. And it might mean that you have information sharing agreements and memorandums of understanding in place as well. So all of those things are foundational blocks for putting in a Reliance framework. Next slide, please. There are some challenges, however, particularly if there is a change in government view about Reliance, or if there is a change in stakeholder support for Reliance. And sometimes that happens because of safety issues that might arise. And there might be also changes in those other national regulators and their regulations. For example, every time a regulator changes their regulations that we rely on, we have to assess whether or not we're still aligned and can still harmonise and still accept their certification. And so that's an ongoing challenge for us. And sometimes there are just differences in regulation, which makes it difficult to align. And I gave some examples around software, where there is a different classification here in Australia for direct-to-consumer devices. So hopefully that gives you some insights into some challenges and some considerations for Reliance. We're a quite small regulator with a lot of imported products. So Reliance for us does make sense, but we have checks and balances in place. Thank you so much for listening to me, and I'll hand it back to the chair. I can't hear.
Okay, just one moment, sorry. Regine should be here now. Singapore's? Okay. Hello? Oh, Weijun, hello, Weijun, can you say hello to see?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear her. But we need the slides. No worries. All right, as we're pulling up the slides, appreciate, Tracy, your very thoughtful comments and presentation on Reliance and how TGA has implemented this for medical devices and IVDs. And Weijun Rong, who again is the Assistant Group Director of the Medical Device Cluster in Singapore's HCA, will also share the experience that HCA has in implementing Reliance. Perfect. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you for your patience. All right, Weijun, whenever you are ready.
Yes. Thank you, Dan. And thank you. Good morning to everyone. Thank you for inviting me to session. I'm really very happy to share with you on the HC's experience. So I'd just like to start off with asking all of you to imagine that you are a patient and waiting for access to a cutting-edge cardiac monitoring device that has already been approved in the United States, Europe, and Australia. This technology is proven, the clinical evidence is robust, and yet, without any efficient regulatory pathway, it could be waiting months, sometimes years, longer than patients in other countries, simply because every regulatory authority in the world is
Excuse me, Weijun.
conducting. Yeah,
I'm sorry. I'm
hear?
sorry to interrupt you. Can you please speak a little closer to your microphone, perhaps? It's a little.
Yeah, is this better?
Oh, much better. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, so I'm just saying that if every regulatory authority in the world is conducting its own independent review that can be a hindrance to technology. So this is a real challenge in health system around the world. The next slide, please.
The slides are not.
And it's because of this that it is precisely the challenge that regulatory reliance programs are designed to solve. Can I have the next slide, please?
One
So
moment.
today I would like to talk to you about what regulatory reliance, especially what it means in Singapore and how HSA. I think you can't hear me.
It's a little bit better, but you really do have to lean in a bit. It becomes a little bit garbled. I'm sorry.
Okay.
That's
Try to
yeah.
speak louder.
Okay.
So the next slide. So the term regulatory reliance can mean different things to different people. But at its core, regulatory reliance is the act whereby a regulatory authority in one jurisdiction takes into account and gives significant weight to assessment performed by another regulatory authority or trusted institution in reaching its own decision. I think critically what we want to emphasize here is that the relying authority remains fully independent, responsible, and accountable for the decision it makes, even when it draws on the work of others. So this is not an outsourcing of your regulatory responsibility. It's just about being smart with the evidence that already exists. So just think of it this way, and that's how HSA think of it as well. That highly respected colleague has really done a very thorough, rigorous analysis of a complex problem. It would be actually quite inefficient if we are simply to ignore it and start from scratch again. So we could consider this analysis, apply our own judgment, and then make our own decisions. So this is exactly what regulatory reliance is to HSA, and the level of and at the level of national health authorities, this is how we also look at it. So as we all know, the IMDRF has recently published a comprehensive playbook on reliance, and it is this document that I think deserves a lot of attention that we receive. It actually lays out practical and accessible terms how regulatory authorities can use reliance for improving their and implementing a reliance program. Next slide, please. So you may ask, why does it? Can I have the next slide, please?
Yes, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Maybe if you take off your camera, it may be less. I think it's the transmission that's a little difficult for the translation here. Let's try that again.
Okay, is that better?
Is it better? Yeah, let's try it with this one. Thank you.
Okay, all right. So in case of regulatory reliance, it really rests on three pillars: efficiency, resource optimization, and industry support. So in terms of efficiency, we all know that globally medical device landscape is extraordinarily complex. So there are tons of devices, from simple bandages to AI-powered diagnostic software, which we all need to have very careful regulatory scrutiny. So this challenge was particularly acute for HSA when they first introduced regulatory controls for medical devices more than a decade ago. So we were starting from a very relatively nascent regulatory base. We faced immediate challenge of bringing a large and diverse medical device under our oversight without deep institutional capacity that most other bigger regulatory agencies have. So our first prompt was to rely on this assessment audit that has been done by trusted, well-resourced reference authorities. And at that time, we determined our reference agency as USFDA, ETJ, Health Canada, and Japan PMDA. So it was not just a mere convenience, but it was also a pragmatic and principled response to the reality that we have, because we just do not have capacity to review everything from scratch. So with this reliance mechanism, it allows us to have a meaningful regulatory coverage across a broad range of medical devices. And that also goes into the next point that I want to touch on is resource optimization, where I mentioned earlier when we rely on trusted partners assessment for categories of our devices and free us actually for us, our own reviewers, to focus on areas where specific knowledge and local context add the most value. So we channel our resources to areas that are important to us, and that means it could be areas like novel technologies to post-market surveillance that is very locally centric, or to emergency response situation like pandemic during the COVID time. So this gives us a good way to manage our resources. And finally, on industry support, I think like what Tracy mentioned earlier, we also need the support from manufacturers, particularly small and medium-sized enterprises, to navigate this regulatory system around the world. So reliance programs actually reduce duplicative requirements and make it more viable for innovative companies to bring their products to more markets, and which indirectly then actually means more patients can get access to better technology. Next slide, please. So this has been probably shared quite a number of times. There are three types of reliance. The first is work sharing, where multiple regulatory authorities collaborate to jointly perform regulatory tasks. And this is exactly what MDSAP does, which was mentioned by Tracy earlier, where under MDSAP, a single audit of a medical device manufacturer can satisfy the requirements of multiple participating regulatory jurisdictions simultaneously. So this is very powerful for international collaboration. The next type is a bridge regulatory pathway, and this is the pathway mostly used by HSA. What it means is that we conduct partial review, relying on the assessment that is being done by trusted reference authorities. So instead of starting from scratch, we focus on specific areas that are critical for our home markets, like local requirements, safety considerations, or areas where additional confirmation is warranted. So this is the model that we have adopted a lot, and I'll come back to this in more detail later. And the third type is recognition. And recognition is where it directly accepts another authority's decision with minimal or no additional review. And this is the seen in the CE mark that we are familiar with, where once it has a CE mark, it's recognized throughout the whole UK region. Next slide, please. So in Singapore's Health Sciences Authority, we have developed an abridged regulatory pathway for registration of medical device. So when a manufacturer seeks to register a medical device in Singapore, and the device has already been reviewed and approved by one of HSA's recognized reference regulatory authorities, the manufacturer can apply through this abridged pathway. And to be able to be eligible for this pathway, we state very clearly in our guidance document what are the criteria. Most importantly, there should not be any essential difference in the intended use of the device between the version that is approved by the reference agency and the version that is being submitted in Singapore. So this concept of sameness to ensure that the device being reviewed is generally the same device that the reference authority has is fundamental to the integrity of our reliance program. If the device is different, then the reliance rationale breaks down. So as part of the application, manufacturers must provide proof of approval from the reference authority, along with summarized technical documentation. And then HSA will do a breach assessment, not a full one. And so that would then reduce the time taken for getting approval of this medical device. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned earlier, HSE retains the full ability to request additional information at any stage of the process. If something in the submission raises a question, or if there is a local consideration, then the reference authority may not have addressed, the HSE reviewers or if HSE reviewer identify an issues that warrants closer scrutiny, they can ask for more information. Ultimately, the final decision-making authority for this registration remains entirely HSE. Next slide, please. So this bridge reliance pathway is designed with a very clear and explicit purpose to conserve resources and time and to facilitate faster market access while maintaining rigorous regulatory oversight. So why is next slide, please? So why is this important? Because we want to stress that this is important because it matters for patients. Faster market access is not just a commercial benefit for manufacturers, it is a health outcomes for patients. So when the device that has been proven safe and effective in US or Europe and can reach Singapore months sooner because HSA does not need to duplicate the review, that means that our patients in Singapore will get the access to the device fast. At the same time, this HSA's bridge pathway means that speed does not come at the cost of safety. So the requirement for when there's no essential differences in the intended use, and this ability to request for additional information required, and the retention of final decision making authority will ensure that HSA is not simply accepting another authority's decision made. It is making an informed, independent judgment informed by the best available evidence, and which includes the patients. So this balance between the efficiency and the rigor, between trust and independence, is a defining characteristic of mature reliance program. Next slide, please. So what are the lessons that we can learn from? What can regulatory authority do to have a durable reliance program? First, to start with, there is the legal framework. You need to have a strong legal framework to back up your reliance program. So before you can implement any reliance program, you need to understand what your existing law and whether it permits it. In some jurisdictions, reliance can be implemented through interpretation of existing regulations. In others, there will be a need for legislative changes. So for HSA, right from the start, we have a solid foundation that allows us to use reliance, and that gives us the durability and credibility. Secondly, we need to know how to choose our reference authorities carefully. So not necessarily all regulatory authority is an appropriate reference for every type of device or every regulatory activity. So when HSA, what HSA did was we did work in assessing which authorities have frameworks sufficiently comparable to ours, and that's how we choose them. And this is not a limitation, it's actually a strength, because it means that when we rely on the reference authority's decision, it makes the reliance meaningful. Thirdly, is defining eligibility clearly. This is very important element of the reliance program, to have clear, transparent sets of eligibility criteria. We have in our guidance document, we spelled out very clearly for our coverage requirements what kind of approval from reference authorities set. So manufacturers need to know whether their device qualifies, and that's where this clear, transparent eligibility criteria needs to be defined. And not only for manufacturers, reviewers internally for HSA also we need to know what to look for, and and of course the public needs to understand the basis of our decisions, how we make the decisions. So HSA requirements for non-essential differences in intended use is a clear principle in eligibility criteria that serve all these purposes. And the fourth is to maintain independence, as I mentioned earlier, which is a retention of final decision making authority and the ability for us to request additional information. It is something that gives us this independence. So these are the mechanisms by which HSA ensures that its regulatory decisions reflect Singapore's specific requirements and context, even when we draw on purpose. And finally, stakeholders, we need to engage, we need engage our stakeholder, and the IMDR emphasizes that any successful reliance programs require buy-in from internal staff, from industry, from patient group, and from the public. So transparency of how the program works, what its benefits are, and how decisions are is essential to maintain public trust. So looking ahead, next slide, please. And I think that's my final slide. IMDRF is a forward-looking document. It reflects a growing consensus in the global regulatory community that reliance is not just a pragmatic shortcut. It is a strategic imperative. So medical devices are becoming more complex, and as the pace of technological innovation accelerates and regulatory resources remain constrained, as all of us know, no single authority can afford to work in silo and isolation. So the question is not whether to embrace reliance, but how do we do it well. So Singapore's HSA has shown that it can be done well. We have built a program that is efficient, rigorous, transparent, patient-centered. And I would want to say that for those of us who are in this space, for regulators, industry, researchers, or advocates for patients, the challenge is now to build on this foundation. And finally, in conclusion, Singapore HSA model of reliance has served us well. It's not only improved the outcomes of patients in Singapore, but it's contributed to a regulatory ecosystem that is more efficient, more collaborative, and more capable of keeping pace with the extraordinary pace of medical innovation. So with this, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Rei-Jun, for sharing your insights and the experience of HSA. Let's move to the next presentation. I think it should be Tammy slides, please. Yep, great. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Certainly welcome everyone, and thank you to our folks on the line who are meeting us at an odd hour. So thank you so much for being there to support us and to help us understand the processes of reliance in Australia and Singapore. You know, a conference would not be complete without technical difficulties, so I appreciate everybody's cooperation and efforts to bring this information to you, and certainly know that the information will also be available after this session is over. So thank you very much. Great to get started here again. Good to see you again. My name is Tammy. I'm the head of regulatory policy for Foundational Principles with Roche.
and we're going to talk a little bit today about reliance. So before I get started though on the slides, I wanted to share with you some details about how this information has been developed over time, just to sort of provide some background. I think that through our discussions, you all can probably conclude that reliance data can be incredibly hard to put together. Those of you that have worked on the data set can certainly relate to that. It takes a lot of translation because we deal in multiple languages, many hours of reading, researching questions, and then a whole bunch more translations, reading, and questions to try to get to the right answers. So reliance data also changes very frequently. As soon as we think we have the map complete, it changes yet again. So I ask for your patience as we present this data. If you see some anomalies in the data or something that you'd like to ask about, I welcome your questions. And I'd also like to point out that the data actually only includes IMDRF jurisdictions. So there are other jurisdictions, of course, that practice reliance, but this data includes IMDRF data. So this is the map that was most recently shared and discussed with the IMDRF Management Committee on day 3 at the IMDRF meeting this past March in Singapore. The first thing you can see is that, as John asked yesterday about the implementation of reliance and trends across the globe, we have seen an incredible growth of reliance pathways over the last 5 years. We can confirm with tangible evidence that reliance adoption has in fact been adopted by many throughout the globe by looking at this map alone. And I'm sure if we added the non-IMDRF jurisdictions, this map would be even more complete. We can also track which jurisdictions have reliance regulation in draft, which regulations include the necessary information to ensure medical devices and IVDs can use the pathway, and which jurisdictions demonstrate a tangible benefit through the use of the reliance pathway. We can also track which jurisdictions demonstrate with publicly available metrics that their reliance pathway is achieving what it sets out to do. And most recently, we converted the spreadsheet of data in its format that was pretty labor intensive and difficult to comment on for the IMDRF Management Committee to a survey that actually allows them to provide reliance updates, clarifications, and corrections. So to that end, I have some examples to share with you. The first example is one that was shared by myself at the March IMDRF meeting in Washington, D.C., when the U.S. was chair and secretariat of IMDRF. And the case study I used was one from Australia. And we have Tracy Duffy on the call today, so she may remember this particular example. And this one articulated 4 different examples of how reliance can accelerate authorization. And the one I focused on in the event was the last one with the yellow bar around it, where we can see that Australia's reliance pathway achieved 20-day authorization for a class 4 blood screening IVD, as opposed to the 255 legislative day timeline. So that was significant. But I also want to point out that these examples include some change registrations. So post-market reliance is something that we're going to talk about later on this week, but I just wanted to flag that for you, that you can also practice reliance in post-market with product changes, and some of you already do. Okay, the next example is from Paraguay. So if you guys remember, my boss Brad Spring presented this particular example in Japan at IMDRF in 2025. This example shows how products were authorized in just 20 days, as opposed to the 134-day average at the time based on our experience. And so this is a really good example of how the reliance pathway was developed in Paraguay and also demonstrates the benefit of getting through this accelerated pathway. So again, just want to congratulate Paraguay in implementing the reliance pathway. It's certainly an achievement to be celebrated, and we thank you for your dedication to this regulatory strategy. All right, And the next one and final example is from Brazil. We also presented this one at IMDRF in March 2025 as well. So this example demonstrates reliance on Canada. And this one achieved registration within 122 days. I know it doesn't seem like a huge difference, but we also have to remember that the queue plays into how fast products can get through a reliance pathway. It's certainly something for us to consider. I think Tracy alluded to the fact that sometimes local manufacturers may struggle with having the reliance pathway implemented and question whether or not it's the best practice or it's fair. And so we want to make sure that, you know, it is fair, and we want to make sure that it's first in, first out. So when we look at the reliance pathway, I think we can see definitely that through Brazil's reliance pathway, it is most certainly faster than it was. And even if you take away the queue, it's even faster than that. So congratulations to Brazil. I know as an IMDRF Management Committee member, Brazil has certainly done an amazing job leading by example with implementation of the Reliance program. And they can demonstrate measurable metrics to show that it is meeting its desired outcome. Okay, so as I alluded to when John asked his question yesterday, we definitely see reliance adoption increasing over the globe. We're kind of now getting into the stage where we start to figure out how to smooth the sharp edges of these policies. Where do we need to collaborate and share information and kind of discuss where things might be getting stuck, because we can work together to find solutions. So to be clear, challenges don't just exist within a regulator or their policy, they exist within us at the manufacturer. So we need to work together and be transparent about the challenges so that we can come to solutions that work for everyone. I think the other thing that I wanted to point out is that if we can work together to make these reliance pathways work, then the business leaders see the value in bringing products through them. And when we can't show a tangible benefit for using the reliance pathway, it's more difficult to convince business leaders to utilize the pathway. It's like a catch-22. We have to use it to improve it, but we're kind of scared to use something new. So these meetings are very helpful, I think, to help us gain knowledge and understanding. Okay, I just want to make sure I covered everything on this. Okay, one other thing that I wanted to point out that we do see in some jurisdictions as it's developing is, are the policies actually implemented and practiced consistently? Are, for example, the developing policies notified to the WTO? Are the comments considered when manufacturers take the time to provide information on what operationalizing that policy looks like in practice? And so there's a lot of information that needs to go into developing these policies because it needs to work for the regulator and it needs to work for the manufacturer. And the last point, of course, we talked a little bit about this yesterday. We do see policies that are being adopted that include reliance and specifically medical devices and IVDs in the scope. But when you read the rest of the document, it doesn't have any criteria or information for how medical devices and IVDs can actually complete the pathway. There's certainly opportunities. Nothing is perfect as we first start, right? Okay. Oops. Moving on. So how can we make good progress? I use a slide that my colleague Fatemeh from Medtronic used and presented at IMDRF when the Reliance Playbook was published. Its first instruction is to design smart, right? Design smart. Prioritize publicly available information over information that might create an additional burden on the reference authority. Leverage the trusted work of your trusted reference authorities, even where it might be an abridged assessment or the reduction of clinical trial evidence or the MDSAP program. There's different ways that reliance can be practiced. And to align to international best practice as much as possible so that there's more alignment of your regulation to a reference authority regulation and vice versa. And engage early and often. not only with industry, but also cross-functionally within your own governments. Sometimes there can be divergent ideas or support. As Tracy mentioned, there needs to be governmental support to be able to advance these kinds of policies. It can't just be the authority who's implementing these things. Ministries of health, ministries of policy also need to be aware of this particular regulatory strategy and have clear criteria and timelines. And finally, start small and scale. We learned yesterday that the WHO supports implementing small amounts of law and regulation and effectively implementing and enforcing them rather than implementing something big that is difficult to carry out. And then refine and mature the program as we go. And that's my last slide. So not 20 slides of the global model regulatory framework, but just, just Reliance. So thanks again, and appreciate the opportunity to be here.
All right. So I think that all three of our presenters, and do we have, I see we have Tracy, do we have Wei Jun as well? With us still? Ah, yes, perfect. All right, so I know that I think there are some questions within the chat. Maybe we should go to a few of those questions here to begin. I think I may need some help. Or can I can see them here, but okay, let's do this one as in English, perfect. Okay, great. All right, so the first question, Tracy, this one is going to be for you. Good insights, Ms. Duffy. Would you be so kind to explain a little bit more about what a post-market signal is for Australia?
Sure. Sorry, thank you. Thank you for the question. Whilst a post-market signal isn't defined in our legal framework, we do have guidance and information that gives you a sense of what a post-market signal is. And a signal could be information that we get through adverse event reporting. It could be where a patient or someone puts in a complaint or an issue. It could be some literature. There might have been a research or research or review done by universities. It could be information that another regulator has found. And quite recently, we implemented mandatory reporting by hospitals. So the signal could come from many parts of the ecosystem, both domestically but also internationally. And that signal would then prompt us to have a further look at data that we may have in our database from adverse events and to see whether or not we needed to conduct a post-market review based on that signal. The signals can also come from registries. We have a number of registries here in Australia. We have a breast implant registry, a joint registry, and there's also international registries. So they're the types of places we get signals from.
Great, thank you. Wei Jun, anything to add to that from HSA perspective?
Not really. I think Tracy explained it quite thoroughly. I don't think it's pretty similar to what she's.
Thank you. Okay. Any questions from the audience for our panelists? No.
Hello.
Yes.
Hi. This is Roberta from Roche. I would like to learn from the agencies what role has the private sector played in the evolution of your regulatory framework, and how does industry-led technical expertise help the agencies prevent operational gaps when deploying the regulatory reliance pathways?
So that was, what role has the industry played in this?
Sure, I can start. So any change that we make to our regulatory system, including the decision to do reliance or changes to our reliance pathways, we do public consultation, and we also do targeted consultation, and we also include the industry bodies in some bilateral discussions. So, for example, for us, it takes maybe 1 to 2 years to put in place the necessary arrangements to recognise a new trusted authority. And through that 2-year process, we are always talking with the industry, and the public consultation collects information from healthcare professionals and consumer groups and anyone who would like to respond to our public consultation on that particular change. So we are quite transparent in how we undertake those changes. So any change requires us to do that.
Wei Jung, anything to add?
Yeah, I think Singapore takes a similar approach in that we do have public consultations as well. What I want to also draw on is that sometimes our reliance program, how effective our reliance program is, we also hear feedback from the industry, and that is one avenue that we use if there is a need to modify our reliance program. And especially also in instances where there are changes in the regulatory framework of other countries, for example, when EU was doing the major MDR change and all that, we did work very closely with the industry to see how we can help to transition over with such a major change as well. So the industry feedback was very valuable for us to manage change.
Thank you. Any other questions? Maybe I'll throw one out here to the group. So from each of your perspectives, what's been the most significant shift in mindset among the regulatory authorities towards reliance in the past 3 to 5 years? Wei Jun, should we start with you?
Yeah, sure. I think, at least from my perspective, I think that the concept of reliance is much more being accepted by regulatory authorities in the last few years compared to earlier on, where some regulatory authorities actually look on reliance as something that is no, something that would affect their sovereignty. But I think with the WHO and with a lot of sharing on reliance and the transparency of how other countries that are using reliance actually helps regulators to see the importance of having reliance. And of course, the resource constraint also is one reason regulatory authorities are pursuing this. So it's really a win-win situation for everyone.
Indeed. Tracy, any thoughts to add?
Or just to complement that, I think also we hear the difficulty that industry is going through. Companies are facing many costs, particularly if they're global companies and they market their products around the world, the different changes that are happening in different countries. And so costs sometimes mean they have to make choices about where they put those products and how they can supply those products. And so if there is reduced cost for industry, it actually means that patients potentially will get the benefit of that because the companies can provide those products in many more markets. So I think there's been a shift in understanding, not only from the regulator's point of view and resourcing, as Wei Jun has said, but that consideration of what the environment that companies are working in, and particularly those global companies who are feeling the pain, and we don't want the pain to go to patients and not being able to access devices.
Yeah, that's a really important point, Tracy, thanks for raising that. It is an ecosystem, right? Our healthcare systems and all
Correct.
of the stakeholders that contribute to that. Tracy,
I
any
also
thoughts? I mean, sorry.
just another one. I think also there's been a change and a shift in the willingness of regulators to work with each other and have discussions and have the willingness to share and trust. So I think that level of engagement is changed over the last few years.
Yes, indeed. Tammy?
Yeah, I think I wanted to add also to what Tracy was saying, because as a global manufacturer and as many manufacturers out there also experienced, when COVID hit, we were faced with these challenges like immediately. We didn't have the luxury to plan ahead, to figure out how to work more quickly, to connect one regulator with another regulator so they could accelerate the launch of the medical devices and IVDs that needed to be available. And we did see where patients actually didn't get the access they needed. I know they still don't, but it was profoundly obvious during COVID. And to me, at least, what I learned from that experience is that we need to take the time to put the processes in place now when we aren't in the emergency situation. And so the initial momentum was created by a horrible incident, COVID-19. But we can make the changes now together by learning and sharing and being transparent about what works and what doesn't, so that we are better prepared next time, so that patients don't have to not get the products they need.
That's an excellent
Yeah, I
point.
actually wanted to add that COVID actually accelerated the need for us, regulators and industry, to work closer together to get devices to the market for patients. I think that situation really shows that the need is there. Cooperation between.
Yes, that cooperation between the regulators and the industry, right, together to solve the problem. I think that COVID was a really good, not just an example, actually was a real-time effort, right, where we were learning together day to day on how to do that. And it was really something I think we all have enriched our processes and our thinking going forward, right? It really has changed how we approach situations. So it was not a fun time for anyone, but I do think there was as they say, every time a window closes, right, a door opens somewhere, right? There was another opportunity through that we were able to manage. So what would be the one big, bold change? We have the IMDRF playbook now that the management committee has so thoughtfully released for the global regulators and the industry and all stakeholders to consider those learnings there, the practical steps to implementation and also examples on how to do that. We have the good cooperation that's been going on and the sharing of information and the learnings along the way, of course, right, of the opportunities as well as the challenges. What would really be a bold change, or what bold change, I should say, do you see is still needed to push this into the next steps? Tammy, do you want to start?
Sure. Something popped into my head that I think would be, a big, bold step to take us to the next level. And, I would say that we're working very closely now with regulators, and regulators are working very closely with other regulators to practice reliance. But what if we were all in a cloud submission looking at the same review at the same time? And it's not necessarily a huge, bold step, because our pharmaceutical partners already do this and have been doing this for some time, but we don't necessarily see it on the medical device and IVD side. So, I think that would bring us kind of into the future. It would allow regulators to learn from other regulators' review in more real time. And then it would also eliminate maybe some of the additional steps that weren't necessary, because relying agencies could see the work of the reference authority right then and there. So they wouldn't necessarily need an additional document to prove that the product was authentically authorized. They could see it for themselves. So I think, being in a cloud submission in real time, more advanced, and trying to learn from our pharma partners in that respect would be super cool for medical devices and IVDs.
Tracy, any thoughts?
I went really left field with this one as soon as you said the question, and it's sort of building on what Tammy said, but something that's really bold is a global database that holds the information. Obviously, there'd have to be confidentiality arrangements in place and so forth, but you actually have access to the same information, similar to what Tammy explained, but it would be the result of the assessments done. So a global mechanism that people can access to then draw from if they want market authorization.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is an excellent idea. I'm sorry.
Yeah, probably similar. I mean, we have the one database where we hold all the MDSAP certificates and reports. So it's a similar concept to that, but for product certification.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think overlaying some sort of, allowing that transparency with some sort of confidentiality, right, process, or that would secure across the regulators and the stakeholders, right, that are putting the information in there. That's an excellent idea. Rejun, anything to add to this?
No, actually, what Tracy said is something that I wanted to say too. It would be ideal if you have a shared, secure platform where all the participating regulatory authorities can deposit their own evaluation assessment reports, so that makes it accessible to any reliant parties that want to pay out costs under agreed confidentiality terms. I think that would be really full-fledged reliance, moving reliance to the next level. That would be something that is.
Absolutely. Any other questions from the audience here or online? All right, so then maybe I'll just close this down now. I mean, I want to thank you all for, first of all, for our panelists online, especially. Apologies for the early morning technical issues. As Tammy said, it wouldn't be, there's got to be one case of that happening in every conference. And so I'm hoping this is the only case that we've got. But I do think we appreciate your flexibility. I think it went off quite well, and we do appreciate you sharing your insights and all of the learnings that have happened through TGA and HSA in your implementation of reliance practices, and Tammy sharing what we're seeing from the industry side across the globe. We do know the IMDRF playbook is available. I know that everyone in this room is aware of that. And with the regulatory environment really evolving so quickly and growing more complex every year as we come with new innovations for patients, reliance is really what's going to turn this complexity into a more coordinated risk-based action for patients, which I think is really, again, the goal of all of us who are in this industry, right, working for the patients. The benefits are definitely concrete. We've seen some very great examples that were shared this morning. And we know for a fact that it's reducing some redundancy and evaluation across authorities. It's improving that efficiency and the predictability, but also it's also how we are bringing, as manufacturers, able to bring safe and effective products to the people who need them faster. And that's really, again, what we're all here for. So thank you very much for everyone for their participation today, but also for your engagement in this important topic and this strategy for regulatory. Thank you. Thank you, Tracy and Wei-Jun. It's very late for you, so I appreciate your participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Wei-Jun and Tracy. Thank you.
Yeah, we're good.
Muchísimas gracias. Una disculpa nuevamente por
So
las
thank you very
dificultades.
much. We apologize for the technical difficulties that we had. Something that's incredible that could be rescued from this, and that's wonderful, is the assistance that we have from regulators that are quite mature and who have decided that regardless of the maturity, regardless of the resources that they have, they've decided to implement reliance mechanism, acknowledging that despite of all those attributes and benefits, they still have insufficiency to do 100% of what is needed throughout the whole life cycle of medical devices. And so for us, it makes us feel really proud that they follow that. And also it makes us very humble because, I mean, having the participation of experts such as Tracy Owe Young with us is, I apologize if I said her name incorrectly. I always do it. But I mean, I think that it's quite important to talk about that. And fortunately, we see that this understanding of the benefits that the Reliance implementation has is being increasing. Yesterday, at some point, we were talking about the challenges the language imposes. You know, not everybody necessarily has enough experience in English, you know, the English language, which is necessary for all the work that we're doing so that we could facilitate the acquisition of knowledge. And so to that regards, we know that there's still a lot of work to be done. You know, first of all, I mean, individually to try to make sure that we're all developing our skills and improving them. And we also need to find out how we can collaborate so that we can facilitate these processes. And as a coalition, we've worked in the development of translating several documents of the IMDRF, and they are available. Well, first, they are available at the website of the coalition's website, and the IMDRF has also recognized the importance of having documents in other languages. And so we had the privilege that all of the translations that have been produced are already available at the IMDRF's website in English and in Spanish in the versions produced by the Pan American Health Organization, as well as the ones that we have produced also. And the good news is that, I mean, during the break, we're going to be sharing, or tomorrow at the latest, we're going to give you a QR code so that you can have access to the Spanish translation for the IMDRF playbook for Reliance. So today you're going to leave here with access to that Spanish document in Spanish, and hopefully that will help you facilitate the implementation of the processes. The theory is really important. The guideline is very important. The conversation is important. And as Australia and Singapore both said, the conversations and the joint work between the regulated sector and the regulators is key so that we can be successful in this new journey, you know, in this new way of finding a way to create authorizations for the trade of medical devices. So without further ado, we're going to take a half an hour break and we'll see you back here in half an hour. Thank you very much.
Buenos días.
Hello, everyone.
Esta sesión la hemos tenido enriquecida.
This session has been enriched by climate, airplanes that they cannot take off, climate reasons that make airplanes go back, teachers' demonstrations at Reforma Streets, which is the reason why Ana Calma has not been able to reach here. She's a Miss Jenkel director that was supposed to help us today, but since she's stuck in the middle of a demonstration, then I will introduce the participants of our next session. So for the time being, I would like to invite Edgardo Arenas, who is COFEPRIS International Liaison, so that he can speak about this journey, a reliance journey by COFEPRIS is the title of the presentation.
Por ahí, no sé si me pueden ayudar con la presentación.
Could somebody please help me with my presentation? I recently sent the latest version. I hope that's the one you have handy. Who's going to help me move my slides? Okay, thank you.
Hola, muy buenos días.
So hello, good morning.
Por la invitación, gracias por la
Thank you for the
introducción.
invite. Thank you for
Por
the
la oportunidad de
introduction. And thank you for
compartir
the
la
chance
experiencia de
for
la
being here
COFEPRIS,
and share COFEPRIS's
en su
experience
trayecto de
in
Reliance.
this Reliance journey that we have undertaken.
Para ello voy a comenzar con esta
Let
visión
me
general de
start
la historia del
speaking about the
Reliance regulatorio en
general
México,
view of the
donde
history
podemos
of
observar en la
regulatory
flecha
reliance in
superior
Mexico. That's the
la
upper
evolución de los
arrow,
mecanismos de
the
reconocimiento
evolution of
implementados,
mutually
y abajo
acknowledgement
en la otra flecha, en la verde,
mechanisms
vamos
that
a
have
ver
been
el progreso del
implemented.
marco
And in the green,
regulatorio
we'll
en la
see
cual se
the
basa
progress
fundamentalmente este
of
proceso.
the regulatory
Nuestro
framework of the
primer
current
instrumento de
process.
reconocimiento
The
de autoridades
first
extranjeras
recognition
data de
agreement that we
2010
had
para
started
Estados
in
Unidos y
2010.
Canadá,
It
con
was
quienes
for the
mantenemos un
US and
tratado de libre
Canada, with
comercio desde
whom we have a free
1994.
trade agreement
Cabe
as of
destacar que el
1994.
primer
It
ejercicio
is
de
important to
Reliance
say that the first
formalmente
reliance
establecido por la
exercise that
COFEPRIS
was
se
established by
centró en los
COFEPRIS
dispositivos
centered
médicos,
around medical
ya que
devices.
en ese momento no
And it was back
contábamos con
then when
una
we didn't
regulación
have
robusta en este
a
campo
robust
y
regulation in
al
the
depender
field.
principalmente
And
de
since
las
we
importaciones de
depended on
tecnologías
the
sanitarias de Estados Unidos y
technological
Canadá,
imports from the
resultó
US and
conveniente
Canada,
tomarlos como
it was
referencia
very
principal.
convenient for us to use them
En
as our main
2012
reference.
agregamos un
In
acuerdo para
2012, we
productos
added
de
an
Japón,
agreement for
dada la cantidad
products from
de
Japan
dispositivos
due to
provenientes de este
the
mercado.
amount of
Esto nos
devices we got
brindó
from that
experiencia en la
market.
revisión, nos permitió
So we learned about
comprender
the
sus
review.
documentos y
We learned
procesos y
about
generar confianza en
documentary
ellos. Así
review and
aprendimos prácticamente sobre
trust
la marcha.
processes.
Y
So
bueno,
we
estos
learned on the
acuerdos de
go.
reconocimiento
And
permiten
the
establecer
acknowledgement
vías
or
de
recognition
atención
agreements have
especializadas con
helped us
personal
to
capacitado
create the
específicamente
staff,
para la
the
atención
paths
y
for this type of
procedimiento específico para
procedures,
agilizar el
very
proceso.
specific procedures to expedite
Mientras
the
tanto,
entrance. In the
se emitió la
meantime,
norma oficial mexicana
the
241 sobre buenas prácticas de fabricación de
241
dispositivos
official
médicos
standard for
y
medical
en ese
devices was
momento era una
enacted.
norma
That
bastante
standard,
lineal con pocas
NMO
referencias a la ISO,
241, didn't
algunas
make much
regulaciones de
reference
la
to
FDA,
ISO
algunas de la
or to
Comisión
the
Europea
FBI,
y
not a
incluso
lot.
incluyó una
Some reference was made
regulación
to the
japonesa.
European or the
Luego
Japanese
hubo un
regulations,
lapso
but
de
it was
casi
very
10
limited.
años
It took
durante el
10
cual la institución
years
se centró principalmente
for
en
us
medicamentos
to
y prestando
move
muy poca
away from
atención a
only
los dispositivos
medication
médicos.
because not
Sin
much
embargo, en
attention was made
2020
to
se
medical
promulgó
devices,
la
but
Ley
in
Nacional de
2020, the
Infraestructura de la
national
Calidad, que exige la
quality
revisión y
infrastructure
actualización de
law
las
was
regulaciones
enacted to
nacionales
review
al menos
national
cada 5 años.
regulation at least every 5
Posteriormente
years.
se trabajó en una
After that,
actualización muy relevante que
a very
consistió
relevant
en
update
incorporar
took
todas las
place in
disposiciones de
which
la ISO
all of the
13485 en
ISO
nuestra norma nacional.
485 was
Pero bueno, la vida da
encompassed in a
sorpresas y surgió
national
entonces la
standard.
pandemia por
And then the pandemic hit
COVID-19,
us.
lo que nos obligó a abastecer el
And therefore,
mercado
we
de
had
emergencia.
to
Para
do some
ello
emergency
se
actions.
emitió
And for that,
un acuerdo para la importación
an
de
agreement for the
insumos para la
import
salud
of
que
medical
incluía
inputs
medicamentos,
was
por supuesto,
created.
vacunas
It
y
included
dispositivos médicos en
vaccines,
un segundo
medical
término,
devices, and
que
drugs.
consideró una amplia gama de
And for
autoridades
this,
con
many
ciertas
authorities were
referencias
approved
internacionales. En ese
as
entonces,
international
predominaba el listado
references,
de autoridades estrictas de la OMS,
especially
que
the
ahora actualmente ya corresponde
WHO
más bien a lo que es
list,
GBT y la
which is now
WLA.
GBT and
Una
WLA.
vez estabilizada la
So
situación,
once the
a finales de
situation was established
2021
or stabilized
se
by the
publicó
end of
finalmente la nueva norma
2021,
mexicana
the
de
new
buenas prácticas de
Mexican
fabricación,
standard
Estado
of good
241.
manufacturing practice
Cabe mencionar
241
que en
was
2020 se
published.
modernizó
And
también
in
el Tratado
2020,
Comercial
the free trade
México-Estados Unidos y
agreement
Canadá, mejor
between
conocido como
the
TEMEC o
Mexico,
USMCA. Y bueno, este
USMCA, Mexico, USA,
tratado incluye un
Canada,
anexo
and
específico de
the
dispositivos
US
médicos que algunos ya aludieron
was
en las presentaciones de
renegotiated. It
ayer.
included a
Y
chapter
este
on
hace
medical devices.
referencia,
You heard
bueno, lo
about
que se
that
refiere es
yesterday.
que pone
And
un
so the main
marco
idea
internacional
is
de
that
referencia para los
international
dispositivos médicos,
reference
el
framework
cual se
was
estableció
created
que
for
fuera
medical devices,
IMDRF, como una
IMDRF.
norma
That
regulatoria
was
en la
the
región.
regulatory standard
Y lo mismo
accepted in the
ocurre con
region.
otros
The
tratados como la
same
Alianza del
happened with
Pacífico
others
entre
like
Chile,
the
Colombia y Perú
Pacific Alliance between
y
Chile,
México.
Colombia, and
Y
Peru,
bueno, como saben,
and other
los tratados
agreements,
internacionales
international agreements,
son
as you know,
vinculantes.
are binding, are legally
Y por
binding.
parte del TEMEC, además,
And on behalf of the
este
USMCA,
anexo exige el
the
reconocimiento
annex
de los
demands
certificados
the
de MRISAP.
recognition of
Por eso vemos
methods,
que actualmente Canadá ha
certificates. That is why
sustituido
Canada
totalmente
has
sus
completely
GMPs por
substituted their
los externos de
GMPs
MRISAP.
for MDSAP.
Afortunadamente, la norma mexicana ya
Fortunately, the
contaba
Mexican
con la base de
standard
la norma
already
ISO
had the
13485, que es la misma
experience
que
from the previous standard,
auditorías del MISAP.
1385. They're
Sin
saying
embargo,
that
debido
rules
a,
MDSAP audits, but due
a la
to the
falta de
fact
tiempo y
that
otros
there was a lack of
compromisos que
time
ya se tenían
and some other
contraídos para el
previous
2023,
commitments,
se
in
emitió una
2023,
disposición
a
provisional.
provisional
Era un
arrangement
acuerdo
was
temporal
issued. It was a
para cumplir con los
temporary
tiempos que nos
agreement to
exigía el
meet
tratado,
with the
types of the agreement, and that's when we started to accept MDSAP as equivalences as COFEPRIS good production practices for the approval requests for medical devices. COFEPRIS and their allies, because we don't walk this path alone. COFEPRIS's work is enriched by the contributions of the regulated sector from the academia, pharmacopedia, as well as other actors that collaborate in the creation of the standards. So we continued working, taking advantage of the progress medical devices had made, and it was at the end of 2025 that we finished the current version of the standard that includes all of 1385 ISO standard. It's in agreement with MDSAP, and this is how we created a better structure of the text. We also optimized the provisions. We included a simplified text. We also made reference to the IMDRF references, and also there was a concordance that was agreed for MDSAP. And for this standard, there was also an inclusion of a regulatory guidance of the Q&A so as to avoid misinterpretation. Both tools were published in 2025 by the end of it. And even though 241 is a copy of 13485 Chapter 5 regarding the quality management system, it also makes reference to ISO 5.7, I believe was the version, I don't remember correctly. But this was an equivalence that was already handled. And this regulation is not the regulation that is in charge of reliance, but rather in 2025, several agreements were reached in Mexico for regulatory optimization. And in this context, a new draft of the reliance agreement was presented, and till now it's been materialized, and it was formalized in 12 instruments for its validation. First, good manufacturing practices certificate, and the other one, the approvals of medical devices issued by the authorities of reliance. So this is a summary of previous experiences, including the pandemic, to use that as a firm regulatory approach that is based on risk or risks. And that is why MDSAP, ISO, European certificates are now allowed, and under certain conditions, also the good manufacturing practices of national regulatory agencies, especially when it comes down to a registry request. And so that is why for foreign products, there's no longer obligation for certificates by COFEPRIS, avoiding duplication of inspections. Another agreement offers a breach review for sanitary approval when the products already have a previous approval for their trade that is valid for the members of the IMDRF member. And we are also trying to streamline processes and to improve surveillance and reduce the times. It says 30 days. Geez, we are very much aware it's not always 30 days, but that is the aspiration. As you know, is something that has to be improved based on the resources and the abilities that we gain. For those of you who do not know much about this, especially foreigners, let me explain this a bit more. The Mexican regulation, let me clarify, in Mexico, this type of instruments, we call them agreements, but it's not bilateral agreements. They're agreements because they're ministerial agreements, but of course, the mutual acknowledgement is what is desired. We would love to have bilateral agreements. However, if coordinating our own regulations is very complicated, achieving harmonization of two countries, that is a task that is extremely large, beyond the conciliation of criteria of meeting or achieving agenda meetups and the like. And that is why there are many things that could create obstacles for those good intentions. And aside from the clauses,
Well, we also need to see the local demands and the local needs. So sometimes it's the population that requires, because we're facing a pandemic or whatever, that the process has to be accelerated. That's part of why political decisions many times surpass technical application. So in this sense, we need to act in a way that might seem a little bit selfish, but it's okay also to think about ourselves. Even though commercial conditions have to be fair, there's also a need of a constant and timely supply for patients, and that's a priority for the health sector. Therefore, regardless of the trust that we could inspire in Mexican products abroad by improving our regulatory framework to reduce technical barriers to trade, we also have the commitment of facilitating availability of health products for our population as long as there's a guarantee of quality, safety, and efficacy. Yesterday, we spoke about the guidelines. So I am very grateful that you didn't throw me any tomatoes until today, because, well, fortunately, this has been published. The guideline that we had spoken about for the requirements and the creation of a dossier or a case for the abbreviated abridged pathway, it's been published. There's no tab in the website, but if you follow us in social media, you'll find us, or if you Google Guía de Dispositivos Médicos, you will find the right link for you to have access to this new information within COFEPRIS. And I say this because this is public documentation that is meant to serve the industry. It is meant to serve all of the users. But additionally to this, there are other documents that we cannot share with you, unfortunately, but we're updating all of our internal procedures. And there is a specific evaluation certificate for evaluators. We're training people so that examiners have standardized criteria and are updated in their knowledge, which I know is a concern. But little by little, we hope that we will be able to meet the deadlines as we have committed ourselves to. In this map, we see the coverage of the agreements. Obviously, IMDRF members are here. Some people might think that this is crazy to go with the IMDRF forum, but it's all about trust, right? It is important to promote harmonization benefits and keep a regulation that is risk-based, risks that are not only measured in terms of sanitary parameters, but also in terms of the representation of commercial flows and other aspects without losing sight of national sovereignty and the power of the authorities. Let's mention this as well. Since we had the MDSAP meeting in Kyoto this week, we had to report on the use of the program. So this is a summary to give an example of how reliance is applied in Mexico. Perhaps some of you, of the people who participate in MDSAP or IMDRF, already know this information, or maybe not. Maybe you just learned about the first report because COFEPRIS got acceptance to MDSAP in November 2023, and in March 2024, that's when full membership was granted. So in this chart, I'm presenting that as of January 2024, when Mexico started with this, and until May 2026, we have received around 207 submissions that are supported by MDSAP certificates, 71 in 2024, 109 in 2025, and 81 in 2026 until May. However, according to the current trends, we believe that this figure of submission requests might reach 80 more for December. I'm an economist, you know, so sometimes I need to do predictions and then I have to explain why they didn't come true, but that is the expectation. Let us hope it'll keep up. Last year, we reached more than 53% increase in the first year of application. The figures are not looking very optimistic until now, but if we consider the growth rate for the next 2 years, At least we believe that progress can be made at the rate of 14%. And due to the fact that the volume of submissions has fluctuated a lot in the last few years for several reasons, there are certain transition periods, there are certain organizational changes. Sometimes there's a de-acceleration because of certain campaigns, like last year when we did a campaign to solve all of the cases that were very slow or were still pending. So what we did is that we analyzed with monthly averages to be able to see the trends of the submissions requests from NDSAP backup. They increased from 6 requests that we got every month in 2024. They increased to 9 by 2025, and in 2026, once again, we are receiving around 7 requests backup by NDSAP certificates. To the right, you'll see the percentage of the procedures that have been supported with MDSAP, which represent of all of the approvals or the authorizations during this period from June last year until May this year. This is the 2.5% that have been backed by MDSAP from the total number of all of the authorizations that were granted for medical devices. So that's 3,000 procedures, but all of the MDSAP procedures were approved. I hope that encourages you to make use of the tool. Now, if we look at the percentage of NDSAP in comparison to the different equivalence agreements that we have, they represent a 14.2% of those lanes. And even though the total value of submissions was reduced slightly, the proportion of the program remains changeless in comparison to the previous year. The chart also illustrates the distribution of the submissions and what are the ordinary procedures, which ones come through Reliance, and the ones that are backed up by MDSAP. Now, considering the country distribution, or rather ARNs that provided a pre-approval, the behavior has not changed a lot in comparison to last year. The US is still the largest proportion, followed by Canada, and the rest, some Asian agencies, as well as little by little we see an increase of the European agencies, for instance, Belgium and the Netherlands. NDSAP last year was fully almost devoted to creating awareness of the use in the European Union, and this is something that is now beginning to bear fruits. The presence of US products in the Mexican market has extended considerably, and this trend is also reflected in the global table of producers. I'll show that in a second. But in this way, here we have the entities that prove the compliance of requirements for the quality system through MDSAP. And it's also important to say that we have received certificates from almost all of the agencies acknowledged by the program. There's only 1 or 2 that are still pending, but most of them have been materialized. This is the global participating manufacturing sites by country chart. Mexico is place 14. Mexico has remained that position with the same 91 producers. Participation obviously is concentrated in the maquila industry for exports that provide the US and other international markets. And we have not seen great interest of the new national producers or the small and middle-sized company due to the cost of the audits. NDSAP costs are still a very important barrier for those companies, considering if there's no intention to export, then what's the point of investing in that? I suggest that these audits should follow international standards that could perhaps create more trust in their own processes. And it is always good to think about exporting or expanding to other markets. At the end of the day, the benefits of reliance are very undeniable. Harmonization and convergence for the acknowledgement. For the regulators, there's less redundancy, duplicative work. It creates more trust in the amongst shareholders. In the case of COFEPRIS, perhaps it might not be too noticeable in this new implementation with MDSAP because at the end of the day, it is the same countries we already acknowledge. The US and Canada are still the largest partners. So we are only moving from the recognition of the regulatory agencies with the use of these global instruments now. But for manufacturers and for importers, lots of time and money are saved because there's no duplication of inspections. They don't have to wait for COFEPRIS's agenda to be open because we understand it takes some time. And there's also a promotion of operations at the level of the best international practices and competitiveness also increase. At the end of the day, it's a win-win for the population because they have better access to new treatment alternatives and high technologies that come in a timely manner and without neglecting the quality, efficacy, and requirements that also provide. I could end the presentation here about reliance with this image and the institutional images of COFEPRIS as a transparent and recognized authority, but in the agenda you see, I know I have more time because there were changes in the agenda. So taking advantage that I still have a little time left, let me tell you of things that were discussed yesterday, but perhaps you could have a better grasp on what was explained yesterday. COFEPRIS, as all public agencies, we frame our work in Plan Mexico, which is a long-term strategy established by the President's office. So digitalization and streamlining, simplification are considered as important actions for promoting growth in the manufacturing sector. COFEPRIS has the following: work access, regulatory update, simplification and digitalization, international harmonization, and being connected with the productive sector. Now, in terms of the harmonization and updated, aside from 241, on May 27, 137 was published for labeling. This substitutes the 2008 version. It'll be enhanced next year. It'll be enforced next year, and it extends 880 days after the date of publication, so as to be able to vote for the entrance of stock of products that cannot be relabeled. This doesn't include UDI yet, due to the fact that no conditions were met for its introduction, but it's kept in mind for future changes. 240 of surveillance that was created in 2024-25 has received public consultation. Rafael explained this yesterday, and it'll be published this year as standard 137. Standard 241, NOM 241, it's very recent. It's already been included in the quality infrastructure program to work with the equivalences with MDSAP in a more expedited manner. I don't have any more slides because, well, yesterday Rafael Hernandez, on behalf of Racopedia, also presented a very complete outlook of FEUM's presentation. And the new version, the 6.0, is going to come out soon anyway. Simplification also considers the renewal of low-risk medical devices list. Low risk is divided into low-risk products that don't require registry and the very low risk that are no longer require sanitary registry. However, they are still surveilled and under COFEPRIS control. So the previous version of 2011 is no longer applicable as the 2014 tiene
productos que ya no se
extension,
consideran insumos
and
para la salud
then
y que por ende los libera de las
the
competencias de COFEPRIS.
COFEPRIS's competitions
Como
is
ya se
no
citó
longer
también muy
applicable
bien
here
ayer
either.
por Ana
And
Riquelme,
as Ana Riquelme explained
las simplificaciones
yesterday,
técnicas basadas en Reliance además se
technical
están
reliance
implementando junto a otras
matters are
estrategias
being
administrativas para
implemented
facilitar los
along with other
trámites que
strategies
van
to
desde su
simplify
reducción,
procedures, starting
desde
from
su
the
reducción, menos
reduction
requisitos,
or the
automatizaciones,
having less requirements,
la
automations.
digitalización está también incluido en estos
Digitalization
acuerdos
is also included in the
y tiempos de
agreements,
resolución
as well as
abreviados.
the abbreviated resolution times.
Aunque la optimización es progresiva,
And
siempre
even though
está sujeta a la
optimization
mejora
is
de los recursos
progressive, it can
informáticos y de
also be
infraestructura, pero varias de
improved by
estas
better
de estas opciones ya
infrastructure
son
and resources,
efectivas. Hay,
but
por
several
ejemplo,
of those
trámites
options are
autogestivos que
effective.
ya
For
ni
instance,
siquiera
there are
alcanzan a pasar por nosotros,
self-management
sino que ustedes mismos
procedures
hacen
that
las modificaciones cuando se
we don't have
necesitan
to look after.
de
Everything
manera
is done
automática una
by
respuesta.
the user.
Alrededor
The answer
se
is given
emitieron alrededor de
automatically.
15 acuerdos de
15
simplificación
simplification
en todo el año
agreements were
pasado.
published last year.
Y bueno, ya yendo
And
para
well,
cerrar respecto a la
to
comunicación con el sector
conclude, in terms
regulado,
of communication
también
with
se
the
han
regulated
habilitado a través
sector,
de la
we have
Comisión de
also
Fomento
enabled through
Sanitario
the
medios de vinculación según
Sanitary
el tipo de
Fostering
seguimiento que
Commission,
ameritan,
according to
ya
the
sean
type of
sesiones
procedures,
técnicas,
several
seguimiento
technical
de trámites,
missions or
consultas rápidas, entre otros.
connections and or
También
rapid
sabemos que la
consultations have been
lista de
established.
espera a
We
veces
know that
es
the
larga,
wait list
pero
is long,
todos se mantienen
but
en la fila. Y todos
everybody is
en algún momento esperamos que lleguen y se atiendan.
hopefully going to get a chance.
Seguramente no se alcanza a ver desde sus lugares,
And
pero
perhaps you
estas
can't see this from your seats,
diapositivas
but
están aquí
anyway, the slides
que
will be
próximamente
shared,
estarán en español, inglés en la parte
and
de
there'll be a
documentación.
Spanish
Bueno,
and
ahí las pueden
English
buscar de
version
todas
in the
maneras.
coalition.
Casi
You will
todas
be
son
able to
públicas. Si ven
consult them.
sobre
Most
las
of
redes
them are
sociales de
public
COFEPRIS,
already.
sobre todo
If you go to the
X,
COFEPRIS's
ahí van a encontrar
X
estos
page,
enlaces.
you'll find the links.
Y bueno, como todo, aunque haya avances,
And
todo es
so,
perfectible,
as
siempre
everything
habrá
else,
oportunidad
even though
de
there's
mejora.
progress, we can
Y
perfect
de
things.
hecho,
There's always
este es
an
el compromiso,
opportunity
la
to
mejora de
improve. And
COFEPRIS, la
this is a
mejora continua.
commitment, you know, that we have here at
Se
COFEPRIS,
siguen aplicando
continuous
los procedimientos
improvement.
operativos internos
And so we are continuing
conforme a las
working
nuevas
with
disposiciones
internal standard
regulatorias
operating
y se implementan
procedures,
herramientas
and
internas para
we are
optimizar y
implemented
estandarizar los
also
criterios de
internal
revisión
tools
y
to
operación.
standardize and
Vamos a seguir
improve
armonizando
all the criteria and
progresivamente
the
las normas
parameter
técnicas
setting.
al nivel de las
We're going to
mejores
continue
prácticas
reviewing the
regulatorias.
technical
Y bueno,
guidelines
mantendremos
based on
estos
new best
esfuerzos en
practices,
optimización de
and we're
recursos.
also going to optimize
Y
our
creo que por mi
resources.
parte sería
And with
todo.
that,
Muchas
that's all.
gracias.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody, and thank you very much. I thank you, Edgardo Arena, the representative and the liaison for COFEPRIS in international affairs. We actually meet in the MDRF forums every year, and he's very active representing Mexico there. Now I'm going to introduce the head of regulatory affairs from the AMID, Adriana Flores, who will be introduced the progress, the reliance progress that we've had from the industrial perspective, and since 2010. That was the first version of the agreement, the reliance agreement and the equivalence agreement for the medical devices sector in Mexico. So please, Adriana. Good morning, everybody. And as Professor Edgardo mentioned, he gave us a whole timeline that was quite concrete and that is aligned with the publication of other standards. And what I've prepared is a quick timeline of to be able to visualize from 2010 what was the first thing that was published to open the reliance agreements to the way to the current agreement that is the one that is enforced, and that we are quite optimistic that it's going to be a huge benefit for everybody, for COFEPRIS and for the industry as a whole. So this is a timeline, and we're going to go back in time. And I want to present important points of all of these publications that come from 2010, as Anita mentioned, and up to 2025. What happened in 2010? Well, we had a change in the paradigm. We had the first framework agreement that was working as a reference, that the big umbrella that will cover all the other agreements that have occurred throughout time, because it establishes the guidelines, the requirements, the tests, and the procedures necessary for the evaluation and to make everything equivalent in our regulation. So this is like the father agreement, the main agreement. It was published on September the 3rd, and it creates the legal agreement, the legal figure for all the other agreements, the reliance agreements that could occur, for that equivalence to occur. It's really important because reliance is to show that we have quality, that we have the trust and the quality, the test and everything of the other countries and other agencies. And so the COFEPRIS is still working on that. They established the requirements to formalize all of those agreements through equivalence agreements that were published in our official gazette here in Mexico, which is the official document that we have. And why is it important? Well, because it's the first successful scheme implemented by COFEPRIS that gives us a fast track for a sanitary or a health registry. And this also helps us for the equivalence agreements or the reliance agreements that come afterwards. The first one that comes from this legal framework is the one published on October 26th, where we create the agreement to recognize the approvals offered by the United States and Canada. We introduce these abbreviated procedures and we allow these regulatory authorizations of everything that comes from these two countries that have high regulations so that we can reduce approval times. What could be highlighted here, that this is the first formal regulatory equivalence scheme for medical devices in Mexico. And from there, we go to the next one. The next one was the one with Japan. That was published on January 25th of 2012. And it's the first agreement that recognizes an Asian regulatory authority. It recognizes the assessments done by Japanese regulatory authorities and applies for moderate risk and high risk devices. This is a supplement to the previous agreements that we had with Canada and the United States. Afterwards, we had the large agreement, this main framework is modified on March 28th of 2019, and it's modified so that we can specifically include the pre-qualification program of the WHO. It increases the concept of regulatory equivalences, allows us to do receive assessments from multilateral organizations, and it updates and modernizes the equivalence framework. And this means that it is a transition of a model that is based only on national regulatory authorities, and now it incorporates international organizations. And so this was also really good for all of us. And after that, we had the equivalence agreement for health inputs. On January 28, 2020, they published this agreement recognizing the equivalence of the different requirements that are established in the regulations for health input products, as well as in all the evaluations that were done by other international reference benchmark authorities. So we include other agencies here to the ones that we had, like, for example, the European Commission, Switzerland, Australia, the TGA from Australia. We still continue with the WHO, and we also have the pre-qualification programs from the WHO, as well as those countries that are in part of the PIC program. And so here we also include a section that talks about imports of medications and goods with or without registration in Mexico because of the current situation that we had at that moment, which was a pandemic. This agreement was modified on June 22, 2021 to extend its scope in operations and to strengthen the acknowledgement of foreign regulatory authorities and to simplify all the documentary requirements. It also strengthens the concept of reliance. So these publications are the bridge between the traditional equivalence agreements, and the regulatory reliance model that we wanted to achieve at the end. After that, We had another amendment done to the previous agreement where we already talk about equivalent agreements for health-related inputs, because we modified all the dispositions that have to do with being able to import certain products. They eliminate these extraordinary import regulations that they had because of specific situations that the country could face based on safety and to provide what the health sector, the public health sector required. So we eliminate that requirement of being able to trade products without a sanitary registry. We modulate everything. We talk specifically what needs to happen during these extraordinary cases. We implement legal certainty of that, and we still keep our agreements for Health Canada, for the United States, and for Japan. We keep those agreements still enforced. The publication done on September 11th of 2024 prepares a model for the new reliance model, which is the one that we are now living in in 2025. So this new equivalence agreement published on June 11 of 2024, which eliminates the one of 2021 and 2019, actually, acknowledges the equivalence of all the regulatory requirements, procedures, and controls of the reference regulatory authorities for medications and medical devices. Here, we open this acknowledgement to other organizations and international entities, as we mentioned before, because we already recognize in this case all of the authorities that are part of the IMDRF also, as well as those that are part of MDSAP, of ISO 13485, the CE certifications, and all documents issued by the reference regulatory authorities. What are the changes, the relevant changes in this publication, previously to what we are doing today, is that it significantly extends all the evidence sources that are accepted. It reduces the duplicity of the evaluations. It facilitates access to innovative medical technologies, and it consolidates the regulatory reliance model. This change is really important because it represents a change in regulatory acknowledgement based on what had previously been created in 2010. And the last one are the current guidelines that have been enforced. These are the general guidelines for application of what is called the abbreviated regulatory pathway. Now we have that concept of abbreviated regulatory pathway. It was published on July 18 of 2025. And the main changes in this is that it established uniform rules to apply this abbreviated pathway for medications and devices. It defines document requirements and eligibility criteria, what could be used as a reference or not. It strengthens the use of reliance and prevents any regulatory duplicities. It allows us to use and leverage the assessments that have been done by reference regulatory authorities, and we have them clearly specified what are for medications, what are for medical devices, and we have the consensus right there that all of those regulatory pathways that have been approved by the reference authorities are done by the ordinary or the normal way, always as if it's done in the normal way, and it optimizes review times. These general guidelines that are enforced to date eliminate the previous document that was published in June of 2025, and it supplements the historical scheme for equivalences for medical devices. It increases the legal certainty and the predictability for the industry, and it represents a COFEPRIS's transition from a regulatory equivalence scheme to a comprehensive reliance model, which is what we want to have. And so this is the timeline that I wanted to show you. And I just want to end with a phrase that I adopted for this topic. We have to live in the present without forgetting the past, because we learn from the past, but always working together to achieve a future with a real reliance, a comprehensive reliance model. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Adriana Flores, for that presentation. And what we're going to talk about from here and for the rest of the day is the path that COFEPRIS went through, as well as the medical devices industry, regarding reliance. We used to call it the equivalence model before, but this represents 16 years of work together between the regulatory entity and the regulated parties. There have been many changes, even in concepts. At the beginning, we talked about harmonization, then we changed to another concept that was convergence, and now we're talking about reliance with this understanding between countries, respecting the sovereignty in each country, but making decisions, joint decisions. We also have the world. We know that the global model has changed. I'm sorry, we're in a regional integration model. Obviously, the pandemic changed many paradigms that was seen in many of the publications in 2020, 2021, because the most important thing then was, and I think that we did, Campai did the best effort, but COFEPRIS also did a lot of work there, because we had to have all the assets that were necessary to care for the Mexican patients. And that could be seen in the publications that were done in 2020 and 2021. And at the end, we gathered everything, we eliminated what had to be eliminated, and we published a new version that could acknowledge reliance as a figure and not the equivalence model that we had before, because that's what we had in the last 16 years. So with this, we wrap up this first part of the presentations. I think there's several questions that Sandra is telling me that are there from the panel. I don't know where I can see them. Oh, they're right here. So I'm gonna mention them. I'm looking for the most recent questions. Okay, here we go. From Juana Luisa Castillo, it says, good morning, excellent presentation. Regarding the regulatory agency that has been acknowledged from the European Union, are there products by its classification that are class 1 in their country of origin that do not require any registry or authorization, plus the only thing that the marking CE says, and conformity assessments or statements? Could these documents be equivalent to the authorization issued by the recognized regulatory authority? The new reliance agreement applies for all risk levels, and if it has a CE marking, it could be enough to apply it in Mexico. Thank you very much. For those who are seeing us here on screen, they just ratified the fact that in 16 years, we only had the equivalence agreement with the United States, Japan, and Canada. And now COFEPRIS is opening this to many countries at the IMDRF, and many are part of the European community. So I don't think there are any more questions here. We can open the floor here for our public here in person. And then we have a hand raised back there. Yes, hi, good morning, Janelli from Boston Scientific. I would like to mention the question I asked yesterday. That's really aligned with what our colleague Juana Luisa asked. How is COFEPRIS facing the challenges, or are you thinking about developing a tool to work on the different classifications that the different authorities have, that the reference authorities have? Because this is one of the main challenges that we have as an industry. You know, there's a difference in classification. And if we don't have a guideline, we always have that doubt. Oh, if I send this, are they going to accept it or not? Are you thinking about developing a tool or do some communication about it that could help us and be a guideline for us? I won't be able to answer openly because I don't have the technical backup for that, but Angelica Zelaya will be here tomorrow, and she's the coordinator of all the reliance mechanisms for medical devices. And I'm going to send her this question so that she's prepared to answer it. So we're going to keep it for tomorrow. Yes. Just remember it and ask it tomorrow. Still, but I can tell you a little bit about the experience. With the Pacific Alliance, we also opened the possibility of acknowledging those that are of lower risk. And it's been so difficult. It's been really hard to match things because in Mexico, it's more open. Yeah, it's more like open, and we can accept some of these goods. I mean, we call them devices now. We don't call them inputs or goods. You know, it was really difficult to include it in the law so that we're not talking about devices now. But there are many of these devices that for Mexico are no longer part of a regulatory framework, let's say, you know, but for some countries in Central and South America, they still require to register them and do an in-depth review. So the question would be for them, are they going to still acknowledge this or not for those devices, you know? We are going into surveillance mode little by little, as done in the main regulatory powers. Thank you very much, Edgardo. Thank you. Dinavisa, please go ahead if you can pass the microphone. I have another question if you let me ask it. It's more like a technical question regarding the guideline that was just published. It talks about accepting digital documents that have been issued by the FGSs. No, but what happens with the digital apostilles? It's not mentioned in the guideline, and the ISOs and the MDSAPs that are issued not by the authorities, but by certifying organizations, and that they issue them digitally. Are you going to be able to accept those documents also? Actually, from the original document, published on July the 18th, it already specifies that digital documents are accepted. Many of them already have the QR code that the dictaminator or the reviewer, when they receive it, the commuter, and they click on it, they directly go to the certification. So we're not even requiring an apostille when it could be validated through the regulatory agency or even through the ISO organizations, for example. We're not even requiring the apostille, not even the digital one. In those cases, you know, when we can do the direct review in the official media of the authorities. For us, that will be enough. Thank you very much. Now, I'm sorry, we go to Dinavisa. Good morning. Congratulations, Edgardo, for your presentation. We saw a lot of figures there, and that's great to see because it gives you like a general overview of what's the real situation, you know, as time went by. Congratulations on this guideline. We are well aware that that entails a lot of work, and that really helps to make all the processes more agile and faster. And also, congratulations for the reliance mechanism that you've implemented. They've been there for a long time. We didn't know that. And it's excellent, you know, to know that you had that. I have some questions, just to clarify some things. Before the MDSAP acknowledgement, were you acknowledging other certificates like the ISO 13485 or others by any certifying agency? Well, in the past, ISO was the first one that was acknowledged. Then we included the CE. And I think that the trend is that ISO is going to disappear at some point because the same auditing organizations are the ones that are assuming the role of auditors for MDSAP. So it has the backup of the 5 authorities that are full members of MDSAP, of the RAC. And so I don't know if at some point it will disappear because, I mean, if it's only a private organization, the government sometimes don't trust it. Now we have the government backup, and I think that that would be the trend to follow, but we're still far from that in Mexico. You know, we cannot just set it aside overnight because of the prices that the MDSAP still have, because they not only respond to ISO, but also respond to what each authority requires. So in that part, the ISO has some additional requirements that the agencies have to cover. So before that, it wasn't necessary for COFEPRIS to do the good manufacturing practices audits to all manufacturers that come from abroad. No, they could directly apply it through ISO. At the end of the day, it's a service that COFEPRIS offers. I mean, things that I do not understand, but sometimes it feels that they are conditioning the good manufacturing practices. Even though they come from abroad, they have the ISO, they want something else. And I say, we don't need that, but they do want it. Anyway, we know that in some countries in South America, they do recognize COFEPRIS. So I think that it's going to be easier to recognize that because others don't even issue anything. So what we have could be a backup to present their applications. But hopefully, yes. I mean, the industry, once they have one, take advantage of it, use it, use it as a fully, don't ask or don't leave the agencies working for something additional. We see that not even the US or the European Union has enough resources to cover everything. And now that we have this private resources with this hybrid thing, that's private but surveilled by the authorities, that gives us a lot of certainty. So use it. Excellent. Now you mentioned UVI when you mentioned about labeling. Do you have that implemented? And if you have it implemented, what has been your experience? Not yet. It requires like a much extensive infrastructure. I mean, it was easier to go to the agency that does that in the US because they have it fully implemented. It would all depend on the harmonization that we can implement, to talk about all the nomenclature of all the devices so that we can do it just based on one. So that's the advantage of harmonization, that we not need to invent new things. If somebody already did it, we can take advantage of that and leverage it. You mentioned a reclassification of devices, of medical devices, and you mentioned that some of them do not require health registry anymore, but you do perform additional controls on those products. It talks about surveillance. We are never going to set surveillance aside. When required, we do the inspections if necessary, but many of them are products that are already known, that have the references for the products that come directly from the lab. And so many times we don't even have to go to them. It all depends also on the use that it will have. That's when it gets a little bit complicated. It can be the same product, but if it has a different use, well, then there's a different risk. I understand that. Okay. And lastly, when you were talking about the reliance mechanism to authorize trade, you also mentioned that you had that mechanism for devices that are part of WHO pre-qualification program. Can you talk about that? The pre-qualified are included for medical devices. We have the IVDs there, the the agents, all of these, and they just mentioned the PICs right now. PICs are for medications, but here we have the radiological ones that are medications, and so they are considered medical devices. So that's why we're talking about those. I understand. Thank you very much, and congratulations once again. There's another hand raised back there. Please go ahead. Go ahead, Roberta.
Hola, buenas tardes, Roberta de Roche.
Good afternoon, Roberta from Roche, and good morning. So, I wanted to ask COFEPRIS and our colleague from AMID if you have or you're considering to include joint metrics for the approval terms, if they are implemented through reliance. For us, having the visibility of when this new technology could be available for the patients, it's really important. And I see many things that are being innovated, for regulatory aspects in COFEPRIS. So do you have any shared metrics between the public and private sector, or do you manage those separately? We'll share the answer right now. There have been initiatives, actually, through the MBRC, in the second phase of the MBRC, we saw that the industry was presenting their metrics based on their real experience. We tried to do that at COFEPRIS, but we've had some technical issues with the databases and with the reports, and little by little, right now we're implementing at least, the registries that have already been issued that are visible. There is a viewer in the COFEPRIS website. We're working in that for medical devices, and it's kind of like halfway there, but there's still a lot to capture, especially for these old ones. But transparency is occurring little by little, and in the past, well, the international area didn't really get involved when building and developing standards, and now they are inviting us they're inviting us to be part of all of them. And I realized that whenever we present the reports for international forums, they ask for figures. And so we see that we still had that lagging, we didn't have that capture. Some of them, we collect them from the samples that we have, but that's still one of the area of opportunities that we still have. Yes, we know it. Thank you. From the point of view of AMID, we do have a statistical tool. It's not for public use. It's an internal use tool with all of our members that allows us to have a visibility of approval times of the different procedures that are done. And we use that specifically when we are contacting these health authorities so that we can show them our figures and they are aligned with what they have, and so that we're all walking in the same path. So thank you very much. It's great to see that you're working on that. Thank you. I'm going to add a little bit more on representing AMID, and I've seen that from Adriana. What are those statistics helpful for? I mean, we share that with the authorities and all the pertinent other meetings, and this is to create the findings, because many times this is what has a huge impact, more than the theoretical framework, because the theoretical framework is getting updated, but sometimes we get stuck. And recently we did our exercise of technical modifications because we realized that in these findings, we saw most of the challenges that we could have in the sector. We trust that the digitalization exercise is going to have three main views of progress for our sector. First, to know transparency, to know where our files are at, our dossiers are at. Secondly, to compare the response timelines between COFEPRIS and what others have. And thirdly, to map where are the challenges and the risks, where do we have to dedicate our time on to be able to improve. So yes, I am Maria Fernanda Carvajal from GE Healthcare, and from the list of requirements that is published here in the guideline that you published yesterday, have you considered the opportunity of focusing only on some of those requirements as something that could improve approval timelines of all the registries? And that's something that we also saw that Dinavisa had. Have you considered something like that? That has already operated. What you've seen in the guideline, even though we asked for the whole dossier, within it we have operational identification number. That's what they uses, and based on the experience of the product, I mean, that's what they only analyze. They see the summary area without having to review the whole document.
However, that is something that is already operational. That's how it works. For the time being, a backup is needed. The documents are needed because, well, the original regulation comes within the internal guidance of inputs, and that has a higher hierarchy. So that's why the requirements have not been changed. However, the full dossier is needed. Not everything is checked, just a few sections. Hello, good afternoon, Claudia Navarro, Boston Scientific. First of all, thank you very much for the effort. We know it's not easy trying to harmonize things, particularly when there is a complexity of different products, different needs, and as you have mentioned, you need to consider the perspective of many parties. It's not easy. We always want more, that's the thing. And two things that you mentioned in the presentation had to do with the electronic apostilles. We know it's in the guidelines, we know it's been considered, but it's not consistent. We have received different messages in which we are requested the physical ISO in spite of the fact that the guideline says electronic is enough. Well, let me take advantage of the comments that technicians usually give us, because we are also consulted with other people, and sometimes they give us a copy of a copy of a copy, and so it's not legible. The QR is simply not readable, and the letters are not visible either. It's not legible. That is
Y
why those
lamentablemente
requirements,
también
that's
hemos
when they are made.
identificado casos de
And
documentos
we have
falsificados
also
y por
seen
eso es que mantenemos este
falsified
tipo
documents, forged
de,
documents. That is
de-
why
de
we keep
garantías, porque
those
sí, sí
guarantees
existen y hemos
because, well, they
identificado
do
y de
exist,
uno
and we
encontramos
have
otro y otro y otro y
identified
consultamos a la
several
agencia original, la
cases,
agencia original también
and then we
empieza a
go
identificar
and
a
ask
partir
the
de esa
original
traza nuevos productos. Por
agency,
eso
and they
es
cannot even
que,
identify
aunque hay
what it's claimed
confianza,
to be
también
theirs.
tenemos
So
que
even
actuar
though
de
there's
manera responsable.
trust, we have all to be
Muchísimas gracias.
responsible. Thank you.
Perdón,
Thank you very
la
much.
segunda parte de la pregunta
Now, the
es
second
en
part of the
cuanto
question
a
is
los expedientes, porque
regarding the
hiciste
files,
referencia que
because,
se
well, you made
incluyera
reference to the
un
fact
resumen
that
ejecutivo
an
del expediente,
executive
pero eso es como muy
summary
amplio,
on
¿no? Entonces
abstract
creo que sí
should be
sería
included,
importante
but
tener
that's
como un
very broad.
checklist de
So a checklist would
exactamente
be
en
a
dónde
good
ustedes se van a
idea to
enfocar
know
para la
exactly
revisión,
what
para
are you
nosotros
going to look
asegurarnos
into
que
for the
estamos
review
incluyendo esa
so that
información en
we
los
make certain that
expedientes
we are
y que
including that
pues les
information in
facilite a
the
ustedes la revisión y
files.
también para
And
nosotros
so
que se
it's
acelere.
easier for
Y
you and for
finalmente,
us.
¿cuándo
And
vamos
at
a
the end
dejar
of
de
the day,
usar
when are we
expedientes
going
en
to stop
papel? Porque la
using the
verdad es
paper
que es muy
files?
oneroso
Because
para todos,
it's
¿no? Tener
difficult for everyone,
que
very
hacer, seguir
expensive
usando
to
expedientes
keep
en
on
papel
using a
pues
paper
el impacto
trail
ambiental y todo eso,
and
¿no?
the
Entonces
environmental
estamos
damage
a la
and
espera
everything.
y
So
a la
we're
disposición,
looking
obviamente, de
forward to the
ayudarles
day,
a
and the
continuar
industry is
agilizando este
willing
proceso. Gracias.
to help you
Sí, muchas
leave
gracias.
that
Recibimos con
behind.
gusto estos
Thank
comentarios
you.
porque
We
siempre
receive
buscamos
your
la mejora.
comments because we're always
Lo
looking
voy a
for
transmitir, quizás
improvement.
podamos
I will
buscar una
talk to my
manera de hacer una
superiors.
versión
Perhaps we
pública
could
de
find
los
a
documentos
public
internos,
version of internal
incluso de las
documents
cédulas.
of procedures of the
Voy a
certificates or
solicitar idea
cedulas. I will suggest
y
that
sí, muchas gracias.
thank you. Thank you very much for the
Douglas
comments.
levantó la mano, luego Renata y luego
Douglas
Camila.
has raised a
Entonces,
hand,
Fernando,
then
¿puedes poner tú y
Renata.
Camila?
Douglas,
Por favor.
raise your hand so that people can see you.
Hola, buenos días
Hello,
todavía.
good morning. It's still
Ahora tienen una hora
morning.
diferente y yo no sé cómo
The
fue.
computers have a different
Douglas
hour.
Rodríguez, Roche,
Douglas Rodriguez from
bueno, en
Russia.
primer lugar,
First
excelente
of all,
ver el
it's so good
viaje que ha tenido
to
Cofepris y cómo han puesto
learn about
intención y
Cofepris's
trabajo en el
journey and how
ejercicio.
your
Yo voy
intention
a hacer
has
una
been
pregunta
behind all
volviendo un
of your
poquito a la
actions.
operatividad de la
So let's
agencia.
speak about the operational side
¿Existe
of
algún
things, if we may.
mecanismo que
Is
tenga
there a
implementado ustedes a
mechanism
nivel de la
that you have
Cofepris
implemented within
para
Cofepris
identificar a
to
medida que van generando la
identify
experiencia en el
the
uso de
more
estos
you
mecanismos
become experienced in the
para
use of the
identificar puntos de
mechanisms,
mejora
the
en el
more
proceso?
you
A
need
medida
to
que lo van
identify
avanzando, de manera que los
those
evaluadores
opportunities
puedan
for
ir
improvement so
optimizando y
that
ganando
the
agilidad a medida que va
evaluators can
avanzando la marcha.
become
Y si existe,
more experienced. And if there
¿qué
is
tipo de
that,
datos puede aportar la
what sort of
industria
information
para
can the industry give you
contribuir a la mejora
so
de
that
esa
we can
experiencia y
help
de ese
you
análisis que se llevó a
with
cabo,
the
¿no?
analysis,
Adicional a
with
los
the
datos que ya
experience
mencionó
you
Ana y que
are living,
mencionó
aside from
durante
what
la
Anna
presentación
and
Amir?
Sí,
Amir
al
has also
final todo viene de la
explained in the
experiencia de estarlo
presentation.
aplicando
It
día a
all
día,
comes
entonces
from the
los
experience of
evaluadores son los que van
daily
obteniendo
reviews.
estos
The
detalles.
evaluators are the
Recientemente
ones who
hemos,
learn on the
ya
go.
tenemos mucho
And not
tiempo
long ago,
con
because we
FDA,
have
que nos
been
agarramos de la
working
mano y
with
nos damos
FDA for a
sesiones
long
técnicas
time.
para,
We have
para
plenty
mejorar
of
nuestros
technical
procesos.
sessions for the
Hace poco
improvement
ya
of
tuvimos
both
una
our
sesión para
processes.
KPIs, sin embargo se enfocó en
We
medicamentos,
had
pero
a
estamos
session with
planeando
KPS not long ago. It
hacer un
was for meds,
intercambio
but
para
we are
todos
also
los
planning
medicamentos
to do a
expuestos.
meeting for medical devices because
Tendremos
obviously
que
it is
ponerlo en
important
práctica.
and
Hasta ahora
it
vemos
has to be
en
in the
FDA tenemos unos
writing.
recursos avanzadísimos.
FDA has very advanced
Que
resources,
como
we
ya decían,
know.
también las limitaciones
And sometimes
técnicas y la
the
infraestructura
technical
informática todavía
limitations, the
no es
technological
muy
computing
sólida,
power is
pero
not
bueno,
perhaps
esperamos en
all
algún momento
solid,
tener
but hopefully at some point
una
we will
herramienta similar a la
have
de
a
FDA o
similar
por lo menos
tool to
empezar con
that of
Excel,
the
lo que sea que nos
FDA,
vaya indicando
or at least
en estos tiempos.
spreadsheets,
Sí,
right?
pero
To
ya estamos
start with
trabajando
the
en esto
measurement of
pidiendo
those
su
things.
apoyo a la FDA
We're
para
working on that. We're
esta
asking
implementación.
from FDA support
Muchas
for that
gracias. Renata,
implementation.
¿no?
Thank you very
Carmina,
much.
por favor.
Renata, Carmina, and then over here.
Hola, Carmina Arevalo Abbott.
Hello, Carmina
A lo
Arevalo
mejor
from
tampoco
Abbott.
es tuya la pregunta, la
Maybe
respuesta
this
esta
is
vez
not
es del área
for you
técnica,
to
pero
answer.
¿tienen
Maybe it's too
planeado en
technical,
Cofepris
but have you planned
en su momento las
Cofepris?
modificaciones
Because
administrativas sean
sometimes
inmediatas, como
managerial
cambio
implementations were
de
very
titular o
immediate,
de fabricante
like
legal?
when there was
Y
a
esto ha pasado
change of
nuevamente a
producer
evaluación
or a head
head of office. But now with the evaluations take 5 months for the changes. Are you planning for immediate approvals to come back? And I give that example because many of us from the industry were transnational companies that have spin-offs. And many times the names change. And those changes mean that we have to wait for 150 registries portfolio to be approved for a commercial operation to start. I don't have knowledge about that, but do save those questions for tomorrow. Tomorrow we have the technicians coming in. We'll be around. We have that in the radar. We'll suggest that, but do ask tomorrow, I would recommend. The person in red, could you please give them a microphone?
Buenos días, mi nombre es
Hello,
Nelly
good
Rodríguez.
morning. Nelly Rodriguez from
Y
Philips.
aprovechando este canal
Taking
de apertura y
advantage
de
of your
comunicación, me gustaría
openness and this
¿tiene
channel, I would like to
contemplado
ask you, have you thought
emitir alguna
of
guía donde
issuing a
incluya
guideline
los
in which you
requisitos
include
acerca de
the
inteligencia
requirements
artificial
for
para el ciclo de
AI
software?
for
Si
the
bien
type of
tenemos
software
una
that is
guía que ya
needed?
se
Because
emitió
we
hace
do have a
varios años,
guideline, it's several
derivado
years
de
old,
las solicitudes que hemos estado haciendo,
and
todavía
it came from our
nos
requests,
parece que hay
but
requisitos
it's still
faltantes que nos están
insufficient. There are
requiriendo.
things that have not
Entonces,
been
la
covered by
solicitud muy
that.
amable
So
sería saber si hay
my kind request
una
is
expectativa, una
there
fecha
an
estimada para
expectation, an
poder
estimated
obtener una
date
guía
for
más completa de
you
cómo
to give us a more
deberíamos de
complete guideline
someter
of
los
how
software, sobre
to
todo para aquellos
submit
softwares
our
como
software,
dispositivos médicos y
especially
aquellos
for
que están
medical
relacionados a
devices,
inteligencia
softwares, and
artificial?
those that have to do with
Sí, en ese
artificial
sentido todavía
intelligence?
estamos en
Well, in
pañales,
that
diría yo.
sense, we are still in
Hay
diapers, I would
mucha
say.
participación del personal
There
técnico
is a lot of
con las
participation of the
capacitaciones que están
technical
armando, sobre todo a
staff in the
través de Brasil,
trainings that are happening through
de los
Brazil's
latinoamericanos, que
help.
está como
In
más avanzado,
Latin
pero sí,
America, they
nosotros
are the ones
software
that are
que
leading the
incluimos
way.
ahora en la última versión
Software for us in
de la
our
FEUM,
last version of
dispositivos ya
FEUM
empiezan a
for
ver sus
devices, we
luces
did
en las
include
normas
that.
técnicas,
It is beginning to
pero
appear in
sí,
technical
todavía
standards,
nos
but
estamos
yes,
empezando a
I
empapar en
agree.
los
We're
foros
barely beginning
internacionales de las
to
experiencias.
learn in the
Afortunadamente, por
international
ejemplo,
fora from the
INRF también ya
experiences.
tiene unos años que
IMDRF
empezó
already has been
crecientemente a
working
tocar temas,
for
porque
some
esos temas
years
de
to
interés son
speak
muy para
about that
todo el
because
mundo.
this is something everybody
Entonces,
cares
bueno,
about nowadays.
estamos caminando también
So we are walking that path,
Bueno,
we're
y
moving in that
aprovechando,
direction.
también
Now,
recientemente en una guía se habló
recently in a
de
guideline, you also
modificaciones
spoke about
para software que no
changes
es
of
necesariamente como
software
dispositivo
that
médico
is not for
y
medical
también
devices
estamos
per
obligados
se,
ahora a
and
hacer
that
una
we're also
modificación al
obliged
registro.
to
Sin embargo,
change the
también
registry when that changes.
hacer
However,
partícipe a la autoridad de la
the
importancia del
authorities
avance
should be
tan
aware
grande y
of how
sobre todo tan rápido que va
important and
teniendo la
how
tecnología y que
quickly
esto es
technology
necesario buscar
changes. And
una
therefore,
solución
it is
para poder
important to
dar
find a
respuesta a cómo
solution so
seguir
as to be able to
distribuyendo
respond,
y
to
haciendo
keep
llegar
on
la tecnología a los
distributing and
pacientes, ¿no?
helping
Sobre todo ahora también
technology
para
reach
modificaciones para
patients,
software que
especially with the
no es
software
software como
modifications
dispositivo médico.
requirements, because it is not
sí,
software, it's a
ahí,
medical
bueno, las
device, it's a
discusiones que
different
se
thing.
hacen en torno a las
Well, the
normas,
discussions around the
ahí
standards
se nota
nowadays,
o sea, que
well,
aunque se
you
hacen
hear
las
that, you see
normas,
that
tenemos
even
que
though the
pensar como a
standards are
otro ritmo,
created, we
porque
need to
finalmente siempre
think
la
at a
tecnología
different pace because
demasiado rápida. En
technology
el
is
software
always
pasa
way
de una
too quick
versión de
for
una
us.
semana a la otra, puede ser
Softwares
una innovación y
change
se agrega de
versions
inmediato.
every
Para el caso
week.
de
For
la
the
norma
case
de la
of the
137 de etiquetado, también se
137
pensó eso, de
standard
qué hacemos
for
si
the
hay que estar
labeling,
actualizando y
that's what we
actualizando la
thought.
versión.
What
A
if
veces,
they
pues
need to
sí, en
keep
la misma semana puedes llegar a tener dos
updating
versiones.
the version sometimes
¿De qué
twice a
manera
week?
no afectar
How can we keep up? How do we not
a la empresa
affect
con
the
ese tipo de
company
registros, ese tipo de
with that sort of
modificaciones que a veces ni
registry
siquiera son
and modifications?
significativas
Sometimes they are not
en el ámbito
significant
de la salud, pero bueno, son
for the whole
mejoras
purpose.
técnicas. Sí,
It's just technical
estamos
improvement.
conscientes, pero siempre el ritmo es demasiado rápido para
And we know that we are outpaced.
Gracias.
Adelante de
Thank
este lado,
you.
Emanuel, por favor.
Emmanuel, please.
Emanuel Franco de Medtronic.
Emmanuel
Primero que nada, me
Franco
gustaría
from Medtronic.
reconocer todo
First
el
of all,
esfuerzo
I
que
would
está
like to
tomando la
acknowledge
autoridad. Creo
the
que
work
siempre
the
es
authorities are
importante para
doing. It is
seguir
always
respondiendo a esas
important for us
necesidades
to
que
keep on
tiene
responding to
la
the need
industria. Mi
the
pregunta
industry
está
has.
basada en
My
dos
question
vertientes
is based on
y
two
está
things.
fundamentada en lo que mencionabas de
And it's based
capacidades.
on what you mentioned about
Y quisiera como
capabilities.
recapitular, ¿no?
I would
Porque
like
en
to
el sector de
recap
dispositivos
because
médicos
in
es
the medical
súper
devices
dinámico
sector,
en
it
cuanto
is
a la
very
tecnología que
dynamic
se va
in terms of
generando.
the technology that is
Pero luego vienen
created,
otros elementos
but then there
como
are some
regulación
other
de Europa,
elements such as the
que marca,
European
de acuerdo a nuestros
regulation
requisitos,
that
un volumen
according to our
alto de
requirements
modificaciones, ¿no?
requires a high
Y vienen
volume of
más elementos
changes. And then
propios de
there
la
are other
industria que ya
some
mencionaban mis
elements of the
compañeros, como
industry, as my
cuestiones
colleagues
de
have
derechos o
mentioned,
algunos
like
cambios
rights
específicos.
uh,
Entonces, en
or
ese
specific
contexto,
changes.
la COFEPRIS ha
So,
analizado qué
COFEPRIS,
otras
have you
capacidades
analyzed what
necesita
other
trabajar y cómo la
capabilities do you
industria
need
o
to
este
develop,
foro
and how
puede
could the
apoyar
industry or
para
this
más
forum platform help you beyond to what you've said of throwing tomatoes. No, it's not about that. It's about working together to get predictability in the issuance of approvals for the industry, and at the end of the day, that we can help patients in a more direct way and with technologies that perhaps are not obsolete after they are approved. So the question is, in the sense, the capabilities, how you have identified them? Is there an additional capability that in this forum could be assessed so that with COFEPRIS we can see how to better collaborate with the industry? Have you identified that? That's my first question. Well, improvement is a progressive process. And this type of meetings are helping us see the way. When we participate with MDSAP, for instance, has meetings, this sort of discussions take 80% of everything that is discussed. And that is because authorities do not have enough knowledge of the product, of how it's being developed. The industry states what's coming up next and how those things should be assessed. Because you know your product, you're teaching us. This type of discussions is what is actually building the joint work. And so you teach us, and we can, what is possible, what is not. For the alignment of criteria of the evaluators, that's something that you're working with in training. That's something that should never be neglected. And then speaking about the experience of the abbreviation models, is there a specific model that you could share with us? Oh, this is working well, this is not working. Obviously, the regulated sector has to improve on this and that. So that we could have resolutions that are according to your guidelines. Once again, I hope tomorrow you'll be able to listen to the evaluators, because they are the ones who receive the documents, the ones who have questions. So all of those answers will be better answered tomorrow. And it's not that I'm trying to dodge the questions. I think they'll be better answered tomorrow. There's another question up front.
Bueno, solamente para apoyar lo que mencionaba Edgardo recién.
Just to support what Edgardo has just said, the evaluator is the one who knows all of the situations when there are discrepancies, questions, the type of things they find that can make a dossier be dragged for longer than necessary. I'm in charge of a direction office. However, it's only 7 people who do the daily documentary review, and every single day we have to devote 1 or 2 hours to speak about those questions. Because for a medical device to be assessed, each case is very different, even though they are the same device. The only difference is that they are produced by a different company, or there's a different use. Everything is different. So these daily meetings help us a lot. It is a time that we have to invest so that we have to be in the know. And yes, that is our documentary review, but it's important for us to move forward. Edgardo has spoken about the cases of forgeries, fake documents, or documents that Xerox companies, copies that are no longer legible. That happens a lot. And it happened when we moved into digitalization of dossiers, because, well, there are scanned documents, and then when they lose a lot of quality, they're pixelated, they're not legible. Or perhaps the problem is that the dates of the apostilles don't match, the seals dates don't match to what the story should be. That is why sometimes we need to ask the companies to present the physical papers, because the digital versions are not good enough. That is why we need to see the documents with our own eyes. Obviously, before that, we ask a new scan, and if the new scan is not legible enough, then we do, as a last resort, we ask to see the physical document. And we should also say that for the reliance mechanism and to expedite the processes, many things have to be the company's responsibility. In our case, for a medical device class 1 that has a registry in an automated process, everything is the responsibility of the company. The company has to present a sworn declaration in which they speak about the company and the device, and they declare under oath that those are original documents that are still valid, they are current. This is something that is signed by the legal representative and the technical representative of the company. So it's the responsibility of the company nowadays for automated processes, so the optimizations work well, so that we can do the high risk assessment first and not the very low risk. And that is why post-market surveillance has to be stronger. I just wanted to let you know about that so that you can keep that in the radar. And perhaps tomorrow we'll speak more about that matter. Thank you. Well, as you have seen, the experience of two regulating entities is quite rich. We are listening to, as an industry, the expectations they have from us, their experiences from daily work, the news that the documents were forged or they couldn't be scanned. This is something COFEPRIS has already told us, something that we have also discussed with our partners, and that is part of good documentary practices. The creation of guidelines can help us get to know an ideal checklist of how the documents have to be received and help with that as well. And the better this is done, the easier it is for the authorities, because in medical devices, there are 2,500 economic units with at least one sanitary registry. AMID is 50 multinational companies, and we create a lot of volume, but there are still 2,500 other units COFEPRIS has to look after, and everybody have to make a line on the same queue for a final determination. There are no questions on Zoom. Are there any final questions here in the room? We have two. Please pass the microphone around.
Sure. Edgardo, thank you so much for your generous time spending with us. And thank you so much specifically for highlighting the publication of NOM 137 about labeling. And also to our colleague Allison, who asked a question about labeling and electronic labeling. I want to piggyback on that and see if COFEPRIS is considering a new publication in the future about EIFU, or electronic instructions for use, while as a sole form of IFU in lieu of paper IFU, with the model of requiring paper on request at no additional cost, in an effort to align with other regulatory trends and other international models that we are seeing, such as the recently amended EU regulation.
Sí, ya está en mente.
Yes, we're thinking about that. Gradually, we will be approaching those mechanisms. I am not going to promise any dates, even though yesterday we didn't do so badly because it was July and we did it on time. And it's not only something that is up to us, it depends on many other actors that are involved, so that's why I cannot state. But that is the goal. We want to gradually harmonize ourselves with and converge with other regions. So it's coming. Thank you. Another hand was raised over there, María de Jesús.
Buenas tardes, María Jesús Valdés de la
María Jesús Valdés from ICU Medical. So my question is for you. How have you talked to the evaluators about this idea that you need to adopt reliance and you don't have to feel that it's an imposition because it's something, how are the evaluators taking all the changes? Well, we don't feel this is an imposition at all. This is our work at the end of the day, a work that has to be done. Whether you demand things from us, that's what we do for a living. So within the mechanisms that are operating internally, we have the training system for the evaluators, and at the end, they won't be operating. I mean, the same staff won't specialize anymore in a type of product, but rather, little by little, there'll be a turnover in which everyone will be able to see all types of products, so it is not person dependent, but procedure dependent. The guidelines will have to be standardized in terms of the criteria. This is what we're doing with it, and this is the way in which we'll operate. I have hopes that the differences between one submission and another won't be so problematic, because sometimes even the same company presents two completely different submissions, but hopefully this time around it'll work well. There's another hand raised over there.
No, creo que ya no, y son 12:24, creo que
it's 12:24, so we can conclude the first part of the day. We will have lunch now. We will be back for the second part of this journey of COFEPRIS towards reliance, and let's give our presenters a hand.
Y muchas gracias a todos.
Thank you, everyone. My apologies for my technical background. Thank you.
Pues ahora sí que ya estamos todos de camino al lunch.
So lunch will be served now. We'll have 1 hour and a half for our lunch break. We'll be back at 2 p.m. Mexico City time. Thank you, everyone.
Buenas tardes. Los invito a pasar a sus lugares para que demos inicio a la sección vespertina de nuestra reunión del día de hoy. Muchas gracias. Y ahora invito a Ana Riquelme nuevamente para que nos ayude con la moderación de la continuación de los temas de Reliance para México. Muy amables, gracias.
Thank you. We're going to begin with our presentations for the Reliance topics for Mexico. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Hopefully you had a good lunch. And as Sandra was mentioning, we're going to continue with the Reliance journey by COFEPRIS. And for that, I will introduce Nayeli Contreras, who is the second sub-coordinator of the coordination area of the AMID. We place all these names and then I don't remember the names, but I ask you for a big round of applause for her. So good afternoon, everybody. And I am going to talk about a very interesting part that talks about case studies of the different experiences in the industry regarding these equivalence agreements that we had. We're going to mainly focus on those related to FDA, Health Canada, and Japan equivalences. And then we're going to go into the MBRF part, but specifically talking about this part of the agreements that started since 2010, we've had a lot of experience in Mexico with this type of agreements. I know that the industry, together with COFEPRIS, has evolved regarding the interpretation and how we are presenting suggestions for equivalence or sameness of different documents. And so in this part, we've included many of the inputs that we received from the companies that are part of the AMID, and hopefully this is useful for everybody. We actually are not expecting this to be like a complaints type of session, but more like analyzing things more objectively. And it's good preparation also for the sessions that we're going to have tomorrow with the authorities. And hopefully, based on what we're seeing today and the surprise that we had yesterday when they issued the new equivalence guides and with the IMDRF and the guidelines of that, I think that it came out in the right time at the right moment. Now that we're taking on this meeting with the Inter-American Coalition, with the announcement that we had from the COFEPRIS, because having this feedback with between the authorities and the regulated industry is always really good. I think that definitely this is something that has worked. It's been working very well for the FDA, Health Canada, and Japan equivalence agreements that we have. So this is just a chart which we obtained from the information that we have in AMID, and we were basically focusing on the part here of the preferred equivalence pathway that those companies that belong to the AMID prefer. We clearly see that the main preference or the clearer one is through the FDA. We have 65% of that. And I mean, we were just seeing that the figures of companies, they were saying that they have around 58%, but yeah, this is what we have. And for Health Canada, we are around 33% of using the equivalence pathway from AMID companies through Health Canada. And this, if we compare it to the figures that COFEPRIS had, I think that their figures were 35%. And for Japan, we have 2%. They were reporting back 1% because it's also disaggregated. They're adding the IMDRF part, but specifically, this is one of the pathways that is normally less frequented by the regulated industry because it has a lot of specific complexities, not only because of the language, but also because of the understanding of the requirement per se. And I think that something that the regulatory areas of the companies do very well is that in addition to guide our organizations and tell them how we can evolve or develop regulatory strategies so that we can very quickly be in the market and reach our clients. Another important aspect is that whenever we talk about equivalence agreements, we become in the translators of the requirements for our companies so that we can get the required information and we can fill out a dossier that fully complies with what the authority is asking for. I believe that the FDA as an industry has left us a lot of learnings, and the most relevant thing, something that we also consider within the institutions, is that it's important for us to evolve together with the global regulations or international regulations. Many times, especially when we talk about equivalence agreements, we've identified that we are actually coming short, based on the requirements or the documents that are still evolving globally. So that's part of the learnings. And without any doubt, this type of things are the things where we talk a lot about with the government about, when we have technical appointments or meetings, when we have this openness and we can have this type of inputs, because we know that it's important to speak the same language. Now, specifically for these three agreements, we've collected some and gathered some information that are mainly advantages, which we consider are really important. And one of them is that this type of agreements provide trust and confidence in the organizations provided by other authorized regulators and also brings a lot of confidence in our products. If at an industry level we define that we want to follow through with an equivalence agreement for the product, we know that we trust in the product, but that same trust and confidence is being transferred and needs to be communicated to the authorities because the authorities are the ones granting this type of acknowledgments, and the expectation is that it's always acknowledged. Another advantage is that it also helps us to reduce the amount of technical requirements. And this is important because amongst the several things that we do at AMID, we collect feedback from all of our associates, all of our members at the beginning. And I'm talking about the beginning because this agreement's been enforced for 16 years now. But at the beginning, we had the possibility of providing technical summaries based on what was present in the regulations to date. And we normally had good efficiency in the rulings, but as well as in the preparation and gathering of all the information that was necessary. So I think that the experience is the one that is good. You know, we coincide and we agree that people come, people go, the criteria is updated or not updated, everything changes. But we believe that it's convenient to mention that throughout the first years of these type of agreements, the processes were analyzing all the technical requirements, that they were standardized and that they presented their summaries, and that worked. Another point is that the regulatory pathway is potentially faster and more agile. And maybe I'm talking about a lot about the before and after in this comparison, but I'm doing so because many of us, and there are many colleagues here present, and many are connected also, who went through getting the answers of the authorities, and that was based on the equivalence agreements that we had with the FDA, Canada, and Japan, and where the timelines were shorter. The next point is that it also favors faster access to innovative medical technologies in the country. Without any doubt, this is really important, also not only for the first equivalence agreements, the ones that we had in Mexico, but it's also a huge opportunity for the IMDRF. When we talk about the Plan Mexico, the Mexico Plan topics, you know, when as a regulated industry are very well aligned with all the authorities in Mexico, where it's important to bring technologies into the country that are avant-garde technologies that are necessary, and for the medical sector or the health sector in Mexico require it. We have this type of agreements that are really important tools that need to be updated and considered like a life document, and don't do this very efficiently. So we do believe that these type of agreements are a huge tool because of that, are a great tool because of that. It also improves regulatory efficiency and the use of resources. We included here that of the authorities, but also of the industry. And we talk about the authorities because in the first point I mentioned this, you know, this allows us to provide this trust and this trust between regulators. When we talk about this trust between regulators, it means that we can have the best approach regarding resources, knowing that there was a previous review from regulators who have very strict regulations. And so I believe that that way we can maximize and do more, maybe with tighter resources. But also, how can we maximize that trust with something that somebody in another country, in the United States, Japan, or Canada already analyzed? And it also favors the regulatory harmonization internationally. I believe that these type of meetings, like the one where we're at today, is definitely focused on how can we go towards harmonization, reliance, not only regionally speaking, as Ana was saying, but I mean, we're going to global harmonization to something that's more locally focused, you know, but we do consider that the reliance and harmonization tool is without any doubt a great tool for regulators and for the industry, and the end benefit will be for the population and for its health and the health of our patients. As part of the opportunities, even though, I mean, those who are here and those who are connected might identify more than the ones that I've presented here, we included these just to divide them in 5 points. One of them is the standardization of evaluation criteria to prevent preventions, which means to have clear requirements and continuous technical training. And when we talk about continuous technical training, we're not only referring to the training that as a company or as an industry we are receiving, because we are quite open, and something that I love to see when there's this openness and the training from the regulators is that the industry is normally very interested in assisting to those attending those courses, but we also talk about training towards the regulators. You know, we were just seeing, and our COFEPRIS colleague was talking about this morning. What we're seeing is that the authorities are also trying to not become just specialists in one pathway or one procedure. They want to have people, and we all want to have people that are experts in many of the different regulatory processes. This means that it is really important, and the regulator should also have this openness and dialogue with the industry, because at the end of the day, the industry also has a lot of experience in this topic regarding equivalence agreements. But it also means that they can have another collaboration between regulators. It's important to say that all the stakeholders that participate in the regulatory system in Mexico receive continuous training regarding what is this requirement, what is referring to, what variations can exist, etc., because that means that we might have other additional information requested or things that we can prepare beforehand to get faster to the patients. You know, the processes that normally could take longer, or the process that we're mapping, can be reduced by half. And that makes a huge difference. And I'm not only talking about for the industry, but for the patients, because we could all become patients at any given time. And the other point is the clarity of the resources. It's emphasizing a lot, and as part of the inputs that we received within the association and in the conversations that we had with our colleagues, we saw that there are some points that sometimes are more just the process of it, and not the information of it. And so having more clarity and more defined on what is a requirement per se, then that way we could prevent any type of additional request for information, or even a request for a technical appointment, because what we're trying to make sure that we can clarify this for both parties. Another point that also shows is the timeline for regulatory compliance. We know that by law, they've already defined the timeline required for any process, but in Mexico, we definitely say, we talk about the legal timeline versus the real timeline. You know, it's always a different timeline. And I think that's something that's really important here is what would we need to do, not only from the regulator perspective, but also working together, because the benefit is once we work together, because then together we can have a clearer timeline. This is really important. Acknowledgement of international documents. As part of the questions that were asked this morning, they were asking about the recognition of digital apostilles. You know that many regulators around the world recognize them, and there's no further issues about that. But maybe having more clarity in the requirements would be better. You know, what we would have to deliver or give the authorities so that we can prevent any type of additional requests for information. Another point, something else that we could observe in this case was clearly related to, or specifically for the FDA and Health Canada, was regarding the ISO 17071. We know what the equivalent is. The industry includes the equivalent, but in the prevention, they ask you the ISO 17021. And that's a clear requirement for everybody, you know, and that evolved into the MDSAP. When we talk about medical devices, some for the FDA, they're exempt. And in the FDA website, it says it's exempt medical device. When we present this to the authorities, they come back and say, I need the FDA approval. And so I think that these are just a couple of examples that we believe from the regulated industry are the things that we can work on. These would be quick wins for both parties. And that's the level of clarity that we are referring to. You know, when we talk about recognition of international documents, it's not a document created by a company. It's a document that appears in a website of a recognized authority. I'll talk about continuous regulatory training, and I'm going to talk about that very much because here I'm talking about both parties, the regulators and the regulated. I remember an event at the beginning when we published the FDA agreement here in Mexico. When that agreement was published, it was something really new for the whole industry. And there was a lot of openness from the GOFEPRIS as well as from the industry, but there was also a huge opportunity where both the industry and the regulators brought experts in equivalence agreements from the FDA so that we were clear about the requirements. So that type of exercises are really important because when we have a requirement or when we have a new regulation, what's going to prevail without any doubt are doubts always. How to interpret things. Is this the right document? Is the authority supporting it? Or what would you need to accept it? I think that training opens the dialogue. And when we have these type of challenges as, I don't know, establishing reliance strategies or acknowledgement strategies in all the countries, I believe that training would be the most important thing to open this dialogue. And lastly, but also very important in this slide only, because lastly in this slide, because I'm sure that my colleagues in the industry will have other points to talk about, but the topic about accelerating the availability of innovative technologies and to have them within the reach of physicians and patients and the market is really the most important thing. You know, talking about the Mexico plan, they talk a lot about the innovation they believe that, or they want to bring into the country, how to eliminate barriers so that we can get faster and further away with these devices. Not only talking about patients that are in larger cities or in Mexico City, but reach patients that are in very remote locations. You know, this type of agreements like the one with the FDA, Health Canada, and Japan are something that could help us with this. And then here we reviewed the cases of those that were shared in the last survey from our partners from AMID. And with this, I'm going to talk about the before and the after. Case A, well, we're talking about all the pathways for FDA, Health Canada, and Japan, and how it happened during the first years, what we were doing back then. And the regulatory requirements were highly aligned with that was established in the equivalence agreements, and that way we facilitated its application. What does that mean? When we talk about a 510K, a PMA, or a waiver of regulatory approval, we were clear on what we were talking about, what we were referring to. You would just get into the FDA's website, the information is clear, is available there, and that way the authority would work on that without having any more issues regarding the approvals the regulators were already granting. I mentioned once again the ISO 17021, the third-party approvals or authorizations who issued this type of ISOs, and were easy to find also that you could download them. They were part of the regulatory processes. You included them as part of it, and there were no further issues. What is happening, and that's something normal because the only constant thing is change, just as we change, regulations globally change. And these type of documents were replaced by new regulations with MDSAP, with new standards, MDSAP with the IER, the ISO 485, 13485. But at the specific point, our regulation in Mexico had like a backlog based on these updates. Today we know that we have equivalence. The authority has communicated it. And I think that it's excellent, you know, to continue doing this type of exercises to provide feedback, because that type of clarifications that come from the authorities also come from this type of inputs that the industry provide. So before, and I'm going to talk about before the first years, these type of clarifications were not necessary. It was something that was already homologated, that, I mean, if it's the first time that you're taking an equivalence agreement, it was very easy to get the explanation. You just downloaded what was necessary, you uploaded the requirements, and you gave the necessary shape to the documents that were presented, but it was really, really simple. You know, we talked about these aspects, and there were preventions, and maybe the preventions were only, if we talk about preventions and what we were talking about, I think that the language was the same. There were no differences. Even though the languages presented were extensive, there was an understanding from the regulated authority about the documentation presented and the technical document. What does I mean? What do I mean with that? Well, the regulatory dossier today is formed by the legal area, which is a requirement, but we also have a technical area, a part of the product that is quite relevant. And many of the questions come from that. So we presented that. If we talk about a performance report, the authorities were really clear about what we were talking about, what was the information that the document would include, and there will be no more further questions. Now, today we have many questions regarding a document like a conformity certificate, which was widely recognized by the authorities. Today, it's not that much, you know, there might be some preventions regarding that aspect. So today, from the regulated industry, maybe a lot, or what the perception is that since they don't have this clarity and this understanding of the technical points of the file, then you might think, okay, I will present even, I don't know, the birth certificate of the engineer who assembled the device to all of this documentation. And this is in function of what we need. That's why we're doing this through equivalence agreements. But we also need to prevent any of these preventions. So maybe if we presented and we thought a summary, well, maybe don't present a summary, because maybe they're going to ask for more information than what you are considering in the summary. And maybe lastly, in this case study one, this context favored a clear information and reduced the uncertainty in the evaluation process. When we had, I don't know, situations with inconsistencies, I mean, before we submit things, because there's always doubts and we always want to have like this fast approval, you know. So before that, you had a technical appointment made with the authorities and you said, okay, I have this document, this is how I'm interpreting it, let's reach an agreement. Do you interpret it in the same way? Yes, no, no. Well, what am I missing? But definitely, when we talk about the first years of these equivalence agreements, at the beginning, it was very close to the reality that we had in Mexico and internationally. You know, we didn't have to say, oh, this is the equivalent of this one, or this is not the equivalent of that one, and then submit it. It was kind of like plainer back then. And the result that we obtained in these first years is that there was more agility for getting regulatory approvals in our country. It's important to mention and to clarify that the FDA is the preferred regulatory pathway for Mexico. I think that the second one is Health Canada. And back then, I think that it also worked very well. And specifically for Japan, the type of barriers that we had back then were really different to the ones that we are facing today. In our next case study, case B, we have a success case, something that they shared very recently. And this is, I mean, it's focused on equivalence agreements with the FDA. In this case study, we got the approval of health registry. No, we obtained the FDA approval for a medical device in the United States under the system focus, understanding that the product was an in vitro diagnosis and IVD equipment with reagents that included the instrument and the reagents. The challenge was that when we wanted to bring those products into Mexico, they normally here not sold as a system. They are marketed separately. You know, you have a system, you have the reagents, and based on that, you do the marketing of the same. Here in Mexico, we had to record all the components of the system separately, basically because that's what happens in the country and that's how they manage it here. So facing that, and with just one document authorized where they included the whole system, the question would be then, how would you submit that so that you could get a separate approval? Because experience tells us that if we have it like that, it's going to be approved as the authorization is approved in the United States. And so here, in this case, they were telling us that the authorities did recognize the scope of the FDA approval and granted the health registry for each part with the same authorization and in an adequate timeline. They also reported and told us that they had alignment with when they had a technical meeting with the authorities, because that's where they presented this type of cases. The specific result that we got here was that given that there was a health authorization from all the parties in the system, then this type of pathways do have an effectiveness, you know, in the model when there's a technical alignment in the interpretation of the different documents. And this also allows us to have assessments and responses that are much more efficient. I think it's important to mention this case because we also have the other aspect. We have some cases where we specifically present a document, an FDA document, that it's part of a system. We want them to be authorized as a system, and the authorities tell us, no, everything has to go separately. And I think that sometimes we have that situation where the evaluation is based on criteria between the authority, the regulated entity, but also those who issue the approval from another country. And it's important to be able to talk about that. So that's why, as part of the cases that we reported, training is really important. And in training, continuously, not only for one event, because without any doubt, the industry, the companies, and the regulatory agencies, entities have people coming in and going. So something that we need to guarantee is that we always have trained people taking, reviewing, and assessing the criteria that is presented so that this type of tools and this type of strategies that have success, you know, in the regulatory area.
And I'm quite certain there are many success cases, but quite definitely, if we are very vocal, considering the experiences that we have been through in the industry, it is very important to align criteria. Aligning criteria allows us to get more expedite approvals, but also to be more efficient in the use of our resources. Resources is a challenge for the companies, but also for the authorities. And quite definitely, when we speak about at a regional level, can we leverage the equivalence agreements? That is a great tool. So that's all I wanted to share with you. Thank you very much. And I'll also thank Amit's companies that have shared with us all of the input regarding these types of agreements. It is quite definitely important for us to take the questions that are relevant to the authorities so that we can work together as an ecosystem. Tomorrow, we will have a very important session with the authorities. So that is a question we should keep in mind. How do we bring our forces together? The inputs from them that can help us reach agreements that will help us to keep updated agreements that are functional. And I'm sure I'm not only speaking on behalf of the companies, but also the health sector, because the challenges are plenty. Thank you, everyone.
Muchísimas gracias a Nayeli Contreras
Nayeli Contreras, thank you so much. Not only has she presented her theoretical context, but also took cases, walked through and many others we could present. Edgardo, could you please help us come up to the front? Just in case there are questions for COFEPRIS, which I'm certain there will be. And well, we all know that tomorrow, Dr. Angelica from the technical area will come here and present. He's referred to that several times, just in case he cannot answer the questions you ask him, you know. I don't see any questions on the chat, but we do have a hand raised here in the room. Could you please give the microphone to the Danavisa representative? Is it on?
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Quisiera hacerle una consulta a
I would like to ask
la colega que estuvo exponiendo recién con relación
the
al
last
último
presenter
slide.
regarding her last slide.
Sí, con
Si nos
relación
ayudan
a
a
mi...
ponerlo, por favor, para que lo podamos revisitar.
Quisiera
Put
consultarle
it
si
on the
ella
screen.
podría exponer el
Could
caso
you please
específico y me llamó la
explain the
atención
specific
porque
case? And it
en nuestra
strikes me because
experiencia, cuando hay
in
una
our
solicitud de
experience,
registro bajo
when there is
el
a
formato de
request
sistema,
of registry under
tenemos dos situaciones.
the modality of system
Cuando
review, there are
la
two
finalidad de
possible
uso es
modalities.
única. Por
If
ejemplo, un
the end
analizador
purpose is,
hematológico,
for instance, to have a
yo no tengo otra
hematological
finalidad de
review,
uso que saber los parámetros de
well,
un
I just
hemograma.
want
O
to
sea,
know the
ese equipo
hemogram's
no me da otros
parameters.
valores
This
para otra finalidad
is
de
the
uso.
only thing the
Entonces, en
device
esos
gives
casos,
as
se
readings.
puede
There's no
someter a
other purpose.
registro el
So it could
instrumento
be
con los
presented for
reactivos y los
registry.
calibradores.
Now
Entonces,
the
por eso
device with the
quisiera saber el
calibrators and
caso específico
everything,
de este para
what about it?
analizarlo un
That
poco
is
más.
why I would like to learn more
Sí,
about
quizá
this case so
que
that we could
vaya, es un
analyze it
caso que
together.
particularmente
Well,
una
it is a
empresa dentro
case
de
that
AMID
a
nos
company
compartió
with it, Amit, presented to
y tal cual
us.
nos lo reporta de esa manera, ¿no?
And that's what they were
El
explaining.
documento en la aprobación de FDA
In the
incluye
FDA
tanto el
approval
equipo como
document,
reactivos.
the
La
device and the
indicación de uso
reagents
es
were
para el
included,
equipo y
and
para los
it
reactivos.
was meant for the
Tal
use of
cual, un
the
poco lo que
device
nos
and
dice
the
sí
reagents.
la regulación
So
en México
the
también es que
regulation in
podemos hacer
Mexico
agrupación de productos.
has told us that we can
Entonces,
group
en
products
función de
together.
poder tener
So
tanto
in
la
order to
agrupación
have
de
both
productos para una
the
aprobación,
grouping
lo
of
que
products for a
entendemos, lo que
single
nos
approval,
platican
what
en
we
el caso,
understand or
es
what
que
the
se hizo la
case
presentación tal
demonstrates
cual
is
en
that the
función de que
presentation
la
was done
autoridad
in a way
sí
in which the
permitiera hacer
authority
este
could
split de
allow
una
for a split
autorización a
of
varios
one
registros
approval
sanitarios, porque
for several
básicamente,
registries,
claro,
because
PERT es un
basically,
equipo
obviously,
que
it
puedes
is a
instalar
device
en,
that you can
en un primer
install
shot, ¿no? O
during
la
a
primera
first
venta, usualmente es el equipo y
sale,
reactivos, pero
the equipment of the
posteriormente se
reagents,
hace una
but
comercialización
afterwards,
únicamente de
it
los
is
reactivos. Entonces,
sold
para poder hacer
only
eso, claro,
the only thing that is sold
necesitamos
is the reagents.
autorizaciones separadas.
So separate
Quizá el temor,
authorizations
¿no?
are
Y por eso
needed.
es que hablo yo
The
de
fear
tema de necesidad de
might be
claridad en el requisito, porque la
that more
experiencia
clarity is needed
sí un poco
because
nos avala ese
the
tipo
experience has taught us
pues quizá de incertidumbre cuando
that
es
certain
una
times
aplicación
there
a la
is
autoridad. Es
uncertainty
que
when
lo
you
que nos
present
decía la
things to the
experiencia, lo que ellos me decían
authorities.
que les
What
les decía la
they
experiencia es que si
explain
sometían
is
una
that
FDA,
they didn't know
una sola
if to
aprobación,
go through a
les
single
iban a
approval process
emitir
with the
una
FDA
sola
because if
autorización
that was the case, a single
y
decision would be given
genuinamente
to them.
no
And
tenían
quite
una
frankly, they
aprobación
didn't
por
have
cada uno de los
an approval
reactivos.
for each one of their
Esa era la
agents.
complicación
So
ahí.
that was
Entonces,
what they
claro,
saw as
ellos antes de hacer la
problematic.
aplicación
So
con la
before they
autoridad o de hacer la
submitted to
presentación,
the authorities,
sí
before
hicieron
they
una
presented,
solicitud de cita
they
técnica
requested a technical
para poder
interview
presentar el
so
caso
as to be able to
y poder
present their
dar conocimiento
case
a la
and
autoridad de
then
si
let
como
the
estaban
authorities know
solicitando o estaban
that they were
implementando la
planning
estrategia
to
de
follow this
sometimiento iba a ser
strategy.
autorizada.
And if that
Pero claro, tenemos otros casos diferentes,
there are
¿no? En
other
donde
cases that are
tenemos
very
un
different.
solo FDA y
There's a
también
single
de esa
FDA
manera nos solicita la
number,
autoridad o nos
and then
emite
the
una autorización
authorities
autoridad, ¿no?
issue
Cuando a veces
an
se
approval
requiere
when
una estrategia o
sometimes
se requiere
a
tener registros
strategy
por separado, porque
would
básicamente esa es
imply
la manera en la que
separated
se colocan
registries
en el
because that
mercado.
is the way in which they're sold in
Entonces,
the market.
genuinamente por eso lo ponemos como
So that
caso
is
de
why we
éxito para
bring
poder
this as
compartir,
a success
pero
story to
tenemos
share
también
with
casos en
you.
donde
But there are other
definitivamente
cases
no,
in
no
which
funciona de esa
that
manera.
didn't work.
¿Alguien más que quiera levantar?
I
Adelante, por
understand.
favor.
Thank you.
Si me
Anyone
permites,
else?
Nayeli, desde la perspectiva de
Nayeli,
acceso,
and from the
hemos
perspective
notado
of
también
access,
que
we have
el
also
gobierno federal
noticed that the
tiene
federal
mecanismos de
government
adquisición de
has
productos
product
distintos a lo
acquisition
que viene en el
mechanisms
registro
that are
sanitario.
different from
Y eso a
that what
veces
you
obliga
find in
a
the
las propias
registry. And that is
empresas
why
a
sometimes the
tomar la
companies
decisión de
themselves have to
desmembrar,
make
si
the
me permite la
decision
expresión no
of
regulatoria, un
fragment,
solo registro de
dismember
FDA,
a single
que es en la
FDA
mayoría de los casos,
registry, in
para
most
poderse
cases,
adecuar a la
so as to
necesidad
be
del
able
mercado
to
mexicano,
adapt
que
to
no
the needs
necesita
of the
todo
Mexican
el
market,
sistema,
in
sino
which
que
not
necesita
everything
algunas
is
partes del
required,
sistema,
just some
e
parts of
inclusive
the
para la
system.
importación.
And even
Se
for
hacen las
import
importaciones de manera
purposes,
separada,
that is
que
done
el equipo tal vez ya está en
separately
México,
because perhaps
pero
the
al
equipment
no tener
already
el registro
exists
de
in
esa
Mexico, but
parte
since there
integral
is
del
not
sistema, no pueden
a
importar.
registry of the integral part
¿Alguien
of the
alzó la mano
system,
por aquí?
they
Adelante, por
cannot
favor.
do their imports.
¿Quién tenía el micrófono? Vi la manita levantada.
I saw a
Adelante.
hand raised,
Go
but I
ahead,
cannot
please.
see it
I'm sorry.
anymore.
Hi. Your comment about training, COFREES wants people trained on a number of different processes without expertise on one or another. I would submit for your consideration that's probably the wrong approach to take at this time. I've had the distinct pleasure of traveling for Abbott for years, doing nothing but fixing processes. And if I look at process excellence and married up with training, that's not the way to go. What we have found from our internal process improvement efforts is that when you allow a group to focus their expertise on a single process and get really good at it, things start flowing much faster. So I would say until you get the backlog settled, that's probably not the way to go. Having a dedicated group that's looking at a particular set of documentations or a process may get you much more advanced in a short term. Long term, look at doing some cross training for different areas. The other aspect that I would say would be that we've looked at is having a defined process. And I don't know anything about the internal processes for COFA-freeze. But what we've found is that if you don't have a process, internal process, actually mapped out where it comes in, here's who it goes to, here's the time they have to do it, here's the expected format that person's going to get it to do it, and go down the process, we can knock out 70 to 80% of the process time simply by having people trained on the process and what it's supposed to do. So I actually offered years ago to come look at COFA-freeze processes to the ambassador of Mexico in Washington to help with process improvements. We're very good at it, as many people here I sure are. But just for your consideration, I thought I'd throw a few things out there. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias. Adelante, por favor.
Thank
Y otra
you very
manita
much.
levantada de este lado.
I saw another hand raised over there.
Buenas tardes, María Fernanda Carvajal.
Good afternoon, Maria Fernanda from G Healthcare. First of all, I would like to congratulate you, Nayeli, for the presentation. It does convey the opportunities and the challenges that we as industry have. And I would like to take advantage of this opportunity to propose, Ana, from the perspective of AMID as a guild, how could you help us and how we could also join forces so that we can come up with proposals for COFEPRIS to have communication channels that are more open. We understand that the challenges for this, but if we had more open channels, it could help us with the challenges we're facing. And additionally, the companies who are part of AMID, we also have a commitment not only towards local regulation, but also with our own ethics codes for transparent communication. Okay, Nayeli, this is for AMID, so let me start and then I'll let you speak. Well, this is the
second year of the federal administration, very deep structural changes took place. Those of us here notice not only COFEPRIS, but the whole federal government has undergoing a lot of paradigm changes, and they have been disruptive even though they made sense. So we as an industry in Mexico, we have been very looking forward to the changes. COFEPRIS has told us, and the regulatory committee as well, that there are new communication channels, the technical express meetings, the technical appointments. I know that sometimes it doesn't seem like as sufficient because at AMIT we're 52 companies, but there are 2,500 of those units that have at least one registry. Even though we're the greatest volume, we understand that the government has to serve everybody, not only us. Now, the agreement of equivalences with other countries has opened new challenges because if in the past it was only Japan, the US, and Canada, now it's more countries to look after, so more opportunities are being opened. And in the words of COFEPRIS, now they're facing having new vendors or traders of import products who are also waiting in the same line we have been waiting. So their workload is significantly, it's a challenge for us. It is a challenge for the authorities, but the channels exist. It is only a matter of making them quicker, because I believe it's the time. It's not a lack of political will or technical capability. It's just a matter of the burden and the limited time. Nayeli, would you like to add to that?
Definitivamente hay muchas cosas que hacer.
Yes, there are many things that we need to do. And as a MID, considering the situation from our side, what can we do in a more efficient way? It's the measurement. The industry could also produce data that is easily usable to guide the authorities about the things that are needed and where we are stuck. It's a matter of time limitations, clarity as well, because we're very vocal in these types of events, I know, and I have seen this every time we talk to the authorities. There is a lot of openness to listening to proposals during the event, but then afterwards, how can we transform that so that we, as the regulated center, not only say things, but that measure things to be more strategic with our own work and to show the authorities? That would make a great difference. AMID or any association, any guild association in this country could make a difference. That is the North Star we need to work on, not only as the regulated sector, but also as the regulatory authority. There are so many things at our disposal today. It is important that we take advantage of that data. Things can be measured, regulatory matters can be measured. So if we did, we could have better communication with the authorities to define the strategic objectives that to be developed. Thank you very much, Nayeli. Would you like to add anything? Ricardo?
De entrada, qué bueno que se expongan estos casos y que
Well, I'm
confirmen
glad
que
you are sharing the cases with us. And it's good to see that they are very similar to the cases many companies experience. So the invitation is for you to talk to your chambers and your associations so that you compile the commonalities and let us know in an integral, summarized way instead of on a case-by-case basis. The work that you're doing is wonderful. Now that you have been able to find the commonalities, it's important to systematize that. It's a principle, and let us hope that you can present all of this information as aggregates. Thank you very much. Let me say something about the systems. Then this is for COFEPRIS as well as for the representation of Paraguay. For IVD, there are closed systems, reagents for a single device, and open systems that are generic reagents for any types of devices. Therefore, the criteria of registering as independently, as we have mentioned,
especificaciones de mercado.
Those are market specification, market decisions of the
incluido las necesidades del propio
and
sistema de
this
salud
includes
mexicano.
the
Por eso
needs
se
of the
trata de adaptarlo.
Mexican
Muchísimas gracias a
health
Gregorio por
sector.
su
That is why the
comentario.
industry has
Y
been
ahora
trying to
sí,
adapt to
le
that.
veo
Thank
la
you,
mano
Gregorio, for that
levantada.
comment.
Ay, por favor, ya
Now,
tiene el micrófono.
somebody had raised the hand
Con
over
respecto a
there.
lo que
Yes,
comentaba
about
de...
what.
¿Recuerda su nombre y de
Mi
qué
nombre
Could you
es
please tell us
Olga
your
Eugenia
name?
Olivares Morales.
Olga
vengo de
Eugenia
Cofepris.
Morales. I come from Cofepris. Apologies. Go ahead.
Con respecto a lo que comentaba
Yes, my comment has to do with what was said about
bueno, en sí la norma 137 ya
Standard
considera los
137 already
accesorios de un
considers
dispositivo médico.
accessories of a
Es
medical
decir, al
device.
artículo
That is to
consiste
say,
en sí
the
mismo un dispositivo
article
médico está destinado por su
is
fabricante a ser usado en forma
devoted
conjunta
to
con
be
uno
used together with
o
other
varios de
inputs
dichos
or
productos
several
para permitir
products
específicamente
so
que
as
el
to be
producto
able
pueda
to
utilizarse
allow
para
that
su indicación
device
de
to
uso o
reach
para
its
contribuir
objective
específica y
or to
directamente
contribute
a la
directly
funcionalidad
to
médica
the
del dispositivo médico.
functionality
Estos
for which it
pueden
was
venir
created.
incluidos
So this can
dentro
be
del mismo
included
empaque del
within the
dispositivo
same
médico o
package,
bien
or they can
pueden
come
suministrarse por
separately.
separado,
They can be sold
lo que
separately.
permite
The
que
standard says
como un
this.
accesorio para uso
So they
exclusivo
are considered to be
con el
accessories
dispositivo médico
to a
principal.
medical device, a
Eso
main medical device
significa
and
que
its
te va a dar
accessories.
la,
So that
la
means
función, bueno, te va a permitir
that
que
you are
con
now
ese
allowed
registro
to
tú
have that
puedas
registry
suministrar de manera
to
independiente
present all
el,
of the elements
reactivo
separately,
o
the
el
reagents
elemento
or the whatever other
complementario
input
de
or
este
complement
dispositivo médico.
or addition.
Entonces,
This is already
o
considered
sea,
by the
en
standard.
sí el registro es un elemento de
The
trazabilidad,
registry
así como
is a
el-
traceability element. That's
Muchísimas
all.
gracias por la acotación
Thank you.
técnica.
Thank you for
Sin
the
duda lo que vamos
technical
a buscar
comment.
ahora como sectores
Now,
que el
what the
criterio
sector
que
needs
menciona,
is that the
que
criteria
mencionó
that
Nayeli, que también
Nayeli
mencionaba Gregorio,
explained
pues
or Gregorio talked
tenga una
about as well,
trazabilidad efectiva para que
it's
todos los casos
traceable
se
so
resuelvan
that all of the
si son
cases can
semejantes
be
de la misma
solved.
manera.
If they are
Sería
similar,
buena
they
práctica.
should be solved
¿Quién más
similarly
tenía la mano
with good
levantada? Adelante, Carolina.
practices. There's another
Bueno, yo
question.
tengo una pregunta y es
Yes,
para Ricardo.
this is for
Creo que es muy
Edgardo.
buena la
I
práctica que hace
think
Cofepris de
that the
entrenamientos en
practice of
línea, pero
Cofepris
sería
having
todavía
online training is
mucho
very
más
good, but
fructífera
it
si
would be
fuese
more
uno a
fruitful
uno.
if it
Un
was
foro como este en el que
one-to-one.
podemos
A
hacer
space like
preguntas y
this in
compartir
which
la
we can come
experiencia,
together,
¿no?
share
de
experiences, ask
estrategias
questions
que tenemos para
about
ciertos
the
productos
strategies that
y
we
que
have
nos
for
respondan en
certain
el momento,
products
creo que
and
traería
get
mucha
immediate
más
answers
claridad a la industria.
would provide more clarity for the
Repito, los entrenamientos
industry.
son buenos, pero
Trainings
muchas
are
veces se
good,
queda ahí
but
y
many
la pregunta no
times
la contestan. Y
they don't
muchos
answer all
padecemos
of
de
the
lo mismo
questions,
o
and
del
many
mismo
people
tipo
have
que
suffered the
expuso
same
ella
type of
de los
experience. As she has
kits o de
said, the
juegos de
kits
accesorios o
or the
esto, son estrategias
accessories,
que al final del día
those are
tenemos que hacer como
strategies that by
empresas.
the end of the
O sea, a
day,
lo
we
mejor
as
sería bueno
companies
si
have to
Cofepris evalúa la
go through.
posibilidad de que los
Could
entrenamientos
Cofepris
se
think
pudiesen
about
hacer un
trainings
entrenamiento a
that
lo
could
mejor,
be
¿no?
done
Cada determinado tiempo en el que
with
invitan a la
certain
industria y sea un
regularity? You
uno a uno
invite
con
the
casos
industry, and
de
it
la
is a
vida práctica,
one-to-one
casos
with
reales de lo que
practical
está
cases,
pasando.
real-life
Hace
cases
rato
of what's
platicaba
going
contigo,
on.
¿qué pasa
I
con las
was
licencias de
talking to
Health
you
Canada
about
que
what's going
vencen?
on with the Health Canada
No vamos
licenses
a
are
poder
about
modificar
to
los
expire.
registros
We
si no se
won't be
renovó
able to
por una
change the
decisión comercial.
registries. It was
Entonces
a
las
commercial
industrias van
decision
a
not to renew.
resometer por
So
otra
the
vía de
industries are
equivalencia
going to
y otra vez vamos a saturar a
submit
Cofepris con algo que
equivalence,
ya está
and
aprobado
Cofepris is
previamente,
going
que
to
ya se
be
vende en el
overloaded with
mercado
things that
y que a lo
have
mejor la
been sold in the
aprobación
market
podría
for a
ser
long
mucho
time,
más factible,
and the
¿no?
approval could be done
MDR,
differently.
cuando hubo el cambio de
MDR,
muchas
when
de
there
las
was a
empresas en
change with
Europa, ¿no? Que
MDR with
muchos
many
aprovecharon
European
los cambios
companies,
para
many
hacer
people took
rebranding
advantage of the
o
changes
cambios de
for
nombre,
rebranding or change their
todos
names.
sufrimos de esto.
We
Entonces
all
creo que
suffer the
sería
same
bueno si
situation.
podemos
So it'd be
tener
good
esa
if
apertura
we
con
could have
Cofepris en la
openness
que
with
haya un
Cofepris
foro, un
so that there's
entrenamiento
a
con, a lo
training,
mejor hacer
an open
la vida
forum
real, o sea, los casos
of
prácticos de lo que
real life
padecemos y que nos
situations,
respondan, porque
and
eso
so
también
that we
beneficia
could
a
figure
Cofepris,
out together
evitando prevenciones,
in real
sometiendo
time.
los
This
dossiers
could help
completos, ¿no? Dossiers
Cofepris
claros.
avoiding them to do
Muchas gracias.
duplication because the dossiers are clear. Thank you.
Muchísimas
We
gracias
take
y
note note of your suggestion. This is a comment that we could make as a sector, because many times the cases when we discuss them with the technical people, we can understand the perspective that the regulators have, so that we know how do they make their decisions and be very prepared for the future. Are there any other questions? Douglas, could you please help me pass the microphone to Douglas?
Douglas Rodríguez, Roche.
Douglas Rodriguez from Roche, once again.
Mi consulta es relacionada con el
My
caso de
question has to
estudio,
do
el
with the
segundo que se
case study, the
presentó.
second one you presented.
considerando que se parte de una
considering that we
autorización
start
única de la
from
FDA
a
como
single
sistema que derivó en
FDA
registros separados.
authorization that created
¿A qué
separate
nos referimos cuando
registries,
hablamos de
what do we
tiempo de
mean when we speak
aprobación
about time of
en
approval?
tiempo relacionado?
Adecuado.
Adecuado,
The
exacto. ¿A qué
sufficient
nos
time.
referimos? Porque el
What
adecuado
do you
es
mean by
un
that?
poco
Because
ambiguo,
sufficient,
¿no?
adequate
Y es para
it's
entender un poco
ambiguous
la
in both languages.
trazabilidad
So
en el
it's
margen
important
del
for us to
estudio
understand
del caso.
traceability to understand
Gracias,
that
Douglas.
case.
Y justo
Thank
esa
you,
fue una
Douglas.
pregunta que
That
yo
was
tuve
a
porque
question
pude
that I
contactar, o
originally
sea,
had
pude
because
contactar
I
a la empresa
was
que
able to talk to
lo
the
compartió.
company who had shared the case.
Claro, cuando tú hablas de
Yes, of course.
incertidumbre
When you speak
en un
about
inicio de la
uncertainty
presentación de la
at the
estrategia,
beginning of a strategy,
la
when you're about to
realidad es
present it,
que
the
lo que
reality
ellos
is
estaban
that
proyectando
what
en
they were
caso,
thinking
en el momento en el que el caso no tuviera
when
éxito, es decir,
if the case
que
was
la
not successful,
respuesta fuera, te
if the answer
entrego una
was,
autorización
well, you're
como
going to
sistema,
get an
ellos
authorization as a
tendrían que haber ido
system,
por una
then they
vía
would have
regular
gone
para cada
through
uno
the regular path
de los
for
componentes, ¿no?
each one of their
Entonces,
components. So,
genuinamente, cuando lo que
generally
ellos me platican
speaking,
es que cuando
they told
acercan
me that when they
hacen la cita
approached,
con la autoridad
they got an
para
appointment
poder
with the
calibrar
authority so as to gauge
el entendimiento del
the
criterio,
level of understanding of the
ahí fue
criteria.
donde definieron que
That's where
todo
they
iba a ser
decided that everything would be handled,
básicamente todos los
basically
expedientes que tenían que
all of
presentar
the
al mismo tiempo
files that they had
y
to
no
present
esperar
together,
a ver
they would do
cómo
so,
era el
and not to
resultado, cuál era
wait
el
until
resultado ante
a
la
first
incertidumbre
result
de si iba a
was
haber una
given before,
autorización,
because they didn't know if
según
they
lo que
would
se
have an
estaba
approval. There was an
esperando, se
uncertainty.
estaba presentando
They didn't know
en
if,
la
according to
aprobación
the
FDA,
things they
porque
were asking
efectivamente había
FDA,
una
if they would
autorización
get
de
it,
la
because yes, there
indicación de
was
uso
an
para
authorization
cada
for
uno de los
type of use
componentes y
for
justo
each
nos lo
one of their
acaba
components,
confirmar
and as
la química de COFEPRIS que nos
the
acompaña, que nos
COFEPRIS
aclara el
person has
criterio.
confirmed, and she's
Pero
clarified the
nuevamente, ¿no?
criteria.
O sea,
Well, once
creo que
again,
el tema
I believe that
la falta de claridad del
the
criterio
lack of
y
criteria
quizá en este
clarity,
caso de la
and
industria
perhaps in
regulada
this
porque
case,
así
I'm speaking
ocurrió,
about the regulated
es
entity because that's how it
importante
happened.
se
It
puedan
is
tener este
important
tipo
for this type of
comunicaciones, de intercambio
communication and
más que de
exchange.
intercambio de ideas, es un poco de
It's not an exchange of
claridad
ideas,
sobre el
it's a
criterio,
clarification about the
genuinamente evita
criteria.
quizá
This could
obtener
avoid
una prevención que va a
having
duplicar el tiempo de
a
autorización de un registro
duplication
o
of the time
inclusive
because
no
of
tener
extra requirements,
certidumbre
or
sobre la
perhaps not
estrategia
having
regulatoria que
certainty
debe de seguir la
about the
compañía. Entonces, por eso
regulatory
es
strategy
que
the
yo
company
lo
should
puse así,
follow.
porque
That
así
is
fue
why I
como me
brought
lo
this to your
expresaron,
attention, because that's
no
how it
como
was
un tiempo de
expressed to me.
aprobación rápido,
It's not that we're looking for a
sino
quick approval,
adecuado
but
y
rather
adecuado en función
a
a la
sufficient
estrategia que
time
plantearon y a la
according to the
estrategia que
strategy they
después
had and the
se calibró
strategy
en función
that
de
was
la interpretación del
calibrated
criterio.
according to the interpretation of the criteria. I hope I was clear.
Muchas
Thank
gracias,
you.
Nayeli.
Thank you,
¿Alguien más que tenga
Nayeli.
la mano levantada?
Anyone else?
No veo nada tampoco de manera. ¿Sí?
Yes, there's a question.
No me lo marca. Es que mira, no metí el chat.
Es que no está en el chat.
Ah. Listo, era una más. De parte de Tiffany Palacios, buenas
Tiffany
tardes. Una
Palacios,
pregunta
good
para
afternoon.
COFEPRIS.
There's a question for COFEPRIS.
Hemos sometido por la vía de
We have
equivalencia
subjected
en el
through the
pasado
equivalence path in the
con tiempo
past
de resolución de 6 meses por
a
parte
time
de
of resolution of
COFEPRIS.
6 months on behalf of
Actualmente tenemos un
COFEPRIS, and
trámite
currently
ingresado por
we have
equivalencia
a procedure
que está
by
por alcanzar los
equivalences that is
30 días
about to reach
hábiles de
30
resolución
days
propuestos.
of the
¿Cuál es
proposed
la
resolution
expectativa
time.
actual
What
de que
is
los
the
trámites
current
ingresados
expectation
sí sean
for the
resueltos dentro
procedures
de
to
este
be
tiempo?
figured
Es el
out within
establecido
that
por
time
ley
frame,
del
the one that
mecanismo de
has been established by the simplification mechanism?
Sí, lo mismo que hemos comentado, estamos en
I knew
esta
it.
etapa de transición.
Well, what can I say? We're
Volveremos,
undergoing a transition.
alcanzando los tiempos.
We
Un
will
poco de
be
paciencia,
working
por
to
favor.
get to
Muchas
those
gracias.
deadlines. Please
¿Alguien
be
más que tenga
patient.
la mano
Thank you.
levantada?
Anyone else?
Y es que, a ver, para los que no estuvieron el día de ayer, estábamos hablando que
If you were not here yesterday, one thing is the implementation of the publication, which is the ideal situation. The other one is the reality of the everything that has to
go through this transition stage. We're beginning. We already have an opinion and an evaluation by TDT to AMID and COFEPRIS, but we have not implemented the real mechanism. We haven't seen it in action, including the infrastructure for digitalization. So it seems to me that times right now are not what we expected, well, because this is only the beginning of the digitalization stage. Roberto, please.
Gracias, Roberta Roche.
Roberta
Retomando
Roche,
con el punto de que
going
están
back to
yendo
this
hacia
discussion that
ganar
you're
esos
moving
tiempos que se
into
proponen como meta. Quería
achieve
saber si tienen
certain
identificado los
deadlines or times.
stoppers para
What are the
alcanzar
stoppers? What
ese
stops
punto.
you for
O es
achieving
algo que
those
van
timeframes that
experimentando
you have
para tener más
considered,
también
or
para
is it something
el resto de
you
las
are
agencias de
currently
educación, saber
experimenting
cuáles son las
with?
dificultades que
So
hoy impiden
if we
llegar a
knew
esa meta.
about the
Sí, bueno,
obstacles, we could
una
perhaps be
buena
better
parte
prepared.
está concentrada
Well, a great
en la
deal has to
parte
do with
administrativa. También dependemos
the
de muy poco
administrative
personal en
part.
Cofepris y
We don't
se
have a
supera
lot of
más o menos
staff
una.
within COFEPRIS.
Ayer estábamos haciendo unas cuentas y salía
Yesterday, we were
aproximadamente somos 100
crunching
personas que
numbers.
vendemos
It's
dispositivos
100
médicos en toda la
people
Cofepris.
for medical
Me refiero a
devices
todos, o sea, lo que es
at the
laboratorio, lo que
nation
es
level.
operación sanitaria, lo que
Labs,
es autorizaciones, lo que es
operations,
alertas, lo que es vuelo
authorizations,
internacional. Es una sola persona.
alerts, emergencies,
Así
international
más o menos
matters.
trabajamos las áreas, son alrededor de 35,
So we
38
have like
inspectores, lo mismo
30
dictaminadores que
examiners
ven dispositivos
for
médicos.
each
Entonces
one of the areas.
prácticamente imposible
That is why
hacerlo,
it
bueno,
is impossible
humanamente
for us
imposible.
to
Por
do
eso es
it
que estamos
quicker.
recurriendo a este tipo
That is
de
why we are
recursos, de
resorting
reliance,
to
porque de alguna forma
reliance
es lo que comentaba
resources,
también la
because
Australia, lo que
as
dijo
Australia
lo que
has
dice FDA, lo
explained,
que dicen todos,
as
o
well
sea,
as the
no hay la
FDA and
posibilidad, no hay
everyone,
ninguna agencia que tenga la
there is
capacidad
no
de hacer el
single
trabajo solo.
agency
Por
that
eso es que
can
nos
do it
tenemos que
all.
apoyar de unos a otros,
That is why
confiar
we
en lo que
need
hace el otro.
everyone's help. That is why we
También
need to trust
nos
one
reclamaban
another.
mucho, por ejemplo,
And
en la
for
aplicación de la
instance,
241,
in the
que decían, ¿por
application
qué no
of
se lo aplican a la
241,
ciudad?
people would
Pues
say,
no,
why
no,
aren't
sí.
you applying it for
Solo,
everyone?
o sea, ¿por qué
Well,
no
you know,
puedes aplicar el MDSAP
or
para
why
un nacional?
can't
Dices,
you
pues lo
have the
estoy haciendo
MDC app
confiando en los
for everyone?
extranjeros que hagan
Well, I'm
cada quien
trusting
su trabajo
the
y
foreigners
nosotros
to
nos
do their
ocupamos de lo que se
work,
haga en
and
México.
we
Lo
are
que se haga en
doing
México
for
esté
the
bien,
things that are done in Mexico that are done
ganarnos su confianza
correctly,
para,
so
porque
that
no
we
hay,
can
no hay
gain
manera
people's trust, because there's
de
no
que
way
el recurso alcance para todos.
for
Entonces,
having
una
enough
buena parte
resources
está
for
concentrada
everything. So a
en,
great
pues, en
deal
la
has to
administración de
do
los
with
recursos.
the management of the
Y
resources,
lamentablemente
which are
también
limited, and
hemos
unfortunately,
fallado mucho en
we've
cambios
also
administrativos, tanto de
failed with
personal
the
como
changes
de
of
los directivos.
staff, the turnovers, the
Hay ideas
heads
y
of
muchas
the
ideas,
directors. There are many
pero
ideas
no sé, no hemos,
that
tampoco
we don't
los
get
tiempos no son tan
enough
largos. Una
follow through,
administración dura 6
because
años y no
administration,
sabes qué va a
only
pasar en la que
lasts
sigue. No es
6
solo
years,
México,
and
este
when
es
the
el
next
caso,
government
pues
changes, you
antes
don't
decía
know
latinoamericano,
if
pero
things
ya
will
poco a
remain.
poco me doy cuenta
It
que es
is
en
not
todo el
only the
mundo.
case of Mexico and Latin America, we now see
Los
it's all
recortes
around the world.
presupuestales
There
que
are
no dependen de
budgetary
uno.
cuts that
En Cofepris no sé si
it's
sepan
not
cómo se
up to
administra,
you,
pero
and in
incluso
COFEPRIS, you might
Cofepris
not
sería
know
rico
this,
si
but COFEPRIS
recibiera
would be very
directamente
wealthy if we
todo lo que
got
cobra por
all of the
trámites. Sin
things that we
embargo, todo
collect for the
ese recurso
collections
se va
directly, but all of
a
those monies
Hacienda, se va
go
a la
to the
administración
Treasury
federal y
Department,
ellos ya
to the federal
distribuyen de
government,
manera,
and they
bueno, ya
do
tienen
the allocation of the
presupuesto
resources
específico
afterwards.
por
They have a
autoridad.
budget
Entonces, digo, tampoco
for each one of
depende
the
exactamente
agencies, so it's not up
de
to us.
nosotros. Uno hace todo lo que puede con lo
You
que se
do your
tiene.
best with what you
Ahorita, por
have.
ejemplo, tenemos
To give you an example, we have been
las jornadas laborales, lo
duplicating
que sea, porque no hay más,
labor
hacemos lo que se puede con
hours
lo que hay. Y
because
por eso, pero de
well,
verdad hay, o sea,
we do
ideas
our
no
best.
faltan,
We have
ganas
the
no faltan,
ideas, we have the
pero bueno,
willingness.
hay
What we
otros
lack
elementos
is
que
things
no
that
se
are
tienen.
out
A
of our
veces es el
control,
tiempo y
time
algunos recursos, pero de
and
verdad hacemos
resources.
lo mejor que podemos
But I promise
y
you, we
les
do our
agradecemos su
best,
paciencia y
and we
entendemos
thank you for your
su
patience, and
necesidad.
we truly
Entendemos que hay
understand your
cosas ya en
needs.
aduanas ahí
We know
pendientes,
that many
que
people
están
have things
contratiempos, porque digo, nadie puede estar como
that
si nada
are
problemático
stuck
y que se
in
vaya a la basura
customs, and
por
you
un
don't want to
trámite.
waste your
Esperamos
money
que al menos
because
las
a
cuestiones
procedure was not
administrativas esas,
resolved.
ahora que nos
So let us
decían,
hope
¿por qué ya no
that
suceden de manera automática? Bueno, esperamos que
people are
estos
telling us, why are
pronto
you not having
se
the
devuelvan
automatic
a
system
esos
going?
carriles,
Well, we hope
porque
that
de
we
alguna
can
forma
bring
habrán
back
cosas
those
que sí
lanes.
podemos
There are
liberar
certain things that we will
de las
be
manos
able
humanas. Incluso
to
también en la inteligencia
work with
artificial
others not. Artificial intelligence is one of those things. At IMDRF, not only do we see artificial intelligence as a medical device, but also there are discussions about artificial intelligence as a regulatory tool. And some point, all of those instruments, all of those standardization of criteria won't be problematic because it'll be a machine that once it creates the criteria, I am certain that they will be able to include thousands of pieces of data to determine whether the case is exactly the same one or if there's something that could be different.
Digo, el futuro nos orientará. Ahora incluso yo creo que ya no somos nosotros los que mandamos, poco a poco estos recursos informáticos son los que dictarán cómo se trabaja.
We are not the only ones who are going to rule things, but the informational technologies are also going to help us. Thank you for that and for being so open with your answer. Any other questions you might have? There was another question here online, but it was the same one. So, somebody there at the beginning?
Ahorita le acercan el micrófono.
Here at the front? Okay, yes.
Gracias. Buenas tardes. María Antonia Mota de
María Antonia Mota from the Health Promotion Commission at COFEPRIS. I'd like to support what they are talking about at COFEPRIS because last year, by I think June 2025, they carried out sessions for the pending procedures. And within these sessions, there was many procedures as part of the Health Promotion Committee. We were part of that together with COFEPRIS and the industry. And there were a lot of different types of topics that COFEPRIS managed. Some of them had to do with medications, but there were like a couple of weeks, whole weeks talking about medical devices. Colleagues that have been here talked also about being part of those sessions. And as Professor Edgar is saying, we worked on that part. There are people who are quite trained, highly trained. I was able to work with our colleagues from health authorizations and health operations, and they're young people that are trained, that are just graduating, but they're coming with a different mindset than the one that we have and that we've been here for several years. But what I wanted to highlight is that COFEPRIS is working. As Professor Edgar is saying, there are administrative changes, and this is the staff that's closest we're the closest ones, and we're working together, as our Paraguay colleagues were also mentioning. Yes, there are still a lot of areas of opportunity, both for COFEPRIS as well as for this sector. But what I can tell you is that, yes, we are working on this part regarding medical devices because we did that last year, and hopefully we're going to have another opportunity to have this type of sessions, work sessions, specifically to attend any issues because they've helped a lot. So thank you. Thank you very much. I see another hand raised, but yeah, we did have those sessions, but the amount of procedures is so much, and we know that we are the first cause for requests in COFEPRIS, even more than Pharma. So yeah, Luz Amelia Garcia from Johnson & Johnson. I do want to acknowledge COFEPRIS's work with all the strategies that they've done with AMID and CaniPharma. Those sessions to cover any type of backlog were a great example of the collaboration. And this is an example of how we can talk about the examples that have been successful, prioritize all the innovative cases that are important for the industry. And that way we can subtract that backlog. We know that we're not going to get rid of it overnight because it's a lot, it's a historical issue, but how can we establish priorities based on the needs of the industry and of the Mexican population who require this innovative products, so that way we can help them with that conversation, the dialogue, and so that we can understand the industry and COFEPRIS as I mentioned, we've had success cases. You mentioned that we had these sessions, these work sessions. We also have the open communication channels that we have with COFEPRIS, and these could be done much more agile, if we can use those channels in a much more agile way, because we know that they have been successful. So how can we collaborate with those so that we can go back to have some sort of holistic strategy between the industry and COFEPRIS and with all these examples that we've already seen? As I was saying a moment ago, these forums allows us to rescue and group all of these ideas that we receive from all of you, and we start presenting them inside, and we start I don't know,
de colaboración. Ahí, aunque
making the
son
space
casos
for these
muy
work sessions
específicos,
that you
bueno, de alguna
mentioned, since,
forma
I mean,
se
they are
resuelven en
specific
ese momento.
cases, but they
Ojalá
can be
muchos se quedaran
solved at that moment
mismo,
one way or
en el
another. So
mismo tipo de
hopefully
ejemplo para resolver varios
many others
problemas.
could be included there so that we could solve many other issues like that. Thank you. I'm going to make a comment that I said, I look at here virtually, which has to do a little bit with what Luz was mentioning, you know, and that's from another company, from Gregorio. We need to understand that the medical device industry is an innovative, avant-garde, and in constant development industry, as we talked about it today and yesterday, and therefore it has permanent change. And that is industry, the regulatory authority has to contact to update the standards, not the other way around, because many times the authorities are not involved with those technological changes because they are not the producers, obviously. So that's a very valuable comment. That's what we know do together with Canifarma. The thing is that we need to find the right timeline so that we can have this dialogue with COFEPRIS. We're going to do this as an industry, not company by company, because otherwise we would never finish. But we know that there are spaces that are needed so that each company could present their specific case and so that they can solve that. There's another comment here that has to do with what we're speaking from Monica Hernandez and says, is there any possibility of doing a workshop with COFEPRIS focused on the most frequent prevention of motives? I mean, that's what we can talk about, you know, and understand how COFEPRIS, and I will invite also the health promotion area to talk about that because they are the ones who grant the appointments, you know. I apologize because I know you're not part of this, but yeah, you are the ones who provide these appointments. So just let us, just a second so we can give you the microphone.
Sí, justo después de estas mesas de atención a trámites pendientes.
I mean, after those sessions that we had for pending processes, there was a boom of technical meetings and express meetings. And so the only thing that we would like to, would wait is for you to request it in the corresponding area and just get in line. And that's it. Yes, we would do this as an industry. Any other comments or questions?
Gracias, Ana. Retomando este caso
Thank you,
de
Anna.
las
Now,
citas,
going back
¿cómo
to the
podemos
appointments,
apoyar como gremio?
how
Es
can
decir,
we
ahorita
help
estoy
as an
escuchando, nos
industry?
formamos en la
I'm
fila,
seeing
pero
that,
¿cómo
yes,
como
we
gremio
have to get in
ayudamos
line.
a que
Okay.
eso sea
But
muchísimo más
how, as an
ordenado y
industry
a que todos
organization,
recibamos la
can we help
atención en el
for that
tiempo
to be
que
much
más
more
o menos
order
COFEPRIS
and
nos
for
está
everybody
estimando?
to be serviced, you know, in the timeline, you know, how can we help you? That's a good question because we all do it in different channels, and that's right, yes. But sometimes we can also make COFEPRIS crazy with all the appointments. So what have you seen to that regards? I think that we are the most of
Pues justo lo que
we
nosotros
represent most of your
estamos
appointments, right?
haciendo
Well,
es
actually, what we
que
are
se haga la
doing
solicitud, ya sea por
is
el área técnica.
to get the
El área
requests and to
técnica
make the request
dice,
through the technical
se
area.
requiere una
And the
cita
technical area
express,
says, oh, we
cita
need an
técnica
express
con tal,
appointment or a technical appointment
con parte de la industria y
with
nosotros
this
procesemos
industry or this part of the industry. And then
la
we go
solicitud al área
ahead
técnica y el
and
área técnica es quien nos da la
request the
fecha.
technical
Así
area
nosotros
for
somos como el
appointment and the technical
intermediario
area gives us the date. We
de
are kind of like the
estas
middleman,
citas entre el área
you know, of
técnica
all of these
y la
appointments
industria.
between the
Entonces,
technical
pues
area and the
sí
industry. So
agradecemos
yes,
todo el apoyo que nos
I
dan,
mean,
pero
we thank
también hay
you for all the support that
muchísimas
you
citas
provide.
también
But yes,
igual,
there's
¿no?
a
Que,
huge
porque
amount of
pues
appointments
hay
that we
muchas
have also
personas que
because, I
quieren
mean,
formar parte de
there's a
estas
lot of
citas, ¿no?
people who want to be part of these appointments. Thank you very much. Anybody else?
Sandra, tú que eres más experta en la computadora, no hay
So
más.
Sandra, I think that's it for the computer, right? Comments and questions? Yes. Okay. So I know that tomorrow we're also going to have a lot of conversation to this regards because in addition to the international and the promotional area, we have the technical area here with Dr. Angelica. So if there are no further questions, I don't know if you want to close with something. I saw Nayeli that wanted to say something. Well, maybe as my final comment, well,
¿Cómo
normally
hacemos para potencializar los esfuerzos.
I want to find out, I mean, we work
regulador,
on
pero
how to
también,
maximize all the efforts as a
desde la COFEPRIS, ¿no?
regulator
¿Cómo nos
sector,
ayudamos?
but also from the
Y tomando
COFEPRIS to
como
find out how we can
ejemplo
assist
el
each
tema de
other.
acuerdos de
And
equivalencia,
considering these equivalence
en donde
agreements
justo hay una
example,
confianza entre
there
reguladores para
is
hacer la
a
evaluación.
trust between the
Creo que
regulators to do
también,
this
y
evaluation.
viendo justo
And
Navisa y los reguladores que hoy nos acompañan
considering what
acá,
we have from the NAVISA and from the other regulators
si
that we've
tenemos
heard of
hoy
and that we have
vías de
here,
equivalencia
is that if
donde
we have
confiamos en los
equivalence
reguladores,
pathways
creo que
where
también
we
poder
trust in the
potencializar
regulators that provided those,
una
I think that
colaboración
we could
desde la expertise
maximize the
del
collaboration
regulador que,
based
en
on
el
the
cual confiamos, ¿no?
expertise
Estoy
of
viendo
the
también FDA, por
regulator we trust
supuesto.
in. You know, I'm looking at the FDA, for
¿Por qué
example,
no
you know,
preguntar,
and
acercarnos a
so
estos
why
reguladores a
don't
que
we
quizá
get
nos
closer
puedan
or talk to these
capacitar en los
regulators,
requisitos,
and
¿no?
maybe they
De
could
ambos lados,
train us in the
desde una
requirements,
capacitación a
and we can
COFEPRIS,
have,
industria al
I don't
mismo
know,
tiempo.
a
Yo recuerdo que
training
lo vi
from
hace mucho
to
tiempo
COFEPRIS and the
y fue un
industry.
gran
I remember
ejercicio
that
porque
happened
después
a
de esa
long time ago,
sesión
and it was a
yo
great
salí
exercise
diciendo,
because
a mí
after
ya no
that
me vuelven
session,
a
I
prevenir
left
A,
saying,
B,
oh,
C, ¿no? O
they
sea,
never gonna block
de
A,
verdad
B,
que
or C for
es
me, you
un
know?
gran
I already
ejercicio
have it. So
y
that's
de
a
repente
great
a veces,
exercise. And
claro, trato
sometimes,
de ser muy empática con
well,
la autoridad
I
porque
try
es
to
un
be quite
cúmulo de
empathic
cosas
with the authorities because
las que
there's
la
a huge
autoridad
amount of things
evalúa,
that
no
the
solo
authority
dispositivos
assesses,
médicos, somos
not only
varios,
for medical
pero creo que
devices. I
sí
mean, it's
cómo
just one of many,
potencializar esta
but I think
colaboración
that
no
we can
solo a nivel
maximize that type of collaboration, but
equivalencia, a
not only
nivel
at the equivalence level,
reliance, sino
you
también a
know, or at
nivel
the reliance level, but
SME,
also
¿no? En estos reguladores,
at the
porque
SMEs
creo que
level, you
tenemos
know, with the
gente nueva en
regulators,
COFEPRIS, ya lo
because I
decía,
believe that
lo
we have
decía
new people
la
at
colega de
COFEPRIS.
COFEPRIS,
You know,
pero
the
también hay
COFEPRIS
gente
people
nueva en
were
la
already
industria,
talking about
¿no?
that, but we
Y
also have
eso es
new people
bastante
in the
bueno,
industry.
pero
And that's
también
good,
tenemos
yes,
estos
but
reguladores
we
que
also have
tienen,
these
con los cuales tenemos
regulators
acuerdos de equivalencia,
with
de
whom
los
we have
cuales
these
podemos también
equivalence
acercarnos a
agreements
tener ese
and with
tipo de
whom we
expertise
can
en cómo
contact
interpretar
to
los
get that type of
requisitos y
expertise
que
to
eso no
make
se
sure that we all
transforme en
understand
una
how to
prevención y
interpret the
que no se
requirements,
transforme en
and so
un
that that will not
trámite
be
que
something that
tarda
prevents the
muchísimo
process
tiempo
or that makes
en
the
evaluación con la
process last
autoridad.
longer
Quizá por ahí mi
because it's
comentario.
taking too long to
Gracias.
be evaluated or assessed by the authorities. So that my comment.
Muchas
Thank you, Nayeli.
gracias.
And if you want to close with
Sigamos
anything,
aprendiendo
well,
juntos unos de
no,
los
I
otros.
mean, just let's continue learning together. You know, we have to work together. Thank you. And I want to close with something. I know that we still have some time. I think that reliance is created through technical knowledge and through interaction. You cannot just trust in the person in front of you if you don't interact with them. That is why that request from the industry to be able to collaborate, it's been done, but I think that now we have a huge, big challenge because this is expanded to other countries with a new simplification agreement. And so we want to have that dialogue. I think that this is something that has come out from all the comments and all the questions. And this would be a win-win situation for COFEPRIS and for the industry, you know, because we're working to have the technology that is necessary in Mexico, and we're going to achieve it. And hopefully this is the forum that's going to be the best one to achieve that dialogue. So thank you very much. And big round of applause for Nayeli Contreras and Eduardo, please.
Y viene Sandra a decirnos que vamos a un break. Adelante.
Sandra's coming, and I think we're going to go to a break. Just 1 second, please.
Pues muchísimas gracias a nuestros panelistas.
So I want to thank our panel members. They're still concerns and questions, but the most important thing is that we all have the best intention to find solutions. And I think that's the most important thing. That's the first step so that we can all find the right solution. So I'm really thankful for everybody's intentions. We are cutting short. We are ahead of time. So I think that we're going to put this coffee break ahead of time and we'll come back in half an hour so that we can continue with this Reliance conversation with the newest part that COFEPRIS has, which are the abbreviated review agreements. This opens a new opportunity with, it does have many challenges, but it opens new opportunities. So see you back here in half an hour. Thank you very much.
Buenas tardes, bienvenidos de regreso
So good afternoon and welcome back. So this is the last part of our session today. For that, I will invite Ana Riquelme so that she can join us again and continue with the moderation. We're being the moderator for the session. So thank you. And hello once again. We will continue right now with the industry's experience regarding reliance. This is part 2 of that. And for that, I will introduce Mónica García Rincón, who is our second sub-coordinator of regulatory affairs of AMID. And I ask a big round of applause for her, please.
Buenas tardes a todos. Muchas gracias por.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for inviting me here to participate in this second agreement of what we have been talking about a whole day. Today, I'm going to talk about the abbreviated IMDRF pathway. Just give me a second so that we can see it. Here we go. Even though we know that this agreement was recently published on July the 18th, I would like to start this presentation by presenting a brief summary of everything that happened before its publication in the official gazette. First of all, the decree mentioned that in order to be enforced, we had to wait for 30 business days to occur, and those occurred on August the 29th. Before that, what happened? Well, COFEPRIS, and we heard that from Mr. Edgardo. In past March, there was a training from COFEPRIS, a training course from COFEPRIS, which was really useful for the medical devices sector, because obviously with all of these publications and all of the agreements, there were many doubts from the sector. And during this training course, well, it was a quite enriching course because we could clarify what Mr. Edgardo or Adriana also mentioned during their presentation, that the FDA, Health Canada, and Japan agreements are still enforced, are still current. Because we were wondering about that, we were wondering what would happen with these, where they will be eliminated. I mean, these 3 countries are also part of the IMDRF. So because of the training, we could clarify all of those points. Additionally, there were other questions from the industry about the ID code that would apply and some administrative issues that were possible that would be answered during that training. And just as everything else, well, that's the first training that COFEPRIS gave regarding this topic. And so it was really a general overview. So as we said, we are in the adoption phase of this agreement. The expectation is that in the future, we might have like more focused training from all of these 12 countries that are part of the IMDRF, but this will happen as time goes by and when they mature a little bit more. And so yesterday, Edgardo was telling us that the guideline was about to be published, but the publishing occurred while many of us were on our way home. So we know that this guideline has already been published. It was published yesterday. And well, right now, I wouldn't dare to give you an analysis of the same because we haven't had time to do so. But very briefly, what I do identify is that this guideline has that update that Nayeli also mentioned, that all prior agreements from 2010 were obsolete regarding the requirements. And so in this guideline, we do say that for FDA, Health Canada, and Japan, those agreements are already updated. For the IMDRF countries, I do see that it's a very general checklist, but yes, we need to analyze it in depth to see if this is going to be useful or not for the industry. And well, we also mentioned that this new agreement of the regulatory simplified path applies for the countries that are part of the IMDRF. And even though this opens the array of options that we have for medical devices, today we consider that the most used pathways are still United States and Health Canada. And Very personally, I'm saying this because I think that that's because we do that because as a sector, we've dominated those requirements and we don't want to risk it, you know, even though timelines have been improving by having the sector already understanding these type of agreements, well, we would continue using these pathways. And also because of the availability of documents that we have, because those are the ones that are much more accessible. But I don't want to minimize this, you know, there's been a lot of benefits from this new agreement. And of course, this continue contributing with the USMCA objectives, you know, to have better access to that market for all of those devices that are already traded in the United States and Canada. This update will optionally allows us to register this in other countries or through other countries. And also what we mentioned throughout all of these sessions for today, it allows us to have access to the market, you know, for these medical devices, because we know that this is changing all the time. So having this type of agreements is really important for us because we can have access to all of these medical devices. So, in this presentation, we don't have any case studies because of the timeline that this agreement has. I mean, it was just enforced 10 months ago. But at the meet, we did do a survey with all of our affiliates so that we could generally identify what are the main challenges the industry faces, even in this short period of time. And I mean, generally speaking, we find that the main gaps that we have are standardization in evaluation criteria. And that means that, I mean, both the regulated and the regulators are in that adoption process still. None of us are experts in regulation in these 12 countries. So we still have that part of not standardizing or not have criteria standardized. And hopefully this will improve with the trainings that we've talked about that have occurred through the association, with the chamber, and with COFEPRIS itself. And another point that the sector mentioned was that many times they ask for additional things, additionally to what is included in the agreement. So we've worked on that also with COFEPRIS in the different work sessions to share that part of the requirements that are not fully aligned with the agreement so that we could try to start creating or developing those criteria and standardizing that part. The approval times, I'm not going to go into detail with that. We have improved a lot. I remember the post-pandemic timelines, you know, when we were talking about, yes, a crisis in approval timeline. We have been improving, and I'm sure that with all the work that is being done in collaboration, we're going to be able to get to those 30 business days. That would be perfect for all the medical devices sector. And I mean, the applicable requests for information, as I said before, this is quite based on the training and the standardization. And of course, it's also based on the time this agreement has been in place. So it's still early to say. Now, just as a summary, what are the challenges that we've identified? Well, of course, the interpretation of this new agreement by the sector, we've detected that this is still in the adoption phase. We need more specific training by the authorities because so far, as I said, we've only had like a general vision of it. So it would be great to work with each one of those 12 countries and talk to them in detail about this. The other challenge that we have identified is that there is a lack of regulatory knowledge from the sector in the new countries that have been included, which limits its effective implementation. And well, this is in the forming, making the dossier. What we've seen is that this new agreement is a little bit more robust regarding the requirements and the information and the dossier itself. So for us as a regulated entity, well, it takes longer for us to collect a file using this pathway.
¿cuáles son las propuestas
And
justo
well,
para
what are
que
the
este
proposals
modelo de
for
registro sea
this
efectivo?
registry
Pues ya lo
model to
decía,
be
continuar
effective?
trabajando
Well,
en el
keep
desarrollo
on
e
working,
implementación de
developing,
checklists
implementing
específicos para
a
cada
specific
país,
checklist
a
also for
fin
each country
justamente de
so
garantizar la
that we
aplicación e
can
interpretación
guarantee the
coherente del nuevo
application
acuerdo,
and
tanto
coherent
por parte del
interpretation of
regulador
the new agreement
como del
from
regulado.
the regulator and the
Explorar también con
regulated
COFEPRIS
entities.
cómo se pueden
Also,
priorizar la
to
evaluación
explore
de
with
estas solicitudes
COFEPRIS,
de
how
nuevos
can we
registros. Los
prioritize
que
the
llevamos
evaluation
ya
of the new
algunos años aquí en el
registries?
sector de
You know, those of
dispositivos
us who
médicos,
have been in this
sabemos
medical
que
devices sector
anteriormente
for some
existían
time,
esto de
we
carriles
know that
especializados,
before they
que
had these
justo lo que nos
specialized
permitía
channels or
abordar era ahí
pathways,
como dar
and that
algún
allowed us
tratamiento
to
específico a estas
like have like a
solicitudes y que
specific
pudieran
treatment
ser
or special
ahora
treatment
sí
for
que
these type of
examinadas en un
requests
menor
so
tiempo.
that they could be
También sabemos que COFEPRIS ahorita
examined
está
in a shorter period of
migrando,
time.
digamos, a
We know
muchísimas
that
mejoras
COFEPRIS
más.
is
Entonces
migrating right
hay que
now and
trabajar
having
junto
many other
con COFEPRIS
improvements. So
para
we need
ver
to work
qué
together
otra
with
forma
COFEPRIS to
podríamos
see what other
ahora sí que
ways
agilizar
can we
la
have
aprobación de
to
estos
make the
registros.
approval of
Y
these
igual,
registries
¿no?
much more
También creo
agile.
que hemos
And
escuchado en
likewise,
la
well,
mayoría de
I
las
think
ponencias
we've
que la
heard in most of the
digitalización es
presentations
la
that
expectativa que nos
digitalization
traiga
is
estas
the
mejoras,
next
porque ya
expectation. It's
decíamos,
what's going to bring us all of
nuestro
these
marco
improvements
regulatorio hoy en día
because
de
our
México ya se
regulatory
encuentra
framework
más
today
maduro,
in
más
Mexico
sólido, pero
is much
justo
more
ahorita
mature,
estamos en
much more
mejorar la
solid,
gestión
but now we are
administrativa.
trying to improve
Entonces, pues
the
bueno, una vez que
administrative
logremos esa
management.
digitalización,
So
también es
once
la
we manage to
expectativa
get this
que justo se
digitalization,
puedan
that's part of
alcanzar
the
estos
expectation,
tiempos
that
de
we can reach
aprobación que la
the
verdad
approval
sería muy bueno
timelines
para nuestro
that we're
sector.
talking about, and that would be really good for our sector.
Y bueno, finalmente como conclusión,
And well, lastly,
decirles
just as
que
a
como
conclusion, I
representantes de
wanted
la
to tell
industria de
you
dispositivos
that
médicos,
as a
reconocemos que ya se
representative
están
of
realizando
the
esfuerzos para
medical
mejorar
devices
la
industry, we
normativa y que
recognize
ahora
that
estamos
there
entrando
are
en una
efforts
fase
done to
centrada en el
improve regulations,
fortalecimiento de la
and
gestión
now we are
administrativa.
focused on managing all administrative
Pues es todo
aspects.
de mi
And so
parte.
that's all for me, and thank you.
Muchísimas gracias a Mónica. Le voy a devolver su
Monica,
computadora. No
thank
vaya
you
a
very
cometer
much.
un error.
This is your computer. Please
Y
take
le
it with
cedo ahora
you.
la
I don't want
palabra
to
a
make a
Sandra
mistake.
Mejía González,
Now, Sandra,
como secretaria ejecutiva de la
as the
coalición, para que
executive
nos haga
secretary of the
presentación. Adelante, por
coalition,
favor. Un fuerte
it is
aplauso para ella.
time for us to listen to her presentation. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you
Y
very
pues
much.
ahora me toca a mí compartir un
So
poco
now
la
I'll share with
retroalimentación que
you the
recibimos,
feedback that
ahora sí que
we
de los actores,
received from
desde
all
cómo nos están
shareholders,
viendo
how they're
de las casas
perceiving us
matrices, cómo están viendo
from
lo que está
the
ocurriendo aquí en
headquarters,
México y
what they
ahora sí
think of
cuáles
what's
son las
happening
inquietudes que
in
por supuesto
Mexico.
están alineadas y traemos como
If they are
algunos ejemplos
concerned,
también para continuar
well, there's an
ilustrando las
alignment and we
situaciones y
have
poder seguir
examples to keep on
proveyendo
exemplifying
material que alimente
situations and providing
pues
materials
la
that'll
generación de
feed
ideas para
the
encontrar soluciones
creation
que
of
sean
ideas
efectivas
to find
para
solutions
todos.
that are effective for everyone.
En este caso estamos presentando algunos
So
ejemplos
I'll present
justamente
some examples
aprovechando
taking
estos
advantage
acuerdos
of
más recientes con
the
las
most
líneas
recent
abreviadas,
agreements
en
with
donde
the breach
tenemos ya
pathways.
países adicionales a los que
Now that we
con
have
los que habíamos
additional
estado
countries
trabajando
with whom
pues
we
ya
had been
por
working
16 años,
for the
el
last
FDA y un
16
poco menos
years,
el
the
de Japón.
FDA
Tenemos
and
estos
Japan a little
ejemplos en
less.
donde
We have
si
some
comparamos y
examples in
entendemos
which, if
claramente
we make a
el mensaje que hemos
comparison,
recibido en
and
estos
if we
días de
understand
COFEPRIS,
the
en donde este es un
message by
proceso que
COFEPRIS,
está
this is a
implementándose, que estamos
process
en
that's
una
being
curva de
implemented.
aprendizaje
It's a
y
learning
en
curve,
donde nos parece muy
and
relevante
it seems
empezar a
very relevant for
identificar
us to
qué
start
es
to
lo que está
identify
limitando que
what is
desde el
limiting.
inicio de la entrada en vigor
From
del
the
acuerdo
kickoff of this agreement,
esté inhibiendo que
what could
se
be
obtengan los resultados que se plantearon
not
al
allowing
momento de
us to
hacer la
get the
publicación y al
results
momento de decidir
when we
el momento de la
decided
entrada en vigor. Y tenemos estos casos en
enforcement
donde,
to take
en
place. There
teoría,
are
a
certain
partir
cases
de
in
lo que
which,
está
in
publicado
theory,
en el acuerdo,
based on what
tendrían
has
que
been
haber estado
published in the
resueltos algunos
agreement,
ya desde hace
things
varios
had to
meses
be
y no es el
figured out
caso.
by now for several months now, and it
Esta
hasn't
parte nos
happened.
preocupa un poco y perdón que
It's a bit concerning,
no
and
tengo la versión
apologies.
final
I
de
don't
la
think this is
presentación.
the final
Me da
version
un
of the
segundo
presentation.
para
Could you
poderla
give me a
modificar
minute? Because
I don't want to speak of information that is not completely updated. So I'm going to go get my new presentation. I am so sorry about this.
No, déjame ver. Acá, perdón. En lo que hacemos la sustitución, y una disculpa, por favor,
While
por esta
I
confusión.
substitute my presentation once again,
Creo que podemos
I would
seguir
like to
abundando un poco
apologize.
ahora sí que en lo que está
So let us
detrás
speak
de,
about the things that are
y que hemos empezado a
behind the
identificar
scenes and that
como
we have
retos
been
para poder
starting
lograr
to
una
identify as
implementación
challenges
exitosa
for
y
a
más rápida
successful and
de
quicker
estas vías
implementation
abreviadas
of
de
the
autorización y
breach approval
recuperar
paths
la
and to
agilidad que
recover
en su momento tuvieron los
the
acuerdos de
agility
preferencia
that
con
the
Estados Unidos y
equivalence
Canadá.
agreements had with the US and Canada.
Evidentemente, estamos seguros de que la guía que recién se
We are
publicó
certain that the
deberá
guidelines that have been
contribuir
recently
a alinear
published
criterios, a entender
will help
mejor
us
los
align
requisitos.
criteria, better
Habrá que
understand the
revisar la
criteria.
guía, habrá que
Yes, the guidelines
proveer
require
retroalimentación, que estamos seguros de
certain
que la COFEPRIS está
feedback,
abierto a que lo
and I'm
hagamos
certain
al momento de empezar a
COFEPRIS will
utilizar, porque
be
como
willing
cualquier
to
cosa
listen
nueva,
to
la
everyone's, but
diseñamos y estamos entendiendo
there's a
que
learning curve as with any
cubrimos
new
todas las
thing.
variables que
We
teníamos
did our
previstas.
best to
Cuando
cover
lo
all of
empezamos
the
a utilizar es que
variables. When
tenemos
we
la oportunidad
started to
normalmente de
use it,
encontrar
well,
oportunidades de mejora, algunas
we
cosas que no
will
quedaron necesariamente muy claras,
find
y estamos
opportunity
seguros de que
areas
la
or things
COFEPRIS
that need
va
more
a tener la apertura
clarifying.
como la ha tenido
COFEPRIS
a lo largo de
will
todos
be
estos
open
años
as they've
para
always been
escuchar a
open
la
to
industria
listen to
y
the
para poder
industry
encontrar
and then be
oportunidades
able
incluso
to
para
find
hacer estos instrumentos más
opportunities to
robustos.
make the
Algo que hemos
instruments more
encontrado
robust.
es que
Something that we have found
tanto
is that
la industria como la
both the
COFEPRIS,
industry
creo
as
que es
well as
algo que también hemos
COFEPRIS,
dicho ya
and this
entre
is
ayer y
something
hoy,
that we
no
have heard
necesariamente
before
tenemos el expertise
yesterday and today,
necesario
we
en
don't have
todas las
all of the
nuevas
expertise
regulaciones
in all of the
que
new
se están
regulations
incorporando
that
a
are
este
now
acuerdo
being added to
de
the
aprobaciones
agreement
abreviadas o de
of
revisiones
the
abreviadas y
reviews
aprender
or
las
the breach
regulaciones de todos
agreement.
los
So
países que son
learning
miembros
regulations
del
of all member
Management
countries of the
MDRF
Management Committee of
no
the
es una tarea
MDRF
de 2 días
is not
y
something that
no es una
takes
tarea
2
de
days,
unas
and it is not
cuantas
a task
personas,
of
es
a
una
couple of
tarea que
people.
requiere de un
It's
esfuerzo adicional
an
tanto de
additional
la
effort
industria como
on behalf of the
de la
industry
COFEPRIS
and on
para
behalf of
poder
COFEPRIS
entender
to be
no
able to
solamente
understand not
lo que está
only
escrito,
what's
sino
written
cómo los
down, but
reguladores
also how
dueños
the
de esas
regulators
regulaciones
who own the
efectivamente
regulations
lo están
are
aplicando.
actually
Entonces,
applying
sí es un
things.
proceso de aprendizaje,
So it
pero
is a
es un
long
proceso que
learning
requiere
process,
de un
one that
compromiso incluso mucho
requires
más intenso
a more
por
intense
parte de todos
commitment
los
on
actores
behalf of
involucrados
all of
para
the
seguirnos preparando
parties
y
so that
volvemos
we can
a
continue
hablar de
learning
desarrollo de
more.
capacidades, desarrollo de
Once
capacidades y
again,
desarrollo de capacidades.
capability
Insisto,
development
no ocurren de la noche a la
is
mañana, pero tenemos que hacer un
something that doesn't
compromiso
happen
muy fuerte.
overnight,
Las
but
empresas tenemos que hacer un
we are
compromiso
committed.
muy
We, the
fuerte
companies, we
de
have to be
inversión en
committed
capacitación
to
de sus
invest
propios
in
recursos, de
training our
poder
own
continuar poniendo a
resources so as to
disposición
be
de
able
la
to
COFEPRIS
continue
todas
offering
estas
COFEPRIS
posibilidades de
all of
desarrollo
the
de
possibilities of
capacitación para que
training
podamos
and
ir creciendo
capability
en este
development so
conocimiento
that we
todos
can
al mismo tiempo.
grow in
Ahora sí,
the
creo que ya
understanding
versión
and the
correcta.
knowledge all
Muchísimas gracias.
together. Is this
Y
the
la
right
razón por
one?
la que
Yes, it
quise
is. And the
ampliar la
reason why
presentación,
I
que
wanted
en
to
realidad
go
es
to this
prácticamente el slide
new
más importante,
presentation, this
es
is the most important
este
slide of them all.
comparativo de
This
estas
comparison
experiencias muy
between
recientes
the
en
very
donde
recent
tenemos claro que
experiences
los
in which
acuerdos de
we have
equivalencia con
clarity that the
Canadá,
equivalence
Estados Unidos y
agreements with the
Japón
US,
se
Canada, and
mantienen
Japan
vigentes, en teoría
remain
deberían
valid.
comportarse de
They
la
should
manera
behave
como se propuso
as
cuando fueron
they
publicados y
have
comportarse
when they
lo
were
bien que
published,
se comportaron al
and
inicio
they should
de su
work as
publicación,
well as
con
they have
aprobaciones
worked
muy
so far
expeditas, en
with
donde
very
estaba muy claro lo que
expedite
significaba
authorizations.
presentar un
There was a lot of
resumen, los criterios
clarity of
para
the
ese resumen,
summaries, the
los criterios
criteria
por
for
parte
the
de los
summary,
examinadores
the
para
criteria for the
entender por
examiners
qué y
to
cómo estaba ese
understand
resumen y cómo eso,
why
de alguna manera, a
the
lo largo de
summary would
diferentes
be
generaciones,
presented and
porque ya
what
tenemos
it
muchas
means, and through
generaciones
several
seguramente
generations,
de
because there have been
dictaminadores y
several
muchas generaciones en la industria,
generations of
eso se ha ido
examiners. This
modificando a
is
lo largo
something
del
that
tiempo
has
y
been
le ha estado
changing and
restando efectividad.
evolving,
En
and so
esta tabla
it was not as
ustedes ven
effective
ejemplos que
after
tenemos
some
de
time.
la propia
Here, some
FDA de los
examples
Estados
from
Unidos.
the
Es
US
fantástico que
FDA.
ya estamos empezando a
It's
utilizar
amazing that
este
now we're
mecanismo de
beginning to
revisiones abreviadas,
use
por ejemplo,
this
con Brasil
breach
o con la Unión
mechanism
Europea,
with
pero el
Brazil or
resultado que estamos obteniendo,
the
como lo hemos comentado, no es
European
necesariamente el
Union,
esperado.
but
Y
the result is not
en
what's
el
been
cuadro
expected.
del lado derecho
And
vemos
to
cuál
the
es
right, we
el
see
compromiso que la autoridad
the
publicó
document that the authorities publish in terms of approval times. And we see that in either of the cases, if it had been the regular path or the equivalence agreement or the abbreviated pathways or the normal process, in all of the cases, the approval times are extraordinarily surpassed. So we all know, with the conclusion that we reached, that is that today we are not meeting our legal obligations as COFEPRIS has, as it established in the regulation, which is quite an issue because the lawfulness is the foundations, but the most important thing right now is the impact that this is having in our patients. We have said this over and over again, but we all need to go out from this room thinking about what is it that we need to do differently so that we can collaborate with the authorities, so that as a country, we can meet our legal obligations. And as a consequence of this, we can benefit patients in a more timely manner. How can we capitalize in the great effort that was made by COFEPRIS of generating the new agreements so that we could exercise them, we could be lawful, and we could benefit patients? And apologies if I'm being too repetitive, but I am passionate about providing patients with medical devices, and I'm always thinking about how to work together so that this can be a reality. Many years went by before the Mexican regulatory framework changed. The equivalence agreement was from 2012, 2010. So now this is a new time with a new perspective, with a new openness of COFEPRIS. We wanted to work well. We want to go back to the things that work well, the success of 2010, but things have changed. What can we do now so that we make certain that this becomes a reality? How can we define the roadmap, the collaboration between the industry, COFEPRIS, and as you have heard, the work with other regulators so that we are helped in accelerating the acquisition of knowledge of other regulations and their interpretation so that we can do the work in a quicker and more efficient way. And the observations are very similar to what our colleagues have told us from the operational side. The impact on public health of an effective operation of the new agreements, the need to go back to the automatic approval of managerial things in which the health of patients are not at risk, the redefinition of criteria for changes in case a new assessment is needed based on the risk analysis that has to be accordingly to the size of the changes and the risk. So the opportunity is, how can we make certain that reliance is applied with a risk-based approach? How can we create the predictability of the result of a submission based on the pathway we choose? Being aware of the fact that now the opportunity that we have of using the traditional path, which has approval times are compromised, they are very small. We are aware of that. If we go back to the slide, to the right, you'll see the traditional pathway has approval times are very quick. For class 1 and 2 is 20 and 25 days. Now, if we go to the equivalence or the abbreviated agreements, the times are longer. So we also need to rethink our strategy of what are the channels that, even though they might be attractive because it's abbreviated, the commitment of the authority is different regarding the traditional pathway. The traditional pathway is providing quicker approval time. So maybe the strategy would be, let's go with the traditional path because it's quicker, in such a way that we can get the products out in the market sooner. For class 3 devices in which traditional pathways offering new abbreviated or shorter times of 35 days, the difference is only 5 days. So let us rethink, how can we help the strategy so that the implementation is well managed for the abbreviated pathways? Can we still bet on the traditional pathway while we create more knowledge and understanding for the implementation of the abbreviated pathway, understanding that in theory, we only gain 5 days? This is a valid question we should ask ourselves all together. Do we need to rethink the approval times of the abbreviated pathways? Because you cannot compare the time of review of the abbreviated or the traditional pathway. The abbreviated would require very simple review just to guarantee that we're speaking about the same device approved by a different authority. So the scope of the review of a dossier would have to be extraordinarily quickly in comparison to a traditional pathway, but that is not happening in the legal timing. So what can we do strategically to help COFEPRIS to balance the workloads and to create the spaces for us to understand other regulations and perhaps be quicker? And perhaps I've taken more time than I should have. Now, going back to the opportunities, this is something that we discussed today. It is critical for us to have the approval times available with the performance of the industry well known. Sometimes there are certain preventions that for the industry, they take 8 months to answer, and then we go back to COFEPRIS and tell them, well, the things that you took 2 years for the authorization took 8 months to answer my question. It's shared responsibility, co-responsibility. The dossiers have to be of a high quality, and we also need to have criteria aligned within COFEPRIS to assess the information that's been presented. How do we find them? The collaboration opportunities between the regulators, because we all witnessed today that we have regulators from all around Australia and Singapore, and from the other side of the world, at midnight and 4:30 in the morning from Huawei, and they were there willing to share their experience. So you see, there's commitment. How can we create a one-to-one, government-to-government collaboration to move forward in the development of this knowledge base? And I know that the international area of COFEPRIS is very active, and they work hand in hand with many regulators, but you should also count with the networks of experts that the coalition has to bring that to the service of the regulators and the industry, because in the industry, we still need to get new training all the time. It's clear for everyone. Let us implement Reliance with the philosophy in which it was born. Let us avoid work duplication. Let us avoid having to review twice or 3 times something that has been reviewed by an authority from another place that we decided was trustworthy. This is a work that requires time because it is a completely different paradigm. And let me give you an example, and I say this very respectfully. I'm an examiner, but then I would sign that I reviewed something at 100%, but I only need to sign without having to review. It's quite a mentality change. And I remember at the beginning of the implementation, when we spoke about the Reliance playbook, Tracy would say the main barrier that we had for the Reliance implementation from TGDI Australia, Tracy, the first barrier was an internal barrier, which is very understandable. You're giving your signature. So with the experience of people who walked this path in the past, what can we learn so that we can accelerate the change of mentality within the different authorities? Today we're speaking about COFEPRIS, but Dinavisa is also walking the same path. And there are many other countries in the world that are doing the same thing. Tami has explained how the map of implementation of Reliance of the world is moving ahead and the depth of the implementation of Reliance. On the other hand, the next challenge is going to be, well, once we have created the authorization of a product through a Reliance product for its full life cycle, what do we do next? Understanding the speed in which changes take place regarding medical devices technologies. How do we make Reliance to be effective when changes take place, when they have been approved by the same authorities we have already trusted our work on? And so it's all about training, strengthening, developing capacities and capabilities. You know, it's long hours, yes, but it's totally worth it because the result at the end of the day is going to favor everyone. Today, many of us use medical devices all the time. Tomorrow, we will need them more than today. So let us find a way in which we can be selfish. It's for my own personal health. How do we make this work better for everyone? Thank you, everyone.
Muchísimas gracias, Sandra Elige González, por presentar la
Sandra Elige
perspectiva.
González, thank you very much for sharing the perspective of the corporate offices. We have
10 more minutes for this presentation. Any questions or comments? Let me see. No, nothing has been asked on Zoom.
Adelante, Douglas.
Please, Douglas, go ahead.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Hello, good afternoon once again.
Roche.
Douglas Rodriguez from
Más
Roche.
que una pregunta es un comentario. Creo que
It's not a question, it's a
Sandra
comment.
trae un punto muy
Sandra
importante
has brought to
en el
attention a very
concepto del
important point
cambio de
in the
mentalidad
concept
de
of a change of
yo
mentality.
como evaluador técnico que
Me,
estoy
as an
acostumbrado a revisar todo el
examiner
expediente
who
y mi
is
firma
used to
tiene
look
una
at a single
vinculación
dossier
legal
and
con
it's legally
el
binding
después del
when I
registro,
sign after a
creo que
registry
también
has
parte de
been
un punto de
granted.
cómo
Well,
trabajamos entre todas las
how
partes
do
para
we
que
all together, all of
estos
the parties,
evaluadores
make certain that the
entiendan que hay una
examiners
seguridad
understand
jurídica
that there's a
de que si
legal
ahora mi
certainty for
evaluación
them?
es
If my
basada en
evaluation
estos
now
nuevos
is
puntos
based on this new criteria
la regulación de Reliance,
because of
mi
reliance,
firma en
my
base a evaluar
signature
parte del componente y
is
no el componente total del dossier
evaluating a
igual
part of the
me da mi
component wall of the
certidumbre jurídica
dossier.
de que lo que yo estoy
Do I
haciendo
have more
estoy
legal
respaldado por la
certainty
agencia.
that I am
Creo que
backed
eso es
up
un
by my
trabajo muy bueno
agency? That is a
que
very
entra de
important
regulación, cómo
work
podemos
and a
colaborar para generar
discussion
esa
that we
certidumbre jurídica,
have to create a legal
porque hablamos de
defense, a
certidumbre jurídica hacia
legal
el sector de la industria, pero creo que también entonces es
responsibility
bueno
towards the
incorporarlo
sector,
hacia
towards
el
everyone.
evaluador que,
So
pues, al
how
final del
can the
cabo, si
examiner
yo pongo
feel
en el
safer?
papel,
Because if I
si
think
mi
about
firma tiene una vinculación
the
legal,
examiner,
¿cómo
if I'm going
aseguro
to
de que
sign a legally
voy a
binding
firmar
document,
estando
but how can I
respaldado?
be
Entonces, ese
responsible
es un
for
punto muy
everything if I
importante.
didn't look at everything?
La
Who
pregunta es,
has my
¿cómo
back?
hacemos para entre
So
todos
how do we
colaborar
make
en ese
certain that
sentido?
we all collaborate
Y
for the
luego
certainty
el
to be
otro
created for
comentario
this
que iba a
protection?
traer
Another comment
es
that I have is
en este entendimiento y en este
in this new
viaje de la
understanding,
adopción y
in this
mejora
new
del
pathway of the
proceso
adoption and the
abreviado
improvement of the
en
abbreviated
México,
process in Mexico,
¿cómo nos planteamos entre todas las
how
partes cuáles
can
son
we, all of
esos
the parties,
mecanismos,
think about
esas
the
métricas que tenemos que
mechanisms,
entre
the
todos
metrics,
comenzar a
the
construir? Se
indicators
habló
that we need
temprano
to
en la
start
sesión, pero
to
creo que
construct?
ahora
This is
también hay
something
el
that has been
espacio
touched upon, but
para que
it's
generemos esa
also worth
certidumbre
mentioning, so
regulatoria
that
que
we can
estamos
create a
transitando el
regulatory
camino de la manera
certainty that
correcta hacia
we
el
are
objetivo final,
traveling
que es
towards
tener
the
esas aprobaciones de
final
manera
objective to get
consistente,
the authorization in
transparente,
a
en
consistent,
el tiempo
transparent way
estipulado por la
in
norma.
the times
Por eso un poco hice la
granted by
pregunta
the
de lo que llamaban
standards.
el
So
tiempo
that is
adecuado,
why when
porque
we speak about
una cosa es el
adequate,
tiempo que está en la
sufficient, at
norma,
the right
otra es
time,
el
because
tiempo
one thing
real.
is that the
Y
real
sí,
time,
cuando
the
uno
one
ve
is
en el
what
sentido si mi
the standard
aprobación
has
normal
established.
puede extenderse
So
en
if
un
you
periodo muy
look
prolongado,
at
pero bajo este
the
criterio
extensions
sale
your
antes, suena bien, pero
authorization
si
would have
estamos
to go
hablando comparado
through.
con lo que estipula
Well,
la
if we
norma,
compare
ahí
that
hay
to the
un punto
standard, we
importante
see
que
that there's an
analizar
important thing to
y es
be
parte del trabajo en
analyzed.
conjunto.
And
Por
this
eso
is
creo que
part
también
of
es otro
a
llamado
shared
de cómo podemos entre todos
responsibility. So
construir
how can we all
esa
together
manera de
build
trazar y
this
generar esa
way
certidumbre
of
a través de
creating the
métricas válidas
certainty through
que ayuden a la
valid
COFEPRIS, que nos
metrics and
ayuden a
indicators
nosotros
that can help
a
COFEPRIS
generar
and
esa
ourselves to
optimización y
create the
tiempo para luego
optimization of
abordar lo que
times
también Sandra
so
mencionaba,
that later we can
esa
discuss what
capacitación en
Sandra has said,
otros
the
marcos regulatorios
training in
alrededor que
other
hay que
international
invertir
regulatory
tiempo y
frameworks,
conocimiento
because
y
yes,
no puede
time
no
needs
echarlo.
to be invested and this won't happen overnight.
Muchísimas gracias. No sé si Sandra o
Thank
Mónica
you
quieren
very much,
agregar algo al
Sandra. Monica,
comentario de
would you like to respond to his comment?
Sí, bueno, y justo digo, por parte de la MIT,
Well, on behalf of
lo digo
AMID,
así como afiliado, la
I
verdad
say
es,
this
como
as
tú
a
lo
member.
mencionas, es
As
tiempo
you
que
have
también se le
explained,
tiene
it
que
is a
dedicar por
time
parte de
that
las
we
empresas,
have, all of the
pero
companies
justo el
have to
poder tener
devote,
una
but
herramienta de
being able to
estadística y
have
ser
a
confiable
statistical
que
tool
las
that's
fechas de trabajo
reliable
cuando
and
se
that the
abre la
work
oportunidad
tables, when an
podamos
opportunity
llevar
appears
esa
with COFEPRIS,
veracidad de los
can
datos
help
es
us speak of the
trascendental.
veracity of the
Entonces yo
data.
creo que
That's
aquí sí
transcendental.
vuelvo a usar la
So
palabra de
once again, I'll
colaboración
go
porque tiene
back
que
to
ser
the
un
word
trabajo
collaboration,
colaborativo entre la
because it has to be a
industria y
collaboration
COFEPRIS
between the
porque
industry
justo
and
si nosotros
COFEPRIS.
llevamos una
If
estadística que no es
we
confiable,
keep
pues también de
statistics are
pronto
not
la
reliable,
autoridad
then
empieza a
the
dudar justo de
authorities
los
will
puntos que
not
nosotros
trust
llevamos.
the
Entonces, pues
things we
igual,
are
¿no?
presenting.
Invitarlos
So we're
ya
all
sea por asociación,
invited,
por cámara o por
the
propiamente por
associations, the
Albamed, de que
chambers,
también
Albamet,
nosotros
the
como
guilds,
compañías
we
pues
as
colaboremos
companies, let's do our best so that we can give the best information possible to provide the current outlook as best as we can. Sandra, anything else? No. It's an operational challenge, and this is my opinion. If in the past we used to have 3 countries in the equivalence agreement, but now we have in the abbreviated paths many more from IRDF
IMDF plus the European Union, which are several countries. Obviously, this is an operational issue that we will explain to COFEPRIS under the spirit that we wish to help. Any other comments?
No veo nada aquí. Adelante.
Yes, please go ahead, Roberta.
Gracias por las presentaciones. Sandra,
Thank you for the presentations. My question is regarding of the multiple pathways and the advantages or disadvantages from all of them. I connect this to what I asked the COFEPRIS person earlier about the metrics. My question is, what happens when there are new regulatory pathways? What happens to the already existing processes? How do you monitor those, or are the companies invited to resubmit all of their dossiers? I don't know if this question is out of order, perhaps it's been answered, but the question is what happens with the submissions that were done through a pathway, but when a new pathway is created, how do you balance the resources so that all of these submissions can receive the attention they require? This is a good question for tomorrow for COFEPRIS. Today, if you presented a submission, you'll have to wait until it is approved through that same pathway. The creation of new regulations is not retroactive in nature, and obviously, if you want to present through a new pathway, it's up to you. That's your right. But in terms of balancing the workloads, considering the whole fan of options, I think this is a question that's wonderful for tomorrow for COFEPRIS. And I would like to add something from the operational side, something that TDT has explained. What happened is in the past there were used to be 3 lines, FDA, Canada, and Japan. And because of streamlining, everything became the equivalence pathway, and then new countries from the abbreviated pathway were added. So all of those procedures are in the same lane now, and so because of mere process logic, if you submitted before the agreement was enforced, if you presented through the traditional FDA channel, that's the way it'll work. Obviously, this is a question that's technical for tomorrow, but from the operational, the PDT explained that to us in that way in which I have explained it. Thank you. Anyone else? Adelante.
Thank you, Tammy Storwald with Roche. And I think I have more of a comment than a question, because as I have seen so many different reliance pathways from different jurisdictions, starting to notice that some of the nature of the COFEPRIS reliance pathway is unique to some of what I've seen. It's also in some ways unique to what's in the IMDRF reliance playbook. And there's nothing wrong with being unique. We're all unique. I guess I'm just trying to wonder if we go back to good regulatory practices and we look at the responsibility a regulator has before implementing reliance on multiple regulators to understand and map to make sure that practicing reliance on all of these jurisdictions is in fact going to fulfill their local laws. I don't know what that process looked like for COFEPRIS, but it's certainly something that I would love to better understand so we could help other jurisdictions as well. I have seen in many jurisdictions that just the effort to understand 3 jurisdictional reference authorities and their regulatory pathways is enormous. I cannot even begin to imagine what it looks like for 12. And I think I counted 12. And again, I'm a new learner, so bear with me. But when we go through the good regulatory practices, we look at how is that going to be implemented in practice? And do we have adequate resources and funding to make that work? That happens before it goes into place. The point that you brought up, Sandra, to say, what is the timeline comparison between a traditional pathway and the reliance pathway? Again, I'm learning and I'm trying to put all these facts together in my mind, and I'm like, oh yeah, we are here to help, and we have learned some of these experiences from other jurisdictions, and it does seem like a challenge. And so I I feel for trying to make this process work and want to offer support because it's enormous uphill to get this established. Once it's established, then it goes well, but this process is quite large. So thank you very much for for sharing all this information. It's very helpful.
Thank you very much for the comment. Le voy a preguntar a Sandra y a Moni si quieren agregar algo a este comentario.
So thank you for the comment, and we're going to ask Sandra or Amit if you want to add anything. No, I mean, the only thing that we can say is you can count on us. The only thing we need is to identify these new opportunities for the regulatory framework, and that's it. So anybody else wants to make another comment? We're already at 4:30, so no, we're done. No, so thank you, Monica and Sandra, for your participation. And so now we have a very important speaker to come in. I'm going to pass the floor to Sandra once again, and let's go to our next presentation. Thank you very much.
Bueno, pues ahora sí que vamos con la última sesión del día.
This is our last session for today, and I want to introduce Renata Brandao. She's Senior Director for Medical Devices Regulatory Affairs in Oracle, and she's also an active participant of all the coalitions, sessions, and of all the work that we do with LATAM also. And she's going to present the Reliance for Software as Medical Device Challenges and Opportunities topic. Thank you very much.
Muy buenas tardes. Yo soy la última, lo que
Good
separa
afternoon. I am the last one. I'm separating you from our game with our friends from Argentina or our enemies. I still don't know. It all depends on your perspective. So I don't know if they're friend or foe right now. But I mean, I'm here. So thank you very much for being here with us and being here by the rest of the day for this last presentation. Thank you, everybody, also for all the regulators who stayed here till the end. Also, I have the opportunity of talking of a very important topic, which is the future of the digital health, not only in Mexico, but also what's happening globally. And now I'm talking from a different type of perspective because I used to work at the traditional medical devices industry, and I was there for many, many years. I spent years there, and now I came to a technology company, and I'm learning from that side also a lot. And what am I seeing? Well, this transition or this change showed me that everything is happening very quickly. You know, software developments are happening overnight. They're developing technology all the time. So innovation is quite fast, and the regulations had to make progress to make sure that that innovation can reach our patients in a very safe and effective way. That's why I want to share with all of you some reflections on reliance for software as medical devices, you know, the challenges and opportunities and some things that we've seen in practice, you know, things that we can work on together.
Bueno, con esto.
Sí, es un botón grandote.
Perdón. Sí, yo hice. La tecnología avanza, pero a veces
Technology, it's always advancing, but sometimes it doesn't work. So there we go. So I want to emphasize that COFEPRIS has also made a lot of progress in regulating software, because in the past we were doing software approvals following certain regulations that were only for traditional medical devices. And so in 2023, there was an evolution, and we published supplement 0.5 in pharmacopoeia. And that was a really important step, because there we added fundamental concepts like risk management, validation, clinical assessment, software life cycle. And so that's a lot more complete. And all of that progress has helped us to have a very solid base for the growth of digital health. However, we do know that innovation is still making a lot of progress every day. And so when we go all the way until 2026, we have technology like artificial intelligence or things that require a lot more. And even though the regulation has made progress, work continues. We cannot stop. And now that we've transformed and we had all that technological progress, we have the regulation, the results have to be much more visible so that the whole ecosystem can take advantage of it. Now we need to have processes that are more predictable, that are better, that are more efficient, that the access of the technology will reach the patients, as everybody has already mentioned, because that's our main objective. So we do need to have innovation and make sure that this is still evolving so that the new technologies can come into the country. And this evolution also leads us or takes us to the next point, where we're going to start with the challenges. What is the main challenge? And I've spoke to other regulators, not only COFEPRIS and INAVISA, I spoke to others, and we wonder, what is the main challenge when we talk about software? Well, we have new players, and we don't have like the traditional medical devices industry that has years of experience, that has a quality system already implemented with policies and procedures that are very well established. We also have people that know about the regulations, that know how to interpret the regulations, and we go or we're working together with technology companies that are of all different types. We have those that have just 4 or 5 people there working, that are developing their softwares. We have larger companies like the one that I'm working at today that have the money to invest, that have millions of people, and that are also learning about the software pathway, and they're learning about regulation, and they're learning about implementing a quality system. So we have different types of players, and the market changed. In the past, we had players that are very well established, that knew about everything, but now we have players that are just starting to learn about things. So we have the differences. We need to align the knowledge, align the expectations, and the regulators, I mean, poor regulators, you know? And, I mean, they look just like like a sandwich, like the ham in the middle of the sandwich, you know? They're in the middle of everything. They have the pressure of placing this technology in the market, but they also are working with people who don't know about everything. So it's a huge challenge here, and it's an important challenge. And we also have to have a balance, because if we implement a lot, then the regulation and the requirements, and we can prevent also the entry of new technologies. And if we lower it, then the patient could be exposed to a product that is not safe. So the game has changed. Everything has changed. And the other challenges that we have, what other challenges that we have? When we talk about software, what are we expecting? You know, we want Reliance to help us solve and to help us with all of that. So we have this issue of the class of risks. So we have different classes of risk in the different countries and the different jurisdictions. So maybe a product sometimes is considered class 1 in one country, class 2 in another one. And so all of this difference is hard to manage for the regulator to understand and to make the connection with their local risk classification. So lowering the risk classification could bring some risk to the patients. And if we increase it, we could have additional work that is not necessary to have it. So we need to have this alignment that they talked about yesterday. And today they also presented this topic about the risk classification. It's one of the issues that we have, but that is not preventing us from doing reliance. It's just that we have to make sure that we're doing it correctly. The changes in software versions, we have many changes. The software changes its version very constantly. And so what's going to happen? Maybe the approval is for a specific version, but then the country is doing reliance, but the version changed. And so we have to do that alignment, and we have to help the regulator to find that, to make sure that the version is not an issue, that we can all work together on that. As an industry, we can provide the information, making sure that the version could be different, but the risk is the same because it's already controlled. And the evidence of the approvals, well, or approval traceability, this is an issue also because since there's no standard on how the regulators are going to publish its regulations, well, each one of them has its way of doing things. So if you go to, I don't know, a website in Japan, it's in one way. If you go into the US, it's a different one. If you go to Europe, it's different. So it's hard for a regulator who needs to find a product that is approved, to go into the website to find a product, a traditional product. If we talk about a pacemaker, it's different. When we talk about software, it's even harder because it changes the name, it changes the person. Sometimes they change the name for one market and then a different name for the other market. So it's hard for the regulators to find that, and so the solution would be to have a standard for definitions on how to do that. Well, but in the meantime, we don't have it, so the industry needs to help the regulator to find the product in the regular websites, the ones that we already have. And then the AI and adaptive system. Well, it's still changing constantly. And so we not only change the version for the industry, they still are doing a lot of modifications in the software by itself. So AI changes that. And how can we make sure that we can have a control of all the changes that will occur, that will surpass the limit of the data that could be within that software to guarantee and make sure that there is no impact on safety. So that's part of our job also as an industry, to present to the regulators what are the challenges and what's the way in which the industry is mitigating all of those risks.
Yo traigo acá un ejemplo
I have an example here, which is specific but hypothetical because it's a product that hasn't been approved in any country. So we're going to talk about a product that we call the clinical decision support, that helps you with clinical decisions. And this does a whole assessment. I'm going to read it because I need to give you a context. They talk about the obstructive, this pulmonary obstructive disease. And this software doesn't give you any diagnosis. The COPD, it doesn't give you a diagnosis. It doesn't interpret any signals or physiological signs. It's just to help a health professional to track a patient who already had an established diagnosis. So let's say the system could analyze clinical information that's already available, and if they, I don't know, if the person smoked, or what are the current medications, or all of those recent or prior results of spirometry, or breathing machines. And so with all of that information, they can include it. The industry is not creating the diagnosis. It gathers everything that already exists, and based on that, they can tell you what would be the follow-up actions, like repeat spirometry or have a rehabilitation referral. But the final decision is always in the hand of a health professional. They are just going to present this. And so we're talking about the same software, and the same software in the United States is not considered a medical device. In the UK is a class 1 medical device, and in Europe is a medical device type 2A. So what does that mean? That is an example that shows that reliance doesn't mean that you're going to copy the decisions of another country. It means that you're going to have the context and the regulator can make its own decision. So based on that, we're going to bring this for the reality of a country and do the reliance, but it doesn't mean that that's going to prevent anything else. And then, after here, what I have are the challenges that we have, and this is the path to have a safer reliance. So how can we apply reliance for software in a practical and safe way? Once again, well, reliance cannot we cannot influence the local decisions, and we've talked about that a lot, but this is going to give you the tools and the knowledge on the work that has already been done for other authorities so that we can bring that confidence and that trust so that the local authority can perform its own analysis. So what do we have to do firstly? Well, we have to verify the eligibility. So they can go through the reliance pathway or not. Sometimes they can do it. I mean, not all the countries have to do it. And as an industry, we need to do that assessment. Then we need to confirm that we're talking about the same software, a software that has similar, or if it's a software with similar characteristics, talk about the version, functionality. If it's the same software, or if it is, does it have functionalities that could be compatible for reliance purposes? Then we review the technical aspect that's necessary and that needs to be included here. So what do we need to include in the dossier of part of that? Well, what is what the regulator asking? Because it's not only for the reliance, just like that, we need a package of documents that accompanies that reliance process. And then we go through a bridge decision where the regulator is going to focus on what is important for that country because they already analyze it, and somebody already specified it. And then lastly, to keep the life cycle aspect, to do this oversight during the whole life cycle of that software, because that's really important for the software because the software continuously changes. So we need to keep that report any changes, keep all of that in a very clear way. So that we're not leaving just like the black box that we were talking about yesterday. So that gives transparency and visibility of everything that will happen with the software changes for the regulator. And this is trying to balance two very important objectives here, which is to keep the local decision, but maintaining the regulatory aspect. And once we have a solid base, then we can be really prepared for the future of the software regulation and artificial intelligence. And my last slide, well, I connected this with what is happening in the world today. And so here, I wanted to make a clear, simple analogy because we are right now in the World Cup, the soccer World Cup. So that's something that's happening. And for me, there's a real connection that's really important between what we are talking about today and that, because no team can win by just having good players. The regulator could have the best people in it, but by itself, it cannot win. They need a clear strategy, just as all of us need to have a clear strategy to win. So if we want to win, we need to have that strategy. And we need to have that trust between the players as a team, of the team, because by himself, they cannot do it. They need to trust all the members of the team. So first of all, there's a strategy based on risk. And if we follow through that strategy based on risk, well, just as with the teams, we learn where to concentrate the efforts during the game. The regulators also need to know where they're going to allocate their resources to. So where I'm going to place the resources, what do I need to analyze, what I need to focus on, what will more value by analyzing or overseeing it. Then work as a team, as I said before. During Reliance, a regulator, if it's an ISO regulator, I trust in it. We're all analyzing, so that helps us. So what I'm saying here, if we promote reliance within all the members that are already part of the IMDRF, it's going to help us a lot. And lastly, the adapting capability, the adaptability, because we need to be able to adapt ourselves. And here I have the predetermined change control plan that is called the PCCP. Why? Well, because if we have that as a plan, changes, and we know that those changes are going to happen in the future, we are going to eliminate that work from the industry. But I mean, to send it does represent a lot of job, and to submit it represents a lot of work. But if we continue doing this, while all the other changes occur, well, that helps us to reduce the work. So in our capability, that's our capability of interpretation, our adaptability also. We need instruments that allows us to manage changes in a more predictable way. That's why I have it. And so the difference here is that the difference that I have here is differently to what is happening with the World Cup, where the teams are going to want to have a trophy. We are not looking for a trophy. We are looking for how to work as a team to promote health access for good technologies that are approved, that are safe, and that our patients can get a contact to it. So thank you very much, and we'll wrap the presentation with that. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Renata. Me encantó el cierre de tu presentación porque creo que la analogía es.
Thank you, Renata. I love that presentation because I think that it's an analogy that can fully be applied. And so we started the sessions with COFEPRIS presenting an analogy on the World Cup. And so now we are all in the same channel. So we're going to start with Q&A. If you have any questions here in the room. Here we have a couple of questions. First, we have Roberta here. And so we can go with you.
Gracias, Renata, por la presentación, súper claro.
Thank you, Renata, for this presentation. It was quite clear. I'm Roberta Roche. I want to introduce myself before I ask the question. And for us, well, we have a lot of innovative products and a lot of things that have to do with software. I imagine that you have a lot more. And there is data that has to do with the market, the patients, and the clients that has to do with the pain that we generate when we introduce a new methodology. And because we cannot manage the changes on time, we prevent the user from continue to working with that technology. So my question is more for the regulators in this room. I wanted to know, I mean, after listening to this talk, what do you think about the evolution that is required, for the regulatory framework, and especially the last thing that Renata talked about, that PCCP thing?
No sé si las personas de Dinavisa.
I don't know if people from Dinavisa or somebody could answer that.
Hola. Sí. Roberta, te pido,
Roberta,
por favor, si pudieras aclarar un poquito más.
If you could clarify if your question has to do with the reliance mechanism for these devices, or you're talking about a different point. Well, we could talk about this as reliance for post-market if you want to, or we could see it as a complete reliance. The question has to do with the regulatory framework and the evolution of the regulatory framework to cover these softwares that have been appearing more and more as standalone, and also for change management, knowing that reliance could apply throughout the life cycle of the product. Well, in Dinavisa, we have in the new resolution that started in 2024, We already have the concept of software and software as a medical device. We have the class in the classification, we have a rule that specifically talks about this software, where we talk about a possible classification from class 1 to class 4, depending on the risk. And that's on that aspect, it's really important to consider the end use that the manufacturer would give to this. And so that end use should be the same for all regulatory. I mean, it should be the same one to present to all regulatory authorities if we're going to present this reliance. And this is from the DINAVISA point of view. If I'm going to apply reliance of a software that was approved by the reference regulatory authority, then I'm going to verify that it was presented just for the same end so that I can define the class of that device. And so once that device is approved by the authority, the regulatory authority, for as a class 2, 3, or 4, then I could apply the reliance mechanism. And for that, I'm going to need all the documents, and also that would represent any other products that will not go through the reliance mechanism. But in this case, I'm going to verify some of those because they've already been reviewed. And so if in that point, I see that there's something missing to close the performance and the safety of that software, I could ask for further information, but that's more like specific information. So maybe some sort of planning or risk management. I could ask something about security, about the algorithm, about the risks that could occur, regarding the algorithms. And so that could happen, but we can also apply the same mechanism so that it could be as agile, so that approval could be as agile as possible. That is in the pre-market phase. Now, regarding the post-market phase, well, as I had mentioned before, we have two possible pathways, two different types of modifications. What could be through the automatic via, and the other one that has to be assessed and evaluated to be implemented. And that same thing happens. If that change was already approved by the reference regulatory authority, then I can just use that. I'm not going to review the same thing that the other regulator already reviewed. So I do believe that this is an opportunity for DINAVISA to specify or detail this reliance mechanism more for the post-market phase. I'm in contact right now with the technosurveillance area, and the person in charge of that was telling me that they are currently working in developing some specific regulations for this, and they're trying to include certain points so that they could establish the reliance mechanism in this case. And she also told me that she wants to take advantage of the fact of I don't know, getting a proposal or something that we could consider that should be included there. So yes, I mean, the software topic, AI, machine learning, cybersecurity, all of these are topics that are still being worked on every day. They are maturing. Yes, we're studying things, analyzing everything, but this is something that hopefully very soon we're going to have open for public consultation. But it's part of our task. We still need to find which would be the reliance mechanism for those post-market mechanisms, because the idea is to make all the processes as agile as possible. So maybe I answered your question with that. Yes, thank you very much. And I know that we're all willing to collaborate by showing examples of products and examples of how changes occur in these type of products. And I think that could help, so that you could have a better idea of what's the product and what is the most appropriate regulation for that. Thank you. Now, regarding the diagnosis area, and I think they're correcting me because I think that the softwares, most of those are classified as medical devices. And I know that there are some softwares considered as IVDs, but in our specific experience, we don't have any registry request for software as a medical device. Just to add to what Allison is saying and to answer your question. Yes, I mean, they're normally connected to the platform that they are done for, and they are normally included in that registry. I think that our main concern is when we talk about something that is standalone, and not as part of a system. Thank you very much. I don't know if somebody from COFEPRIS wants to answer. Anybody from COFEPRIS? Does anybody want to answer?
Buenas tardes, soy
Good
Arturo
afternoon. My
Cristán.
name is Arturo
Trabajo en el área
Cristan.
de
I work
tecnovigilancia.
in
No estoy muy
technosurveillance.
familiarizado yo con todo el
I'm not
proceso
too
de
familiarized
Reliance.
with all of the
Sin
Reliance
embargo,
process. However,
tengo muchos años de experiencia, tal vez
for many
demasiados, de
years,
estar trabajando en
too many
gobierno.
years, I've been working with the government.
Sí tenemos la intención de tratar
We
de
do have the
evolucionar lo más
intention
pronto
of
posible.
trying to evolve as quickly
Estamos
as possible.
comprometidos.
We're
Edgardo nos
committed.
estuvo haciendo varios comentarios al
Edgardo
respecto.
has
Sí,
told
hay
us
compromiso. El
many
problema
things
a
about
veces
that.
es
There's a
el
commitment,
proceso
but the
para poder
problem
hacer
is the
evolucionar
process
los mecanismos
to make
jurídicos.
the legal
Ahí es donde nos
mechanisms
estamos
evolve.
atorando.
That is
Ayer
where we
hicieron
are
un
stuck.
comentario, no me
Yesterday,
acuerdo,
a
creo que fue
comment
Sandra
was
Ligia
made. It
quien nos
must have
hizo el
been
comentario,
Sandra
que
who said
esta,
that
la vorágine con la que se
the
está moviendo
rush
toda
in
la
which
tecnología
all of the
es el
technology is
equivalente ya
advancing
no ni siquiera
is
a
the
querer cambiar
equivalence,
las
not
llantas de un
even
carro
to
en
try
un
to
pit
change the
de Fórmula 1.
wheels of the
Es como si
Formula One
quisiéramos
race
cambiar
car.
esas llantas
It's as if we
en plena
wanted to
carrera sin que el carro se pare.
change the wheels while
Creo que
the
todos hemos
car
participado,
is
la mayoría de los
racing.
que estamos aquí, hemos
Most of us have
participado en algún momento
participated
en las
at some
modificaciones a una
point
norma.
in the
Y
changes
sabemos que el
to a
proceso,
standard. We know
por
that
más
the
rápido que lo
process,
querramos hacer, a
even if
veces nos
it's
lleva
done quickly,
años.
it could take years.
Si alguien ha participado, tengo aquí
If
a,
somebody has
a
participated,
Canifarma
and
de testigo,
Canifarma is
si
here,
alguien ha
and they're my
participado
witness,
en la
if somebody has
modificación de la
participated
240,
in the changes of
tecnovigilancia,
240
sabrá
for
que llevamos
technosurveillance,
años
you know
tratando de
that we
publicar
have
esta
been
norma.
trying to
Y
get
no
that
depende
standard
nada
published
más
for
del área
years,
técnica.
because
El área
it doesn't
técnica
only
hemos
depend on the
trabajado
technical area.
muy
We have
arduamente en el
done our
tema,
part,
pero son otros
but
motivos. A veces
it's
son los
because of other
procesos por los que
reasons.
tenemos que
Sometimes
publicar en
it's
diario
because
oficial.
of
Tenemos
how
que
the
hacer
official
una serie
gazette
de procesos y
operates,
pasos que
or
tenemos que
because
cumplir,
of other
porque si
steps
no
that
nos
have to be
dejan hacer
complied
las
with.
modificaciones.
If not, the changes
Desafortunadamente,
won't be able to
estos
be
procesos no toman en cuenta la
achieved. Those
velocidad
processes do not take
con la que
into
la industria
consideration the
está
speed in
cambiando y
which
está
this
adaptando todos sus
industry is
procesos.
changing and
Ese es
adapting its processes.
ahí es donde tenemos
This is
una
where
dificultad
we
mayor
have
de poder
the
empatar
greatest
una cosa,
difficulty of being able to
la
match
realidad,
one thing, the
con
reality,
la situación
with
que queremos
the
regular.
situation that
Ahí
we wish
el
to
sector del
regulate.
regulador
The
estamos en una
regulator
desventaja impresionante
is at
en
a
contra de lo que
disadvantage
la empresa está haciendo. Tenemos un
in
problema
comparison to
muy
the
grave
company.
para poder
We have a
actualizar
very
a la velocidad que se
serious
requiere.
problem to
El
move as
personal
quickly as
nos la pasamos
required.
capacitándonos,
We, the staff, we get
pero por
trainings and
más que
trainings and
hacemos,
training, but
seguimos
the more
siendo
we train
los
ourselves,
mismos
we're
y a
still the
veces
same
menos.
ones and sometimes even less
Es un
than
gran
the
problema,
ones who
muchas
started. It is a
limitaciones,
huge
pero
problem,
que
many
lo
limitations.
intentamos, pero los
We
procesos de
do our
publicación,
best,
los procesos de
but
los
the
cambios
processes
administrativos,
for
los
managerial
cambios
changes
legislativos,
or
es lo que
legislative
nos está
changes
frenando en muchas
for
ocasiones.
something to be published in the official gazette, that's what stops us many
Gracias.
times. Thank you.
Tenemos otra
Thank
pregunta
you.
por acá, Carolina.
There is another question over here, Carolina.
Gracias.
Carolina Morales de allí, Helker. Muchas gracias,
Carolina
Renata,
Morales
por
de
tu
Iker.
presentación. Creo que
Thank you,
es
Renata, for your
bastante
presentation.
pertinente, un tema que nos duele
This is
mucho.
quite relevant. It's
Y
painful,
quería
but it's
preguntarte,
true.
bueno, esta
So I
mañana
wanted to ask
COFEPRIS
you.
nos
In the morning,
compartía que
COFEPRIS
ellos
had
también están
shared that they
aprendiendo,
are
¿no?
also
de software
learning
junto con nosotros,
about
de
software
inteligencia
along
artificial,
with
de todos
us
estos
and
cambios
AI and all
que
of those
estamos teniendo
changes that we are
en el ámbito de
undergoing
dispositivos médicos.
in the medical
Pero
devices
quería
area.
preguntarte desde
So
tu
I
punto de
wanted to
vista,
ask you from your
¿qué
perspective,
quick wins podríamos nosotros
what
proponerle al
could
regulador
we
propose the
Porque en este
regulator?
tipo de dispositivos,
Because regarding this type
tiempo
of
es mucho más
devices,
sensible.
times
Obviamente,
are more
los tiempos son
sensitive.
muy sensibles porque
Obviously,
estamos
times are
hablando
more
de
sensitive, but here
dispositivos
we're
que
speaking about medical
en un
devices
año puede
that
sacar 5
in
versiones
a
nuevas del
year
software,
they
¿no?
could have 5
Y
versions of
somos muy
software.
sensibles
We are
al
very
tiempo
sensitive
en las
to time
actualizaciones de estos
constraints for
dispositivos
the
y también
updating
a lo
of those
que realmente nos
devices.
permita diferenciar un
So,
software como dispositivo
in
médico
order for us
de
to
un
be able
software
to
dentro del
differentiate
dispositivo
our
médico y
medical
generar
devices
pues, los
software or
procesos
within the
adecuados
medical device
dentro de la
for
regulación.
getting the
¿Qué
right
dos o tres
processes,
quick wins que
what
tú creas
are
que
the
nosotros
quick wins
pudiéramos
that you
proponerle al
think we
regulador para
could propose to
enfocarnos en
regulator
los
so
próximos
that we
meses?
could focus
Yo
on
tenía
for
eso
the
en
next
el
few
último slide
months?
que yo hice la conexión con el mundial.
My
Entonces
last
tenemos el
slide had to
PCCP,
do with
que es
that.
necesario porque
PCP
como
is
tú misma
necessary
mencionó,
because, as you have
el
said,
software cambia muchísimo.
software
Entonces, si
changes
nosotros ya
quickly. So
tenemos
if we
plan de los cambios que
create a
van a
plan
pasar
of the
en
changes
1,
of
2
things that are going
años
to
y estos
happen in
cambios no
1 or
van a
2 years,
cambiar ninguna
those changes
funcionalidad,
do
no
not
van a
change the
cambiar la
functionalities,
indicación,
do not
van a cambiar
change the
cosas que ya
prescription or
están
the indications
predeterminadas,
or the
cosas
things
que
that are
fue hecho un
predetermined, the
análisis de
things
riesgo y ya
that
están
the risk
totalmente
analysis
probadas,
already
saca el trabajo de
approved,
la industria en ese
then
momento y de regulador, es un quick win. El
that's
otro
a quick
es
win
el
for both
reliance
sides.
con
Then
los miembros
reliance
afiliados de
with
IMPRF. Si
affiliated
nosotros
members of
hacemos el
IMPRF.
reliance y
If
tengamos
we
una
do the
evaluación
reliance and we
abreviada para
get
los softwares,
an
sacamos ya
abbreviated
un montón de trabajo de
approval,
los
then
reguladores.
we
Y el otro
get
que
a lot of the work out
mencioné
of the hands of the
también fue
regulators.
la parte de,
And the other thing that I mentioned
reconocimiento
was
con base de riesgo.
the
Entonces,
recognition that is risk-based,
reconocer, yo puse acá FDA
acknowledging,
porque es la más
recognizing
consolidada que tenemos, entonces risk-based based in
risk
FDA porque es la
risk-based
más
in FDA because that
conocida que
is the
tenemos.
most
Pero
acknowledged one that
tener
we
ese
have. But
risk-based
having that
approach, si
risk-based
nosotros tenemos
approach,
eso también es
if
un
we
quick
have that,
win
that
para
is
todos.
another quick win.
Entonces los tres que
For
creo que son más
those are the three
importantes.
quick wins that I believe are the most important.
¿Contesté?
Did I answer your
Sí,
question?
muchas gracias.
Yes, you did. Thank you.
Más que pregunta es un
It is
comentario.
not a question,
Mi
it
nombre
is
es
a
Miguel Ángel
comment.
Dávila, soy
My name is
verificador
Miguel Ángel
sanitario de
Dávila. I
COFEPRIS,
am sanitary
soy de
verifier of
operación sanitaria.
COFEPRIS.
Y el comentario va un
And
poquito
so
en
the
el sentido
comment
y desde la
has to
perspectiva de
do
un verificador
from the
sanitario.
perspective of
De
sanitary
inicio, creo
verifier to
que
begin
y
with,
partiendo de la premisa
and
de que
starting
debe haber
from
un
the premise
compromiso
that there
entre la
must be
autoridad
a
regulatoria
commitment between the
y los
regulatory
regulados,
entity
digo
and the
porque el
regulated
compromiso es hacia,
parties,
hacia
the regulator and the regulated entities, because
la
the
salud de la
commitment is
población, ¿no? La COFEPRIS
for
está
the
para
health of
proteger
the
a la
population.
población contra
COFEPRIS
posibles
is
riesgos
to
sanitarios y bueno, el
is there to
regulado pues
protect
en ese sentido pues está
population
encaminado a ofrecer
against
productos
sanitary
que
risks, and
puedan que
producers
sean de
must
buena calidad, ¿no?
also
Bajo esa
offer
premisa
good quality
coincido
products.
con lo que
That's the
decía el
premise.
colega de,
So I agree
tecnovigilancia.
with the
Nos queda
technosurveillance
claro que el
comment.
marco
It's
regulatorio para
clear that
actualizar
the
un marco
regulatory
regulatorio por todo lo
framework
que él
takes
mencionó,
time to
por
be
todo lo que se
changed
mencionó y por todo
for
lo que sabemos
everything that
nosotros como
has been said.
quienes hemos
We
estado pues
know,
dentro de la industria.
those of
Sabemos
us who've
que
been in the
actualizar un
industry,
marco
we
regulatorio
know
pues
that
es
updating a regulatory
que depende
framework
de
is
muchos
slow
factores, ¿no?
and it
Y
depends on many
evidentemente también
factors. And
sabemos
quite
que pues,
evidently, we also know
las
that
tecnologías
technologies
van avanzando
move
a una
ahead
velocidad,
at a
coincido con
speed.
él, que
I agree with him
desafortunadamente
that
no avanza a la misma
unfortunately
velocidad el marco regulatorio.
is
Y bueno,
not the
bajo
same one
esos
as
dos
the
conceptos,
framework.
sí
So
pienso que es
I
importante
do
cómo
believe it is
podría,
important for
desde
us
mi
to think,
perspectiva, cómo
how
podría
could
el
I,
regulado
the
apoyar
regulated entity support
al regulador, bueno, de
the
inicio, pues
regulator
dando
to begin
claridad
with by providing clarity
en la caracterización de su
in
producto.
how the
Yo
product
como
is
verificador
characterized.
sanitario algunas
As
veces
a
he visto,
sanitary verifier,
voy a
I've seen
alguna empresa
sometimes
que fabrica
that
dispositivos
companies
médicos
that
y
produce
trato de
medical
entender, porque
devices,
es una gran variedad, ¿no? Y trato de entender
there's so
cuál es la función del
much
dispositivo y digo,
variety. I
realmente
try
lo que
to
me estás
understand the
presentando con
function of the
caracterización de tu
device,
producto no
how
no
people
me coincide con lo
characterize
que
their
realmente
products
estoy
do
viendo,
not
¿no?
match
Y
with
eso
the
también
things I'm
tiene que ver
seeing.
mucho con un
And
enfoque
this has
basado
to
en
do
riesgo.
with a
También
risk-based
tiene que ver
approach,
el
and
enfoque
it
basado
has
en
to
riesgo si no
do
se desarrolla de forma
with
adecuada, pues
how,
entonces
if this
tú
is not done
al momento
correctly,
de
then
presentar la
when you
caracterización de tu
present the
producto, pues
characterization of your
evidentemente no estás
product,
considerando
quite
algunas etapas
evidently,
que
you
nosotros como
are not
verificadores
considering
de
things that
repente
we
les decimos, ¿no?
verifiers
Pues sí me estás
need.
presentando un documento que dice
Yes, I
gestión
see
de
a document this is risk management, but you have not considered this stage or this other one for your medical device. So I would say that it is possible
proporcionar mayor
to
información a la
provide
autoridad
more
sanitaria, pero
information
tenía
to
que
the
ser
sanitary
basado en
authorities,
una
but it have to
buena
be done
gestión de
based
riesgo,
on a good
¿no?
risk
O sea, creo que
management.
ahí sí es importante, digo, desde
It
mi
is
perspectiva,
important
yo
from
verifico
my
tanto
perspective.
medicamentos
I
como
verified meds
dispositivos médicos
as
y
well as
reducidos,
devices
y
and
sí
other
he visto
things.
que hay áreas
And
de
I've seen
oportunidad,
that there are
desde mi
opportunity
perspectiva, que
areas.
hay áreas de
That is my
oportunidad,
perspective.
porque muchas veces
Opportunity
presentan
areas
un
because
documento
many
que dice
times
gestión de
the
riesgos,
documents
pero
that they present,
desafortunadamente
it
no los
says risk
desarrollan
management, but
de
it's
manera
not.
adecuada, de tal forma que
It
no
is not
pueden
well developed,
caracterizar
and so
de forma
there's no
adecuada su
characterization
producto, y
of
por
their
ese motivo
product,
pues
and
no
that
se
is the
podría dar la
reason why
información necesaria a la autoridad para que si no hay
authorities
alguna
cannot do
regulación
their
pueda tomar
work.
una decisión
Authorities
técnica
cannot
con
make
base
technical
en la
decisions
definición
based
adecuada
on
de
the
su producto.
very
Muchas gracias.
lacking the
Puedo
definition of the
solo
product.
comentar, no, tiene
Thank
total
you.
razón. Estoy
I
súper de
completely
acuerdo con lo
agree.
que
I
menciona
agree with
porque
everything
de
that you have
verdad es
said because
difícil.
it is true,
Uno
it
a
is
veces
difficult.
que está dentro de la
Sometimes
empresa para conocer un
inside a
producto y
company,
tener y mirar
for
la
people
documentación y
to
comprender
understand
todo
the
es muy
product
difícil.
and
Pero
to be
gracias a
able
Dios
to
tenemos las
write good
normas
documentation is
internacionales y sus
difficult, but
capítulos
the
y
good
si
thing is that
seguimos
there are
todos los
international
capítulos,
standards,
si
and if you follow
tenemos
all of the
entonces
chapters
capítulo
one by
uno,
one, chapter
ciberseguridad,
number one,
nosotros tenemos los
cybersecurity,
capítulos de las normas,
and
cómo
so on and
debe
so
ser,
forth.
nosotros
If
vamos
you
a tener
follow
un
the
conocimiento
guidelines,
mejor del
you will
producto.
have a better
Entonces,
understanding
eso
of the
nos da una
product.
visión de qué
This
es.
is
Y
what
las
gives us
empresas
a
también
vision of
necesitan
what's
tener, por
this
ejemplo,
about.
para software,
Companies
que
also
hay mucho
need
ingeniero,
that.
mucha gente
There are many
trabajando en este
engineers,
desarrollo
many
de
people
software,
working
que
in
no son
software
personas que tienen
development,
esta
but those
mirada
people
regulatoria.
do not have
Necesitan
the eyes
tener a
of a
alguien con la
regulator.
mirada
They need
regulatoria
somebody
para
who
hacer la
can
traducción
take that
de
perspective
que
for
un
the
regulador
translation
necesita ver para
so
comprender
that
un producto,
you
porque no
can
es el
present
mismo
what
que un
regulators
ingeniero
need
que
to
está
see because it
desarrollando,
is
que es
not the
mucho más
same
simple para él que para
mentality
mí,
of
por
an
ejemplo, que estoy viendo eso.
engineer
Entonces
development and
necesitamos
from a
eso, seguir las
regulator.
normas
So we need to
internacionales
follow
y también de
international
personas que
standards
no tienen
and
esa
also
mirada de
surround
ingenieros que están
ourselves
en
that
desarrollo
have a
diario
more
para
holistic
que hagan la
perspective
traducción de lo que
so
hace
that
de verdad el producto.
engineers translate to regulators what this is all about. Thank you.
Muy breve que ya estamos sobre el
Douglas,
tiempo.
we
Excelente, sí.
very briefly
Bueno,
because
Douglas
it's
Rodríguez
past the
Roche,
hour.
no es más que
Douglas
una pregunta, es
Roche,
un comentario.
it is not a
Excelente
question, it is a
presentación. Yo creo que
comment,
está
wonderful
muy
presentation.
válido
I
todo
believe
el
that
enfoque
everything,
que se trae sobre
all
esta
of
nueva
those
tecnología.
about this new
Añadiría a la
technology,
presentación
I
el
would
enfoque
add
basado en riesgo,
the risk-based approach,
armonizar la clasificación siguiendo las
harmonizing
guías de
the
la INDRF.
classification following the
Nosotros como
INDRF
industria hemos
guidelines.
visto oportunidades donde,
As an industry,
basándonos en esta
we
armonización de la
see
clasificación, hemos
opportunities of
logrado mantener la clasificación
harmonization
del
to keep a
dispositivo en
classification of a
agencias que han
device
considerado
for
clasificarlo de
agencies that
mayor riesgo.
were
Entonces,
thinking to
tener
provide
este
a higher
punto de
risk.
comparación con esta guía
So having a
internacional ayuda
point of
mucho a
comparison
que las
with
agencias, en
international
vez de
guidelines, help
sobreregular,
agencies instead
puedan
of
tener esa confianza de
over-regulating
siguiendo
to
esta normativa
trust
internacional
that follow
comparado con otra
international
agencia.
guidelines.
Ok, si las otras agencias siguiendo esta guía lo
If other
clasifican en clase 2
agencies
o
have
3,
classified this
yo
as
debería
class 2 or
clasificarlo
3,
2 o 3 en el
then
contexto local,
it's
dependiendo
okay
de
for
qué
me to
componente
classify that to
entonces, a las preguntas
class
que
2
algunos hacían, creo
in
que
the local
adicional a este
context.
perfecto
So
cuadro que nos mostraste al final, añadiría el tema de la
your last
armonización en la
table, the only
clasificación
thing
de
it misses
riesgo
is a
del software como
classification
dispositivo. Creo que
of
eso ayudaría
the risk
muchísimo
categories.
en concretar la
This is
implementación de
something that could
Reliance para
help
software como dispositivo médico
reliance as
adicional
software
del
and
manejo del
medical
ciclo de
device
vida.
aside from the life cycle of everything
Tiene
else.
razón él, pero es dream, right?
Absolutamente.
Es un sueño eso.
That's wonderful, but it's a dream.
Pero
Well,
de
we
acuerdo.
will have
Cuesta
to.
y bueno.
Tiene razón.
Well,
Gracias por el
dreams
comentario.
is where you start creating realities, right?
Muchísimas gracias. Muchas gracias
Well,
a
thank you
todos
very much.
ustedes.
Thank you, everyone.
Una más.
There's
Bueno,
one
nos
more
quedamos aquí el
question.
tiempo que quieran sin problema.
We can stay here as long
Adelante,
as
por
you
favor.
want to. Please
Bueno,
go ahead.
quiero comentar al respecto.
I would like to say something about this. The definition of medical device
Contempla a ambos, a
considers
diferencia de
both,
nivel internacional.
unlike
O sea, a
the
nivel
international
internacional
sphere.
hablamos
Internationally, we
de
speak
la misma
about
jerarquía de
the
IVD
same
como
hierarchy of
dispositivos
IMD as
se
medical
están por
devices.
separado.
So they're
No están,
separated. They are
no,
not,
no forman parte de la
they do not
definición. O sea,
belong to
a
the
nivel internacional
definition.
tenemos
Internationally
dispositivos
speaking,
médicos
we have medical
y
devices
dispositivos médicos medios
medical devices.
en México,
And I agree.
la
In
Ley
Mexico,
General de Salud
the
contempla ambos,
general
pero
health
ambos
law
los
considers
visualizan
both,
como un
but they're
dispositivo médico.
visualized as medical
Desde ahí
devices.
ya tenemos
So
diferencias
that's
que
where we start seeing
impactan para
differences that can
la
affect the
otra
regulation.
parte
The other
es
thing would be,
o sea, no los vemos como de manera diferente, sino
we don't see
es
them
uno solo. Y
but
eso no nos
separate but a single
permite
one, and therefore we cannot
avanzar en
move
cuanto a la
forward
armonización
in the
porque la
harmonization
clasificación
because the
pues es
classification
diferente.
is different.
Desde ahí hay una brecha
Starting from there, there's a gap,
que sí tenemos que
and we
avanzar,
do need to move
pero con
forward,
nuestra
but
regulación nacional
with our
que tenemos que
regulation
atender. O sea,
that has to be
vamos
obeyed.
avanzando poco a poco,
We
porque
move
ya
slowly
definimos
because
en la Ley General de
we have
Salud
already defined in the
dispositivo
General
médico.
Health
Antes
Law what
teníamos
medical devices are. In the past, we used to
médico, o
have
sea, dispositivo nada más, ¿no?
just the word
Entonces,
device.
sí, o sea,
So
tienen que visualizar varias cosas
several
que
things have to
nuestra
be
ley
visualized
o
that
sea,
the
no
law
podemos soslayar que hay una
considers.
ley a nivel
We
nacional, que
cannot
es la que nos rige, y
neglect
sobre esa
a national
establecer
law
nuestra
because that's what
regulación.
rules us, that's what we use
Entonces,
for the basis of our
hay
regulation.
muchas brechas
So there are
que
many
cubrir.
gaps
Sin
to be
embargo, estamos
covered.
tratando de
However,
dar
we are
pasos
trying
agigantados
to
con la
work with giant
nueva
steps
modificación a
with
la
the new
norma
changes
de
to
etiquetado de
the
dispositivos médicos.
medical devices labeling standard.
Si bien ya se está tratando
And
de
even though
armonizar
we are already trying to harmonize
las normas que
the
regulan los
standards that
dispositivos
regulate
médicos
medical devices
con la gestión de riesgos,
with risk
que es la ISO
management, which ISO
14975, o si no,
14975,
más o menos.
or
Pero
somewhere around that
vamos
neighborhood.
poco a poco
Then,
avanzando.
then
No
what
es
I'm trying to say is that
posible,
we're moving slowly. It
o
is not
sea,
possible
decir,
to
me
say,
adapto a,
oh yes,
o
I
hacer
can
al 100% igual que a nivel internacional. Es difícil
copy what the
porque
international world is
nosotros
doing. It
tenemos
is
nuestra propia
impossible because
regulación.
we have our own regulation.
Tenemos que
And well,
cumplir con
we're
ella.
obliged
Entonces
to
creo yo
observe
que
it. So
hay
I
veces que
believe that
a los regulados
sometimes
nos exigen demasiado,
we are
pero, o sea, intentamos
ask from us is too much.
avanzar
We're
igual al mismo
over-regulated,
ritmo,
but we're trying to move at the
pues
same pace.
o
But
sea, es con lo que tenemos, o sea,
this is what we have.
visualicen también ustedes
You should also
que no
visualize
pueden,
that
o sea,
you cannot
imagínense a la Unión
imagine
Europea que
the
adapte nuestra
European
clasificación,
Union adopting our
difícil, ¿no?
classifications just
O que
because we say so. It's
Brasil
impossible.
adapte nuestra
Or Brazil.
clasificación. O sea, es ir alineando
It's
nuestras
all about
regulaciones
aligning our regulations
y
little by little
tener la
and
interpretación que cada país
helping ourselves with
le
the
da.
interpretations that each country
Si
gives
se
to things.
pretende avanzar,
That
es un
is,
área
if
de
we're planning to
oportunidad
move forward,
que
it is an
nos va a
opportunity
permitir
area that
llegar
is
a
going to
ella,
allow us to get to that
sí
goal, but
es ir
it
poco a
is
poco y
a
es ir
matter of
entendiendo también eso.
baby steps and understanding
El
that
regulado
is going
luego
to
dice,
ease the pain. The regulated entity
pues
usually says,
trato de armonizarlo,
well, I try to
pero
harmonize
pues
everything,
no
but
siempre es posible. O sea,
it's
la
not
ley
always
se
possible. The
impone, que es
law,
la Ley General de Salud.
the
Entonces,
general health
a
law
lo
is
mejor
the
lo que
one that
ustedes tendrían que
rules. So
también pensar
perhaps
es
what you
lo que
should also
tenemos.
consider is what is it that we
Modificar las
have?
leyes
Changing
lleva
the
tiempo.
laws takes
Entonces,
time.
pues
So
estamos todos en ese equipo.
we're
Gracias.
all on the same
Por eso,
team.
doctora, cuando presenté, yo
That
puse
is why
que
Doctor has
nosotros
said
tenemos que
that
tener en
we
cuenta
have
la
to
clasificación
consider
internacional,
the
que la
international
decisión es solo
classification,
para
but
tener
that
en cuenta. La
decision
decisión va a ser la
is
clasificación local.
always the
Entonces,
local
uno hace su
classification method. So
evaluación,
you do your
mira los
assessment,
documentos que van a
look
ser
at the
utilizados,
documents that are
pero
going
la
to be
decisión
used,
y la
but the
clasificación
final
del
say,
riesgo
the
tiene que
final
ser
risk
basada en la
classification,
regulación local.
that's based on
Hasta
local
eso,
regulation
muchas
always.
gracias por su
Thank you.
comentario.
Thank you for your comment.
Muchas gracias. Pues ahora
Thank
sí,
you, everyone.
muchísimas gracias.
All right, everyone. So we conclude today. Thank you.
Pues y con esto vamos a
And with
cerrar
this,
la sesión del día de
we
hoy, que ha sido
conclude today's
realmente
session,
intensa, creo que muy
which was
productiva.
very
Creo que
intense,
todos
very
vamos
productive.
calibrando nuestro
I think
entendimiento
that our
de en dónde
calibrated
estamos y qué
understanding
tenemos
of
que
where
empezar a
we are
plantear
and what do we
para
need to
seguir
start
avanzando de una manera
considering to
mucho más
move
eficiente.
ahead in a
Y
more
antes de
efficient way.
despedirlos,
And
lo
before we say
prometido es deuda.
goodbye,
Si
we
me
had
dan un segundo,
promised
aquí tienen acceso
this.
a la versión en español
Scan this.
del
This is
playbook de
the
Reliance.
Spanish version of the Reliance
Les vamos a
playbook.
hacer llegar obviamente todo el material,
Obviously,
pero
you'll get
ahora
all
sí
of
que
the
ustedes tienen la
material,
primicia
but
en esta sala.
this is
Y por
the
supuesto nuestros
premiere.
participantes virtuales también.
As well as
Y
for
muchas
the
gracias a
people
quienes
on
han
Zoom.
colaborado
And
justamente para que
we
pudiéramos
thank
tener
for
esta versión en
everyone who
español, porque no ha sido un
collaborated for the
trabajo de una sola
translation,
persona.
because
Y
it was
gracias a
not
todos los que
a
participaron.
single person's effort. It was teamwork. Thank you, everyone.
Pues nos vemos mañana, 8:30
See you
para el
tomorrow,
registro, 9 de la mañana
8:30
empezamos
registry. We
la
start at
sesión.
9 a.m.
Originalmente teníamos planeada una
Originally,
recepción para el día
we had
jueves,
planned to have a cocktail party at Thursday, but since we're not so close to the downtown area, we didn't consider that Saturday when Mexico plays. So it's not that the rest of the games are important, but tomorrow at the end of the session, we'll have a little reception here where the coffee breaks are taking place instead of Thursday. Have a good afternoon. See you tomorrow. Bye.